scientist last year, and I was learning about all kinds of related stuff happening in bio. There's a lot of really stuff happening in like CAR T cells and CRISPR and all this stuff. Anyway, one of the topics I started to learn more about was something called cell reprogramming, and people maybe have heard of this induced growth stem cells, where you can take like a skin cell and turn it back into a stem cell. And Shinya Yamanaka won the Nobel Prize for this work that was done in 2006. And it's kind of a crazy thing. You turn one cell into another type of cell. Well, people recently have been experimenting with different types of transcription factors that would either not. You don't want the cell to go all the way back to being a stem cell. You can end up getting like cancer cells and things like that. But you want basically the cell to revert a little bit earlier. It's, they would call it the Waddington landscape, but it's basically like start to act like a bit of a younger cell, but not to de-differentiate and become a stem cell. And so I decided this might be an interesting area to go fund. I think that team has come together. There's like some really talented people. They're basically building a platform that tests a lot of different factors hopefully find ways to rejuvenate this type of cells. The moonshot goal here to get Mars is that there can be some therapy here that
in England, many of the young ambitious ship's captains who had sailed in the men like George and Hawkins in winter, they petitioned the Queen to sail for the East Indies. They couldn't have the strength to sail for the East Indies for decades, even 5 centuries. The Spanish and Portuguese had kept that from being an option. They could prove that they could sail those waters with relative safety. In the year 1600, Elizabeth granted many of these merchants an official royal title. This formed the English East India Company and gave them a monopoly of trade with the East. Now, the East India Company will be a major player in the story to come. Their interactions with Arabian pirates is the stuff of legend. But for now, despite their monopoly, their position was not as strong as it might seem. You see, the monopoly really only applied to other English merchants. They had plenty of competition in Asia. First of all, these were Portuguese waters, and the Portuguese were still there. Though this was the Portuguese Empire under Philip, and they were they were still important. But regardless, the English merchants still managed to. However, their real competition came on the backs of Dutch ships. In the wake of the Armada and during the war, the 8 Years' War, the Dutch Empire was really beginning. Decades of English and Dutch attacks on Spanish merchant shipping had left a void in international seafaring trade, and it was really more than anything else the Dutch who felt that. The heavy ship was which was really huge compared to any of the other merchant ships in Europe. It was about twice as long as any visitor vessels, and it had a square hull that could hold 2 to 3 times the weight of any other ships. The Dutch quickly came to dominate trade in the Baltic Sea, in the North Sea, and in the English Channel. They pushed the English just aside, even the Spanish, with whom they were currently at war, and forced to concede a peaceful trade. Soon, the Dutch found themselves in the Mediterranean, and they controlled trade with both Constantinople and Alexandria. These were major trading ports, places that were the centers of trade for both Britain and the Middle East. Basically, the entire Muslim world traded through these paths. So if you wanted any goods from them, you had to trade one of these major ports. When the Spanish endeavored to push the Dutch out of the Mediterranean, the Dutch sent a fleet into the Strait of Gibraltar and sunk the entire Spanish fleet. This was really how the Dutch did business. Whenever anyone tried to encroach on areas that they had no business interest in, they suddenly found themselves the victims of completely unrelated pirate attacks until they were either sunk or forced to leave. It really operated kind of like a market. It was sort of a, look, do business with us, you're going to make money, for a little bit on the side, we're going to protect you. And if anybody else tries to encroach on our business, they're going to be sleeping with the fishes. And it worked marvelously. The Dutch found themselves in control of the largest trading empire that the world had. In no time, they found themselves in control of all of the ports on the African coast, all of the gold and ivory that found as well as all of the other goods. It was in 1602 that the Dutch East India Company opened up for business. As the English conquered these merchants who formed the Dutch East India Company, were given a monopoly on trade, but this ruffled a lot of feathers back in the United Provinces, so these merchants had to look elsewhere to make their money. Rival merchant firms began plans to form their own companies. Companies that would control the West African coast and all the slaves that they employed. And those slaves were traded solely with the mainland, North America and the Caribbean. This also gave them access to all of the tobacco and sugar that they were in the island. This became the most profitable trading route in the entire world that everybody wanted in. And soon, every country in Europe was fighting for the place. This is episode number 14, The New World. Dutch tactics at the dawn of the 17th century were very similar to English tactics at the end of the last century. They primarily traded with Spanish New World colonies. Now, they weren't allowed to trade with the Spanish New World colonies officially, but they gave better deals than the Spanish did, and so the colonists preferred to buy from the Dutch. Beyond that, they also replaced the English and the French as the greatest pirate menace in the Caribbean. We turn to the Caribbean first as these legitimate merchants seeking sources for goods that were denied them by. They were primarily interested in three goods: sugar, tobacco, and salt. Sugar and tobacco were luxury goods that all the best people had. If you went to visit somebody and they didn't have a sugar bowl when they served you tea, it was somewhat embarrassing. If they were unable to smoke a cigar or light a pipe after dinner, then it was also seen as somewhat low class. Anybody who was anybody was using sugar and tobacco this time. They weren't just luxury goods for the elite, they were luxury goods for the merchant class and even the middle class. Basically, anybody who wasn't the lowliest of peasants wanted a little bit of sugar and tobacco to show off just how classy they were. Now, sugar was seen as a relatively harmless luxury, something that sweetened the tea and that the young ladies liked. But tobacco was catching on so quickly that people realized soon how legalized it was. It caught on particularly fiercely in the Protestant nations. The Catholic churches all across Europe condemned the leaf as a heretical heathen ritual, but even in those Catholic countries, you would find Spaniards and Frenchmen and Germans all smoking tobacco. Even the church's condemnation could not keep the use of this plant back. But in those Protestant countries, it was in 1604, the newly raised King James I of England counterblast through tobacco. It read in part, quote, "Have you not reason then to be ashamed and to forbear this filthy novelty, so basely grounded, so foolishly received, and so grossly mistaken in the right use thereof? In your abuse thereof, sinning against God, harming yourselves both in persons and goods, and raking also thereby the marks and notes of vanity upon you, a custom loathsome to the eye, hateful to the nose, harmful to the brain, dangerous to the lungs." End quote. There's a lot going on in this quote. He says, obviously, that it is harmful to the brain, dangerous to the lungs, hateful to the nose, it looks bad, it smells bad, it's bad for you. These are all obvious things. However, there's not talk of God in there. The vanity line is very important. This was seen as a sinful act because it served no purpose other than as a luxury good and status symbol. In Europe, the tide was beginning to turn. Vanity was seen as a dreadful sin, and more people were climbing onto this train of purity. We're going to talk a lot more about that. But for now, despite the Puritan elements and the king's high fight against the left, tobacco had caught on in England and in the Netherlands and in Spain, France, everywhere across Europe, everyone was using it. It even took it over to Asia, where it was going to cause a full slew of its own problems over the world. Tobacco was quickly becoming something that everyone in the world wanted a little bit of. Salt, on the other hand, was not a luxury good. It was a necessary element of life. If you lived in the North Sea, or if you lived on the English Channel, you were going to find yourself eating a lot of fish, primarily cod, and salt was used to preserve that cod for transport from Parma or overland. It wasn't only used for fish, but for curing all sorts of meats, especially at sea. Basically, if you wanted to eat anything that wasn't freshly killed or cooked from your own garden, you were going to need some salt to preserve it and keep it edible. And unfortunately for the Dutch, they had recently lost their sole source of salt. Most of the salt in Western Europe came from salt lands in Portugal. Now, the Dutch and the Spanish Empire, including the Portuguese, were still involved in the 8 Years' War, and the Spanish decided to use a tactic against them, denying them all sorts of trade. Most of this the Dutch could get around, but they had trouble finding new sources of salt in Europe. So the Hungarian War really quickly including most of the source and also put his own business really in Hungary. On the other way, the Dutch found a salt farm that would supply their entire nation with salt for as long as they needed it. At least for as long as they could get it from out of the hands of Spanish. They sent their massive ships to collect as much salt as they could possibly carry, along with a few armed palaces and sloops to defend against any Spanish patrols that might come along. This was still all Spanish land, and while the locals had been willing to trade, the governors were well aware that these two nations were at war and were chasing any Dutch ships that could. No patrols came. Not one single vessel came to question or harass the Dutch. When they started thinking about it, they realized that they hadn't seen a single warship or official patrol boat on their entire trip to the war. So rather than keeping their prizes and sloops on hand to protect them, they sent them out to do a little investigating. No matter where they sailed, more and more boldly into Spanish-controlled harbors, they didn't find any warships or patrol boats. All they found were fat, heavy, and slow merchant vessels. Merchant vessels that the Dutch quickly revealed to be valuable to my board. This quickly became really the primary goal for these missions. Men who were admirals in the 80 Years' War back in Europe would bring their own vessels along, ostensibly, according to European politics, to protect their salt vessels. But really, all they did was follow Drake's footsteps and take as much Spanish merchant shipping as possible. For 6 whole years, the Dutch sailed around 800 of these large ships per Brazil, and for 6 years, their sloops made them plane. The New World had always been heavily defended by Spain. It was a place that all of their riches stemmed from, but they quickly realized that this was now the most vulnerable part of the Spanish Empire, and they exploited it. As tales spread back in Europe of the rich waters of the Caribbean, the French Huguenot pirates who had for decades terrorized the Spanish came back in numbers. There were more French pirates in the Caribbean at this point in time than there ever had been in the past. The Dutch dwarfed the English fleets in the heyday of Drake and Hawkins. They were a menace that was unseen in the past. Their forebears, men like Drake and Vandermark and Letestu, they would have been proud of seeing this new generation of young Protestant pirates taking on the Spanish, but they also would have been shocked. These new pirates faced almost no resistance from the Spanish. The Spanish almost never sent ships against them, even after reports had been sent to the governor of their terrible, terrible deeds. When, and especially the old governor, would send out a couple of ships to try and take on this pirate menace, well, it was laughable. The Dutch and the French would sometimes just fire some shots at them and see it happen, but more often they would just take their ships and drop off the Spaniards in small boats to get to land. The Spanish quickly realized that the more ships they sent against them, the stronger and stronger these fleets were becoming. The truth was that the Spanish Empire was completely bankrupt. Their wars against France, and then against England, and then against the Dutch, and then against Portugal, and all the while against the Ottoman Turks, had left them completely destitute. Philip had gotten them into so many engagements that all of the gold and silver of the New World, which they shipped over on massive flotillas twice a year, was still not on his wars. The mood at the Spanish court in the capital has been a little bit hard to solve. Many historians have compared it to the last days of the Roman Empire. The Visigoths were at the gates and the Huns came knocking, and they knew that their days were numbered, but they tried to project an age of strength. However, despite their best efforts, they could not convince anybody else that they had anything left to hold them back. So the Spanish colonists, who at this point were really Americans, most of the people that lived in the New World had been born in the New World. They huddled in their towns and their ports, and their enemies, the Dutch and French, ruled the waters. The English, however, are noticeably absent from this time of Protestant piracy in the Caribbean. That new English king, King James, didn't share the former queen's attitude towards piracy. He punished and imprisoned any pirates that he caught, and he encouraged legitimate trade and commerce and colonization. Elizabeth had tried her hand at colonization several times, but it had never really worked out. The English had made a lot more money off of the piracy of men like Francis Drake, so the colonies really got pushed to the back burner, but under James he redoubled his efforts. He focused primarily on North America. He had his dream of a New England across the Atlantic, and he granted a charter to the Virginia Company. They sailed across the Atlantic to North America, to the region known as Virginia, named after Elizabeth, the Virgin Queen, and in 1607 they settled Jamestown. The attempted settlements at Roanoke had ended in disaster, but Jamestown, named obviously after King James I, was England's first successful and lasting attempt at the relief mission carrying supplies to the settlement at Jamestown 2 years later in 1609 was hit by a truly disastrous storm and it shipwrecked at the island of Bermuda. The captain, a man named Sir George Somers, had sailed under Sir Francis Drake as a young man and under Sir Walter Raleigh, and he led these castaways on the island of Bermuda for 2 whole months. They really built a proto-settlement there. They built homes and fishing huts. This is supposed to be the inspiration for Shakespeare's play The Tempest. But in addition to homes and shelter, they also built ships. And 10 months after shipwrecking, they sailed on to the colony of Virginia. Every person, including the dog on board, had survived. In 1612, this man George Somers was granted his own royal license to build a permanent settlement on Bermuda. Now, if you look at a map, Bermuda is kind of perfectly situated between England and the New World. It's not an island in the Caribbean, but it is a simple place, kind of similar to the islands in the Atlantic that the Spanish and Portuguese used to travel. The English realized that the real money was not in tobacco plantations in Virginia or in new Puritan settlements in Boston, but the real money was down south in the Caribbean. We've spent a lot of time on the New World as a show, all over the Caribbean and even on the Spanish Main, but now we're going to be focusing much more heavily on the region, and I'd like to spend just a little bit of time going over some of the basic geography. If you picture the Caribbean, or pull up a map of the Caribbean, there's one at the website, you'll see that the majority of the islands in the Caribbean form a sort of a barrier between the Atlantic Ocean and the Caribbean Sea. This barrier stretches all the way from Florida to South America and forms almost kind of a hook shape. These islands are generally categorized into 3 different groups. The northernmost of these islands, the islands closest to North America, are collectively known as the Bahamas. There are a ton of these islands, and they're all relatively small and kind of packed together. The waters in between them are all shallow and clear and beautiful. They all have miles of sandy beach and tropical palm trees. Basically, it's paradise. It's the Bahamas. The Spanish mostly ignored the Bahamas, at least in terms of colonization. They traded with the natives there and captured a lot of natives for slaves, but really there weren't too many Spanish settlements in the Bahamas. Now, to the southwest of the Bahamas, there are the largest islands in the Caribbean, namely Cuba, Jamaica, Hispaniola, and Puerto Rico. These are known collectively as the Greater Antilles. The majority, really nearly all, of Spanish colonization in the Caribbean took place in the Greater Antilles. Now, the discovery of gold and silver on the mainland and the subsequent conquest of the Aztec and Inca empires pushed the Greater Antilles a little bit into the background. But the oldest and sometimes grandest settlements in the New World were still there on these islands, and they were still kind of a jewel in Spain's crown. And then to the southeast of the Greater Antilles lay the Lesser Antilles. They form really the hook part of that hook shape, kind of wrapping around from where the Greater Antilles of the Bahamas lead off to reach all the way around to the South American continent. The Lesser Antilles are generally split into 2 different sets of islands, 2 subsets, the Leeward Islands and the Windward Islands. The Spanish colonies are peppered throughout all of the Lesser Antilles, though mostly they were on the Windward Islands. That's where most of the Europeans first made landfall in the course of the land. That's all part of the triangle. If you traveled south through Africa and then traveled west across the Atlantic, the Windward Islands were the very first landfall. And it was here, in these Lesser Antilles, that the Dutch really first made their presence known. They moved fast. These colonies were small and poorly defended, so the Dutch pushed out basically all of the Spanish merchant shipping. It became the only way for the few Spanish who were still left in their colonies there to get many of the goods that they needed just simply to live. As they pushed further and further into the Caribbean, the Spanish basically pulled back just to the Greater Antilles and to the mainland. These were the only ports that were an import for them to spend the resources it took to defend them. So the Dutch controlled basically the entirety of the Lesser Antilles and the colonies. Now, due to the years of the Spanish taking in slaves and open warfare, and in many cases, most importantly the germs, these islands were basically empty. There were almost no natives left on many of these smaller islands. So really, once the Dutch pushed the Spanish out, they had really nobody competing with them. The Dutch began to settle down and put down roots. They started colonies of their own and moved into the established Spanish colonies. At first, this was really just the actions of Dutch merchants who were looking to make a profit in the Caribbean, but soon it became a real place of warfare, an American theater of the 80 years. They not only came in and put down their own colonies, but pushed further and further into Spanish-held waters. Eventually, even all the colonies on the Greater Antilles were forced to concede to trade with the English. And the Dutch had such massive fleets that really the Spanish could do very little against them. They began building these truly impressive forts on every place that they had settlements that really made the thought of reconquest of these islands a non-issue. The Dutch were definitely here and were a presence that the Spanish really couldn't do anything about. But the Dutch weren't finished there. They pushed further into the Caribbean and then began to push into South America. That is the part of the southern end of the Lesser Antilles, being modern-day Venezuela. They started a really overland war campaign on the mainland against all the Spanish settlements there. So all of the Spanish resources in the region were pushed into fighting against the Dutch. And the French and English used this as a perfect time to trickle in and begin settling their own colonies. The very first English colony in the Caribbean was on the island of St. Kitts, or St. Christopher. This was named after Columbus. This was perhaps one of the first places it landed. It was settled in 1623 by the English, and then in 1625 the French established a colony on St. Kitts as well. The French and the English, these were French Huguenot settlers, so they settled the island peacefully and split it between them. Now the Dutch were happy to have the French and the English. They were all good Protestants, mostly. There were some Catholics there, but it didn't approach on the Dutch interests in the Caribbean. It really kind of enhanced them. See, the Dutch and the English were building sugar and tobacco plantations in their settlements, but building plantations is kind of an expensive endeavor and really hard work. Trade was really the preferred means that the Dutch used to make a profit. They preferred to bring in tools and all sorts of manufactured goods into the colonies and then export all of their produce back to Europe for sale. This was a lot less work and really made them more money. Notably, the most important and valuable cargo of all was what the Dutch excelled at. The sail, human beings. The Dutch could really be given credit, or take the blame, for starting the early 17th century plantation system. They really built this entire economy in the Caribbean. There were manufacturing centers, primarily in Antwerp and Amsterdam, that built all of the machinery needed to process sugar and tobacco. Their slave ships carried untold numbers of Africans to the New World to work for French and English masters, and their merchants carried all of the goods produced back here for sale. Really, the Dutch facilitated this entire New World economy, built entirely on the back of African slaves. The Dutch were really the masters of the New World at this time. But despite all of the profit that this plantation system created, still their most emotionally satisfying venture was piracy.
many of
Now, Spanish ships all over were being attacked by Protestant ships, but in 1628, a Dutch admiral named Peter Heine fulfilled Sir Francis Drake's dream. He sailed toward the Spanish Main with a fleet of Dutch naval vessels, bolstered by another fleet of Dutch Caribbean pirates. It was in the waters near Mexico they intercepted the Spanish treasure fleet. Initially, Admiral Heine took 8 ships. He had to chase the rest of the fleet down, but in the end, he took a total of 16 ships, some in the open ocean, and finally capturing the last few on the coast of Cuba. Now, all of these ships were virtually unguarded. He didn't have a fleet of warships to guard them because the Spanish couldn't afford it, so he took all of these ships without bloodshed, and he stole enough money from the Spanish to fund the Dutch army for a full 8 months. Now, despite the blow to the Spanish financially, Admiral Heine was not a monster. He released all of his Spanish prisoners with ample provisions and a guide to keep them in bed. He did, of course, take their ships, but the race for colonies in the Caribbean was on. Now, it should be noted, these colonies were not official royal colonies. As the English and the Dutch and the French all spread throughout the Caribbean, their monarchs were all otherwise occupied. Back in England, King James had passed away, and his son Charles had taken the throne. Turns out, Charles wasn't the best of monarchs. That Puritan element in his country was gaining steam and causing Charles a lot of trouble. There were a series of civil wars in England, so English crown was not really worried about anything that was happening in the New World. Now, on the continent, both the 30 Years' War and the 80 Years' War were still raging, so nearly every nation in Europe was involved in some sort of warfare. The only people who cared what was happening back in the New World were the merchants who were trying to make as much money as possible, and the pirates who wanted to steal as much of that money as they could. Now, that's not to say that the English crowns didn't have an interest in their New World colonies. Anybody who had founded a colony in the Caribbean paid their respective monarch a percentage of their profits. It could even be argued, and has been by many historians, that these early days of Caribbean colonization caused many of the wars raging all through Europe. The English would go on to take the islands of Barbados, Antigua, Montserrat, and Anguilla. The French would take Guadeloupe, Martinique, St. Martin, St. Barth, St. Lucia, Grenada, and St. Paul. The Dutch, the Danes, the Swedes, the Norwegians, they all took their share, and for a time, the Northern Europeans really ruled the Caribbean. The Spanish, in a drastic and ill-conceived attempt to combat this invasion, they greatly aided their enemies, and they really gave rise to Caribbean piracy. They planned to deny these Dutchmen and these English and French the tobacco and sugar that they was about. So they banned tobacco production in Brazil for 10 years. Then they depopulated the entire islands and moved all of the people from these islands to larger population centers. One of the most drastic things was when the Spanish took the entire population of the northwest part of the island of Hispaniola and moved them to the other side of the island. And it was here, just off the northwest coast, that we find a small, insignificant river that Christopher Columbus discovered on his first voyage. In his journals, he records that out of the mists, he saw this island rising, a large, round mountain that reminded him of nothing so much as a massive tortoise. He gave the island her name, Tortuga. The island of Tortuga was a long time home of pirates in the Caribbean. Dutch and French pirates used the island as a place to launch raids against shipping going to Hispaniola. It had a really great port that was large enough for about 2 gunships to enter, so it could be easily defended. But after the Spanish withdrawal towards Santo Domingo, an even larger host of English and French pirates made way. They continued to set up shop with the two different nations. They chased off the few remaining Spaniards, and in 1625 they established a colony on Tortuga. For a time they planted crops. They hunted, they fished, and they raided the Spanish. This was a collection of true scalawags who were feasting on bone, and pigeon, and Spanish meat. But that was, of course, something that the Spanish couldn't give up. Eventually they did come to reclaim the island. The men who had settled Tortuga saw the Spanish come, and they ran to their canoes where they rowed over the island. The Spanish followed these pirates over to Hispaniola. They intended to track them down, but they had a lot of trouble. These men were wild, and they were at home on the ocean or the mountains. These pirates lured the Spanish further until one night they snuck past the nearly 800 Spanish soldiers back in canoes and they rowed back to Portugal. Now, when the pirates returned, they found that the Spanish had built a small fort and left a few Spaniards living on it. The French and English intended to exile or kill the Spaniards, but as it turned out, they weren't really Spanish at all. These men were locals who had been born and raised on Portugal, or some of them on the nearby coast like this one. The men spoke Spanish, but they had no love for their governors or their warlords. They were really these locally born Americans. And it turns out they really liked Portugal. They showed these pirates how they always survived during the war. The locals, along with the growing number of Amerindian natives, showed the pirates which trees they had always cut for timber. There was sandalwood and candlewood, which gave a rich yellow dye. There were palms, which they used for wine, and there were yams that they used to make food and beer. They were showing all around the best fishing grounds and a place where hundreds of thousands of pigeons would fly every year. The natives showed them their traditional methods for hunting and trapping wild boar. They did so without dogs and guns. And the natives showed the European pirates their preferred method for cooking this boar, using a rack to smoke and roast the meat. The Arawak had called this rack the bukan. The French and the English, as it turned out, loved the meat from cooking this meat, and they took that Arawak word as the new pirate. They were no longer pirates, but buccaneers. This was supposed originally to symbolize a shift in occupation. They meant to be hunters of boar who sold the pelts to the Dutch, and timber merchants selling wood. They meant to produce yams and dye and build a real colony, a sustainable place to live. They sent for wives and families, and they built farms and houses, and were trying to build something new. These pirates were trying to give up a life of violence and trying to build a colony that was all their own. It was a place that was unique in the Caribbean, where Spaniards, Englishmen, French, Dutch, and natives, even free Africans, they all flocked to Tortuga. They had an elected governor, but they had no royal authority or national allegiance. These were a free people. Now, they were mostly Protestant, but there were still Catholics there as well. And the Africans and the native people, not just the nobody was trying to kill them. These people in Tortuga chose their own leaders, and for a time, it was really a democratic practice. They called themselves, originally at this time, the Brethren of the Coast. But the old world would soon enough encroach upon them and drag them back into a world of warfare and relationship. In England, the civil wars were not going well for Charles, and a young Puritan MP, along with many of his associates, plotted to found a new English colony along Puritan principles. Now, they had founded the colony in Boston, Massachusetts, and it was flourishing, so Cromwell had his eyes on putting something in the Caribbean. A group of these Puritan leaders, they received a royal commission from Charles to open the Providence Company. In 1631, they planted settlements on Providence and Henrietta Islands. Don't worry if you're unfamiliar with these islands, they really didn't last long. These settlements were so far away from the established English colonies and the lesser Antilles that their efforts to trade completely failed next to the cheaper and more reliable Dutch ships. So the Providence Company turned their eyes on Tortuga. There, these Puritans established a thoroughly English colony where they imported slaves, they planted tobacco, and persecuted anyone that wasn't thoroughly Protestant enough. They split the island by the old national boundaries, and with the French and English factions both forced to protect their towns and their harbor. Now, after failing at trade and the tobacco planting, which was so lucrative a vocation that even the smallest subsistence farmers cultivated it, the Providence Company became piracy. The pirates of the Providence Company were the worst kind of pirates. They were the boring kind. Their captains banned drinking, they banned whoring, they banned any music that was not an official hymn, they even banned card playing. All I imagine on board these Providence Company pirate vessels are men who are praying silently and looking for Spanish vessels to sack. They did, however, sack Spanish vessels pretty successfully, and they raised the Spanish Island. So in 1635, the Spanish fleet attacked Providence Island and the British Sea. They were repelled by the Providence Islanders, but then they moved on to Tortuga. On Tortuga, they occupied them. Now, most of the men were off hunting mountains or raiding the sea, but even then they captured the hook. There were no questions, there were no trials, just execution. All women and children were exiled. Now, attacking a settlement that has an official royal charter might seem like an act of war or the sort of thing that would start a war, but that wasn't exactly the case. Well, the 80 Years' War was raging. The English and French were built at peace with Spain, but the colonial powers had adopted an unofficial policy known as the No Peace Beyond the Line policy. It meant that below the line of demarcation set by the Treaty of Tordesillas from 1494, the politics and treaties of Europe to be pulled. In reality, what this meant was that war was up for grabs, and whoever could take land and hold it would have it. There was no such thing as a war in the world, only a quest for colonization. Now, for these attacks on Tortuga and Providence Island, the men of the Providence Company all obtained letters of reprisal against the Spanish. Before they could use them, though, the island of Providence was eventually retaken by the Spanish. They took every man that they found and sent him back to Spain in chains. But the Puritan pirates, with these letters of reprisal, remained in the Caribbean, and they rallied under a man named Captain William Jackson. Armed with his letters of marque, they decided to set sail and find them. Now, in March of 1643, Captain Jackson took his 7 ships and sailed into what would eventually become the port of Kingston, Jamaica, and they went ashore. They marched on a town called Viralrabbi, which is now known as Spanish Town. There were 500 English buccaneers that attacked the city, which was, at the time, the principal settlement on Jamaica. There was a fierce but brief firefight when the English took the city. Now, these buccaneers, in fact, really all buccaneers, followed in the footsteps of Francis Drake. Taking ships was all well and good, but tobacco and sugar were heavy, and it took a lot of time to turn them into gold. Taking cities, though, was a much better enterprise. You had the opportunity to ransack the homes of the rich, empty the taverns of all the food and drink, and then ransack the tunnel. For the troubles of these 500 English buccaneers, they received a grand total of 7,000 pieces of bait, 10,000 pounds of cassava bread, and 200 head of cattle. In truth, it wasn't much, but a number of the Englishmen were so enamored with the island of Jamaica that they decided to abandon ranks and sail, many of them taking on Spanish wives. And even the Englishmen who stayed loyal and went back to England loved the island so much that it filled the entire English consciousness with kind of a lust over that region. People returned to Tortuga. Back on Tortuga, though, the island had returned to life. Now, once again, they had no rulers. The Providence Company was gone. They had no crown to Dutch, French, English, native, and African all called the island home, but it wasn't the idyllic colony it had. All of the respectable settlers and farmers on the island had been killed, and no more would come to South Island. The only women who would elect to go to Tortuga were prostitutes, and the only children on the island were their bastards. There were few legitimate businesses, and the few that there were only taverns, filthy places that served cheap rum and worse ale. There were merchants on the island, to be sure, but there were no craftsmen, no cobblers. If you needed a pair of boots, you would take them from a dead man. And these merchants served only to fence the goods that the pirates stole, selling them to the Dutch. There were only 2 industries on the island of Tortuga, and every man there took part in both. Once again, they hunted boar, and once again, they hunted gold. This is where history records the Red Land Coast, the buccaneers of Tortuga, and begins to tremble. These men held no allegiance to kings, and they held even less allegiance to each other. No one in the Caribbean was safe from nighttime raids. No ship save the Dutch merchant vessels failed to guard against attempt from the Buccaneers. If the island had once been a paradise, now, in the eyes of everyone in the Caribbean, it was hell, and Lucifer himself resided there. Well, actually, two Lucifers resided there. There was a Dutch pirate named Hendrik Jacob Zoon who sailed with the Brethren in the 1600s. He was called by authorities, quote, the worst shark in the sea, end quote, and he was named Lucifer for his propensity to use fire when taking a ship. Now, Jacob Zoon was killed in 1627, but he left behind a man who may have been his son through an African mother. Even if he wasn't his son, he taught this young man the art of prophecy. His man's name was Diego the Mulatto, but when Jacob Zoon died, he took on that title, Diego Lucifer. Now, as with most of our poets, Diego's early life is pretty unclear. He's frequently associated with other men, and his origins are cloudy. There's a lot of confusion over exactly which Diego did this and that. There are several Diego Mulattos, but this man, Diego Lucifer, becomes much clearer as time goes on. The first records that can be undeniably attributed to him show him living on the Spanish Main, on the Yucatan Peninsula, at the town of Campeche, with his godfather. Now, he received an education and reportedly spoke several languages. We know Spanish and Dutch, but that's even others. But his education may not have been all that thorough. After all, Diego the Mulatto was a lower-class citizen. Anybody who had mixed racial blood was seen as secondary in the rigid social stratification of the Spanish system. So Diego's best opportunities were to become an officer either in the army or on a ship, but even his rank on a ship or in the army was limited. This was something that honored Diego's skill. He railed against it and was known to carry a sword with him everywhere. He was hot-tempered and freely answered any insults that he received with steel. Later in life, he spoke of one such insult. Now, we don't exactly know the details, but it appears that it was an insult he couldn't give an answer to. You see, it was a white man of high standing that gave it to him, an officer that he could not retaliate against. So, Diego left him and set out to sea. His first ship was probably a tiny vessel, maybe even just an open rowboat with a couple of casks of rum and water. He took ships and upgraded his vessel until eventually he was raiding all along the coast of the Spanish Main. And then the record states that he joined the crew of Jacob Zoon, who may have been his father. Now, his education in the Spanish Navy really proved useful on a pirate vessel. He knew the use of arms, and he knew sailing, and he knew tactics. Now, if Jacob Zoon was his father, it would have helped, but he quickly rose through the ranks on his vessel, and most of the men were to Diego for commands. But when Jacob Zoon Lucifer died, Diego took command of his ship, and he sailed to Providence and then to ground Tortuga. He was there, and he took on crew of some of the most fearsome and famous buccaneers on Tortuga. They were mostly Dutch, but French, English, and African. They allied with other captains as well, including one of the most renowned buccaneers in the Caribbean, a man named Cornelius Zoon Joy, who had the nickname Wooden Leg. I'll let you guess why. Joy was, at the time, a more feared and more famous pirate than Diego, but he decided to ally himself with the young man, the son of Jacob Zoon, the greatest shark in the sea. Now, what Diego was after was simple. There was plunder, of course, he was a pirate. There was fame, as many of these buccaneers craved, but then there was vengeance. Vengeance for that slight years ago against him, for the rabbi, and the whole of the Spanish system that had held him back as a child. Diego had a well-trained military mind and an eye for opportunity, but he knew something that all of the great pirate lords shared. While fear is a great weapon, mercy is even more. We're shown this when Diego took a ship that was carrying the widow of the Lord and the governor of the city. When this widow was brought before Diego, he ordered all of her goods returned to her ship, and his fleet was going to accompany hers to Mexico to ensure that no other pirates assaulted them. And then he gave this woman his own cabin, with a lockpick and a guard to assure that she would not be harassed by any of the men on board. When this woman returned to the mainland, she spread around word of his gentlemanly conduct. This most feared pirate in the Caribbean found that captains who were assured of safe conduct were willing to surrender much more freely if it would save their lives and their ships. Sir Francis Drake knew this, and so would men like Henry Avery, Benjamin Corngold, and Blackbeard. But one city in the entirety of the New World would receive no mercy from Diego. It was on the coast of the Yucatan, where he had been raised, Campeche. It was on the evening of August 10th. The people of San Francisco de Campeche came to the docks to watch the Atreus carrying cocaine vessels. Former U.S. Navy SEAL Benderson Little wrote a book describing pirates' military tactics, and he described Diego's raid dramatically. It reads, quote, some of the observers noted the quiet beauty of the vessels in the offing. The early sun shining on sails and timbers. Several local merchant vessels, without us to Puerto, were expected, and such arrivals were always a time for celebration, for with them came goods, money, and news. But not all on shore assured that their glad tidings were enough. Instead, they scanned the cut of the sails in the fleet, and then the hulls of the vessels themselves when they finally rose above the horizon. It was soon apparent that only one of the vessels appeared to be a Spanish fleet. The rest appeared to be Dutch. And the Dutch were pirates. On shore, the alarm was raised, and the church bell rang, and the call for the militia was sent out. The militia gathered on the docks, or they ran to erect barricades. They were armed with muskets and bows. They were armed with pikes and swords. They placed powdered shots strategically around the town, and they gave orders to locals and their native allies on the slaves. The women and children were told to run for shelter, and all of the men prepared to be attacked. But the 13 ships laid at anchor and waited. There were no boats lowered from the side, and no cannon fired. These 13 ships sat in the harbor, eerily silent. The militia of Campeche was tense. They were on edge. The pirates might attack at any moment. As the sun crept towards the horizon, they felt the worst. On board, though, the pirates rested. Let these soldiers wait. Let them fret for hours and grow weary. The sky grew dark, and the sun rose, but still hours passed and the ships sat quiet. Midnight came at late. It was now the day of the feast of Santa Clara de Assisi. The Buccaneers of Tortuga called their advance guard the Forlorn Hope, or more shortly, the Forlorn. The forlorn of these 13 ships were laid low in their boats and were prepared. The soldiers were fighting sleep and dread, but they had their matches lit throughout the night. The Forlorn made landfall near town, led by Diego de Mulago, and they marched toward Campeche. Wooden-legged Joel and the 500 men of the main force lowered their own boats and their fishing. The Forlorn passed the cemetery, then the church on the southern outskirts of town. There was a trench dug here, but no men to defend it. Behind them, Wooden-leg and his men marched forward. Diego and his company were
size always matters. Yeah, that's a different. Yes. But for neural networks, certainly size does matter. So it's the beginning because it's relatively small. So obviously scaling this idea might make the connections that exist between text on the internet and playing Atari and so on more synergistic with one another, and you might gain. And that moment we can't quite see, but obviously that's why it's the beginning. That synergy might emerge with scale. Right, might emerge with scale, and also I believe there's some research ways in which you prepare the data that might need to sort of make it more clear to the model that you're not only playing Atari.
All right, I'll be right back.
Start from a screen, and here is up and screen and down. Maybe you can think of playing Atari as there's some sort of context that is needed for the agent before it starts saying, oh, this Atari screen, I'm going to start playing.
Well, you're my player. Can you get me a pen from down in the warehouse? Don't mind if I do.
Hey, this is this sequence.
Wait a minute. Okay.
You're going to be playing an Atari game. So text might actually be a good driver to enhance the data, right? So then these connections might be made. That's an idea.
There you go, fresh from the warehouse.
Hey, Michael, would you get me some coffee from the warehouse?
Just got in the kitchen.
But the warehouse coffee tastes so much better.
Yeah, better.
And from
Right.
you're supposed to learn again. There is a lot of context we might set. So there might be some work needed as well to set that context. But anyways, there's a lot of work. Yeah.
So that context puts all the different
I'm like
on the
Batman
same
for the boys.
So maybe on that point, so there's this task may not seem trivial of tokenizing the data,
With cream and sugar?
converting the data into pieces, into basic atomic elements that then could cross modality somehow. So what's tokenization? How do you tokenize text? How do you tokenize images? How do you tokenize games, actions, and robotics?
That's a great question. So tokenization is entry point to secret. We break down anything into these puzzle pieces and then we just
So I wanted to let you know that
puzzle right when you make it lay down in the line.
Okay,
So speaking
see if I have a cell phone.
So
Just the only reason you're calling Jan, or just somebody
the
missing.
text,
Michael.
there's a lot of work on tokenized text usually by looking at commonly used substrings.
Attention, everybody.
There's
Yeah,
ING,
yes,
which
you
is
can call this
very
corporate.
common
There's some
substring,
news
so
that
that
they
becomes
felt
a token.
I should know first.
There's quite well studied.
My old boss, Ed Truck,
Yes,
done.
Gato just used the standard
Oh,
techniques
Michael,
that have
that's
been
such
developed
terrible
from
news. You must
many
be
years,
so
even
sad.
starting from n-gram models in the
Yes.
1950s and so on.
Just for context, how many tokens, like what order of magnitude, number of tokens is required for a
That's a
word?
shame. That was
Yeah.
a good one.
That's right.
Yeah,
You
for
work
a
with
word
Good
in
creed.
English, right? I mean, new language.
I'll be in my office.
The current level or granularity of tokenization generally means it's maybe 2 to 5. I mean, I don't know the statistics exactly, but to give you an idea, we don't tokenize at the level of letters. Then it would probably be, I don't know what the average length of a word is in English, but that would be the minimum set of tokens you could use.
Bigger than letters, long.
Yes, you can think of very, very common words like D, and that would be a single token, but very quickly you're talking 2, 3, 4 tokens.
So you ever tried to tokenize emojis?
Emojis are actually just
Okay.
sequences of letters, so
Maybe to you, but to me, they mean so much more.
yeah, you can render the image, but you might, if you actually just
What's going on with Fairfield County Schools? Karen, did you
Is
generate that
emojis
first?
an image or a text?
I will.
the way
Get it done.
these things is they're actually not to sequences of characters. So you can actually play with these models and input emojis. It will output emojis.
Thank you, everyone.
Which is actually quite a fun exercise. Like you probably can find other tweets about this out there. But yeah. So anyways, next there's like it's very clear how this
And I'm
is.
not going to
And
just
then
add
in
up
Gato,
those chips.
what we did
But
for
don't worry about
images
My
is we
snack
map
food doesn't belong
images
to the
to
color of your
essentially we compressed images so to speak.
And that's where you're wrong.
Something that looks more like
On your projects you
yes,
provided
like
today.
every pixel with every
I just decided that we're not doing
very
anything
long sequence, right?
until you get the
We're
chip
talking about 100 by 100 pixel images that would make the sequences far too long. So what was done there is you just use a technique that essentially compresses the image into maybe 16 by 16 patches of pixels, and then that is not again tokenized. You just essentially quantize the space into a special word that actually moves to this little sequence of pixels, and then you put the pixels together in some raster order, and then that's how you get
very smart. No human can go over several hours.
There's no semantic
Thinking about
aspect
chicken.
to that. So you're doing to kind of, you don't need to understand.
That is just not the way a Dundermith manager should go. I'm sorry.
no, you're only using this notion of compression. So you're trying
I
to
even have his own head to
find
comfort him.
common. It's like
So,
JPG.
I'm not exactly
It's actually very
sure
similar.
how to say
At
this.
the
Ed was
visualization
decapitated.
level, all we're doing is finding common patterns and then making sure in a lossy way we compress these images, even the statistics of the images that are contained in all the data.
Although you could probably argue that JPEG does have some understanding of images. Like,
The rest of
because visual
more as
information
soon as I find out.
maybe color, compressing based crudely based on color does capture something coarse. That's about its meaning, just like some statistics.
Yeah, I mean, JP, as I said, it's very, the algorithm will actually
freeze me in pieces, so be it. I will wake up stronger than ever because I will have used that time
the
to
approach
figure out
we
exactly
usually do
why I died
machine learning
and what moves I could have used to defend myself better now that I know what hold the
is a
enemy
bit
at.
more data driven, so rather
I
than
don't understand.
have some sort of Fourier basis for how
The day owner
frequencies appear in natural world, we actually just
I understand how you
use
feel, Michael. I really do.
the
So would
statistics
it be
of the
helpful
images
to
and
give
then
everyone a
quantize
day
them
off?
based on
Really
the
don't get
statistics,
to,
much
you
like
don't
you do
understand
in
these people. That was the last thing that they would
are
want
allocated
to
to
pay
the
off.
token.
Well,
The
what would
images
you think?
is very simple,
The
but there's
statue.
no
A
connection.
bit?
Yeah.
The token space, if you think of
That's
oh, like
realistic.
the tokens
Well,
are
I think it would be
integer
very
at the end of
realistic
the
that we look just
so
like
now,
him.
like we
No,
work
that's
on
You could have his eyes light up,
we have about,
with his arms
let's say,
move. That
exact
is not a
numbers,
statue, that is a
10,000
robot. I think that is a great way to honor
text,
it.
right?
And
So
how big do you
more
want
than
this robot?
character because we have proof of character.
No, better make it
So
two
from
thirds.
1 to
These are the stuff
10,000,
that turns
those are
eyes.
representing
hell
all
are
the
you
language
talking about?
Well, we are talking
And
about how to
images
properly
by
honor
the
a
next
man
set
who
of
gave his life
So
as
they're
regional
completely
manager of this
different, right? So
company,
from
Jan.
You know what,
10,001
Michael? I
to
really
20,000,
tried with you
those are the
today, and I
tokens
have
that
to get back to
represent
work.
all
Oh,
the
do you? You know who wish they could get back to work? Is that
Well,
Jesus.
when you
And
feel
that's
comfortable,
what Jan, because he is.
goodbye.
So what connects this concept is the data. Once
I gave him
you
a
have a
6
data
foot
set,
sketch of the brick so
for
he can't
instance,
chase
that
us.
captions images that tells you, oh, this is someone
Okay,
playing
that
this
is a no on the west side
field.
mark.
Now,
Okay, great. I think
the
that's
model
enough.
will
Can I
need to
get
predict
back to work now?
the tokens from the text green field
That is
that
thank you
you
for the
pixel.
credit.
And that
I'm
will start
not a
making the
quitter. I will
connections
do this
between
all
the tokens.
day.
These connections happen as the algorithm.
What are we doing?
And then the last thing we think of is integers. The first few are text, the next few are images. In Gato, we also allocated
Oh, the vending
the
machine.
highest order of integers to actions,
We're going
right?
right to the
We discretize, and
I'm gonna check
actions
the fax machine.
are very diverse, right? Like in
Check.
Atari, there's, I don't know, it's 17 discrete actions. In robotics, actions like torques and forces that we apply. So we just use kind of similar ideas to compress these actions into tokens, and then
Well,
we
you
just,
know what I didn't want to hear
that's how
about
we
it
map
either.
all this big sequence of integers. But
Where's
they
the guy
occupy
way home?
different space, and what connects them is then the learning algorithm. That's where the magic happens.
So the modalities
Well, you know what? There's something wrong with you. There is something wrong with everybody in here. Because we have lost a member of our family, and you don't want to talk about it. You don't want to think about it. You just want to get back to work.
Yeah,
Verifying
that
stages.
transformer, that
Which
transformer,
are denial, anger,
tries
bargaining,
look
depression,
at this
and
gigantic
acceptance.
space.
And right
Tries
now,
to find
out
some
there,
kind of
they are
representation,
all
some
denying
kind of
that
unique
they're sad.
um,
And
wisdom
that's hard,
about
and
all
it's
these
making
different
them all angry.
modalities. How's that
And it is
possible?
my job to try to get them all the way through
Like
to
considering
acceptance.
psychoanalysis,
And if not acceptance, then just depression. If I can get them
Is
depressed,
it
then I'll accept them.
schizophrenic?
I'm going to throw you this ball. When you catch the ball, I want you to say the name of a person very important to you,
with this joint
somebody really special who died.
and
And I want you to say how they died. And you may cry if you like. That is encouraged.
joint
Despite
strength and
who shall
whatever
have
is common
I catch the ball. I lost that
If you were to
and
ask a question,
it feels like
is it
somebody
schizophrenic
took
or is
my
it,
heart
uh,
and dropped it into a bucket
I mean, it
of
is one
boiling
line,
tears.
and it's actually
At the same
the very
time,
simple
somebody
aspect
else
of
is
that's
hitting
kind of in a
my
way
soul
how it feels like the
in
field
the crotch
hasn't
with
changed
a
since
frozen
back
sledgehammer.
propagation and gradient descent was.
And then a third guy walks
purposeful
in and
for
starts
learning neural
punching me
networks.
in the grief ball.
So there is
And
obviously
I'm
details on the
crying,
architecture. This
and
has
nobody
evolved.
can hear
The
me
current
because
iteration
I'm terribly
is still the transformer, which is a powerful
terrible.
sequence modeling architecture. But then the goal of this setting these weights to predict the data is essentially the same as basically I could describe alpha star language modeling, right? We take an Atari game, we map it to a string of numbers that will all be probably image space and action space underneath. And all we're gonna do is say, okay, given the
I don't know,
numbers
it's mainly focused on a
10,001,
couple
10,004, 10,005, the next number that
Come on,
is
driving so fast, aren't you?
2006, which is in the action phase, and you're just optimizing this weight.
Yeah, this is
very
Mike,
simple
West Side Market.
gradients. Like,
Well, we got
mathematically,
into
of course,
shipping,
the most
so
boring numbers you
salt
could
and vinegar
imagine.
ships. And
We
we
set
got
all the
about
weights so that
and hemp.
even these particular instances,
Yes,
these weights are
we have
set
in the warehouse.
to
Right.
maximize the probability
What
of
is
having
that?
seen
Store
this
number.
particular sequence of integers for this particular game.
6.
And then the algorithm does
No,
this
oh, yes.
for many iterations, looking at different modalities, different games, right? That's the mixture of the data set.
You waited for me?
So in a way, it's a very simple algorithm,
We'll wait for
and
our family.
the weights, right? They're all
I
shared,
got it.
right? So in terms of easy
When my
focusing
mother
on
was
one
pregnant
molecule,
with me, they
the
did an
intermediate
ultrasound.
weights
and
that
she was
are
having
converting from this input
Did
of
an
integers to
ultrasound.
the target integer or predicting max.
They
Those
discovered
weights
that
certainly are
I
common. And then the way organization happens, there is a special place in the neural
I
network.
believe his tissue is
We
made me
map this
stronger.
integer, like
I know
number
how to spread
10,001,
a grown man
to a vector of real numbers.
Okay, why?
Real numbers, we can optimize them with gradient descent, right? The
Oh,
functions
yes.
we learn
Come
are
on, your
actually
turn. You have to go.
surprisingly differential. That's
Hey.
gradient. So this step is the only one that this orthogonality applies. So mapping a certain
But I was really
text
close
or
to.
image or
She was
action,
this amazing female
each of
boxer.
these tokens gets its own little
Anyway,
vector of real
she
numbers.
was injured in a fight, and
If you look
she
at the
was
field back
paralyzed.
many years ago,
So
people
you
were
can
talking
imagine
about
how
word
upset I
vectors
was
or word embeddings.
when I found out that she
Vectors
asked
or
her
embeddings,
manager
we have
to
an image vector of it, or embeddings, action vector. And the beauty here is that as you train this model, if you visualize these little vectors, it might be that they start aligning, even though they're independent tracks. There could be anything, but then it might be that you take the word gator or cat, which maybe is common enough that actually has its own token, and then you take pixels that have a cat, and you might start seeing that these vectors look like they align, right? So by learning from these vast amounts of data, the model is realizing the potential connection between these models. Now I will say there would be another way, at least in part, to not have these different vectors for each different modality.
Yes. Okay.
For instance, when I tell you about action in certain space, I'm
Everyone
defining
was
action by
over,
words, right? So you could imagine a world in which I'm not learning
Burn
that
died.
the action app in Atari is its own
My
number.
best friend.
The action app in Atari maybe is literally the word, the sentence app in Atari, right? And that would mean we now leverage the word. This is not what we did
Do you
here.
think that this is a game?
It might make this
All right, we're starting
much
over.
easier to learn.
I'm done.
And
You are not
also
leaving.
teach the
No, we are
model
not done.
to correct its action. So,
Yeah, well, you know what?
all these
Guy
to say
had
that
my job
Gato is
was
indeed the
dying.
negation. That
Who
it
cares?
is a radical idea
But
in
he
this
said,
way, but there's probably a lot more to be done, and the results to be impressive, not only to scale, but also to some new research that will come in the years to come.
Just to elaborate quickly, I mean, one possible next step or one of the paths that you might take next
Toby, did you check it? No, of course you
doing the
did. You're not a
tokenization
veterinarian. You don't know anything.
kind of
My God.
linguistic communication, so like converting images into language, do something like a segmentation, trying to take the voice to
Oh, God, he's gone. Poor little fella.
almost like a dumb
He's
entity
gone. No, he's
explaining
not.
as much as it
Yeah,
can.
no, he's not. Michael, get him away from your head. He's covered in germs and bacteria. You can't get diseases from a bird.
They provide context
no, that thing is
getting to
dead.
a point where litigation is jumps to the language as a genetic
Attention, everybody.
that's the base layer of intelligence.
Today, 4 p.m.
You mentioned early on,
Size is hard to predict. What do you mean by that? Because we're talking about scale,
I have a lot of work to do.
change.
Well, I'm sorry.
There might be, and we'll talk about this too. It's like there's
That is what you do.
emerging.
Die. You honor them.
There's certain things about these knowledge that emerges. Certain performance we could see.
No, that's enough. You know what?
Some kind of
This
threshold
bird
scale. So
Dead.
why is
Got
it
alone.
hard to grow something like this beyond?
so the Meow network is it's not hard to grow if you retrain. What's hard is, well, we have now 1 million crowns. We train them for a while. We spend some amount of work towards building these weights that are an amazing initial brain for doing this kind of tasks. We reuse the weights and expand to a larger brain. And that is extraordinarily hard, but also exciting from a research perspective and a practical perspective. So there's this notion of modularity, software engineering,
How many times do I have to
we're
confirm
starting to
with
see some
Ryan?
examples
For him to know that we have a
that
date today.
leverages modularity. In fact, if we go back one step from that one to a work that I would say much larger, much more capable.
What are you doing?
Of Flamingo. Flamingo did not
Let's
build
look at
the
that sound.
No,
but
God,
it
no,
definitely
it's not. What's the matter with you? Is that the
kind
beef?
of akin to what Agato did, but slightly different.
I'm sorry,
Organized.
I grew up on
But
a
we don't
farm.
need to go
We
into
slaughtered a
that.
pig whenever we wanted bacon.
What
My
Flamingo
grandfather
also
was
did,
reburied in an old oil drum.
that just happens because these projects, they're different. It's a bit of like the exploratory nature of research, which is great. The research behind these projects is also yes, exactly. And it has to be, we need to have creativity, and sometimes you need to protect
If you
pockets.
just want to funeral,
People, researchers, and
maybe
so
you
on
could
are
play
really
on
good.
the recorder.
Yes, and also in particular researchers, and maybe even further.
Did I wake up this morning thinking I'd be throwing together a bird funeral?
Yes,
You never can tell what you're thinking.
all the way. So the way that we did modularity is very beautiful in Flamingo is we took Chinchilla,
Where'd you find them?
which is a language-only model, not an agent. We think of actions being necessary for agency. So we took Chinchilla, we took the weights of Chinchilla, and then we froze them. We said, these don't change. We trained them, very good at predicting the next word. It's a very good language model, state of the art at the time you release it, etc. We're going to add the ability to see. We are going to add the ability to see. So we're going to attach small pieces of neural network at right places on the model. It's almost like injecting the network with some weights and some substructure in ways in a good way, right? So you need the research to say what is effective, how do you add this capability without destroying others. So we created a small cell network, initialized not from random, but actually from self-supervised learning, that model that
What do we know about this bird?
in general. And
You
then
might think not
we
much,
took
it's just a
data
bird.
sets that connect
But
the
we
two
do know some
modalities,
things.
vision and language.
We
And
know
then
it was a
we
local
froze
bird.
the main part, the largest
Maybe
piece of
it's
the
that
network,
same bird that
Chinchilla,
surprised
that is
Oscar that
70
one
million
morning
crowns.
with a special present
And
from
then we
above.
added a few more parameters on top,
And we know how he died,
and then some others that
flying
were
into the
pre-trained
grass
from,
stores.
like, from with the
But
capacity
you know what?
to
I
see.
don't think he was being
It was not
stupid.
tokenization.
I
the way
think he
described
just
Gato, but it's a similar
really,
idea.
really wanted to come
And
inside
then
our
we
building
trained the whole system.
to
Part of it
spread
were
his
frozen,
cheer
part of it
and
were
lift
new.
our spirits with a
And
song.
all of a sudden, we developed Flamingo, which is an amazing
Lastly,
model that is essentially
We can't help but notice that he was
a
by himself.
chatbot where you also
But of
upload
course,
images
we all
and
know
start conversing about
that doesn't
images,
mean he was alone.
but it's also kind of
Because I'm
dialogue
sure
style.
that there were lots of other birds out there who
we
cared for
put
him very much.
Yes,
He
exactly.
will not be forgotten.
And
how many parameters you said 70 billion
70 billion
for Chinchilla?
Yeah, Chinchilla is 7 billion, and then the ones we add on top, which kind of almost is almost like a way to override its middle activation, so that when it sees vision, it does kind of the correct computation of what it's seeing, mapping it into words into speed. That adds an extra 6 billion crowns, right? So it's a total 80 billion, the largest one we released. And then you train it on a few data sets that contain vision and language. And once you interact with the model, you start seeing that you can upload an image and start sort of having a dialogue about the image, which is actually not something, it's very similar and akin to what we saw in language only, these prompting abilities that it has. You can teach it at a vision task, right? It does things beyond the capabilities that in theory provided in themselves, but because it leverages a lot of the language knowledge required from Chila,
Guys, get a
it
broom.
actually has
Clean
this
this up.
few-shot learning ability And these
Grab a rope,
emerging
you heard
abilities
me?
that
What?
we didn't even measure when we were developing the model, but once developed, then as you play with the interface, you can start seeing, wow, okay, yeah, it's cool. We can upload. I think one of the tweets talking about Twitter was this image from Obama that is placing a way that someone is kind of waiting themselves, and it's kind of a joke style image. And it's notable because I think Andrew Karpathy a few years ago said no computer vision system can understand the subtlety of this joke in this image, all the things that go on. And so what we try to do, and it's very anecdotally, and this is not a proof to resolve this issue, but it just shows that you can upload now this image and start conversing with the model, trying to make out if it gets that there's a joke, because the person waiting themselves doesn't see that someone behind is making the weight higher, and so forth. So it's a fascinating capability, and it comes from this key idea of modularity, where we took a frozen frame, we just added a new capability. So the question is, should we? So in a way, you can see even from DeepMind, we have Flamingo that is this modular approach, and thus could leverage the scale a bit more reasonably because we didn't need to retrain the system from scratch. And on the other hand, we had Gato, which used the same data set, but then it trained it from scratch, right? And so I guess big question for the community: should we train from scratch, or should we embrace modularity? And this goes back to modularity as a way to grow but reuse. It seems like natural, and it was very effective.
Brain teaser.
The next
I have 2
question
coins
is
totaling
go
15
for
cents.
modularity.
A nickel. What are they? A diamond.
Way of
That's
freezing
it.
weight, joining
But the other one is, I've heard that before.
across,
Okay.
not just
Man and his son get into a car accident. They're rushed to the hospital. The doctor says, "There's no way I can operate on this boy because he's my son." The doctor is the boy's mother. The man is from Hades. He stepped on a block of ice, hung himself in the ice.
StarCraft or all the other
Hunter is a polar bear for the North
keep
Pole.
bringing them in without significant effort. Maybe the effort scales linear because of the that's like burn up what you have more. You have to worry about the instabilities, right?
Yeah, so that vision is very cool. I think there's still questions about the instinct modality, which is still now we need to next version. Are we going to use that idea is actually really akin to software engineering, which we're not reinventing some libraries from scratch. We're reusing and then building ever more amazing things, including neural networks with software that we reuse. So I think this idea of modularity, I like it. I think it's here to stay. And that's also why I mentioned it's just
When you set me up like that, I worked. And then I went home to my condo, and Carol came
We
over.
try to
And
define
we
this
had
term.
sex.
It's almost akin to consciousness because it means
Never,
different
ever,
things
ever
to different people throughout the history of artificial
I'm
intelligence.
still lucky that Jen and
We
I
need
got
to
the
think
second base.
meta learning
Hi, Pam.
is
Great.
looks like.
So,
Now,
Pam, I'd like you
5
to
years,
keep a
10
log
years,
of
we'll
everything Michael does
system
hour
like
by
that
hour,
with
so
the
we can
scale.
analyze it corporate.
What's your sense of
I
what is
know.
what is meta learning like?
It's weird. Jan used to treat Michael like he was a 10-year-old,
Yeah,
but
great
lately
question.
it's like
Maybe
he's
it
5.
to give another data point looking backwards rather than
Yeah.
forward. So when
Very
when
excited.
we talked
Yes.
in
Very excited.
2019,
Extremely excited.
meta learning meant
It's very
something that has changed mostly through the
I
revolution of
spent a year
GPT-3 and
I
beyond.
have to
So
commit.
what meta learning meant at
So,
the time
Dwight's the top salesman in
was
the company.
driven by
And he's
benchmarks
taking me on
that
the
people
first
care
sales
about
call
in
today.
meta learning, and the
And,
benchmarks
I'm
were
excited.
about
I am
a capability to learn about
Ryan
object
hasn't been saying
identities.
yet.
So it was
But more
very
importantly,
much
he hasn't made an
overrated on
ally yet.
vision and object
Is he going to be a slacker
classification.
and loser
And the
wise
part
ass
that
like
was
Jim
meta
knows?
was that
Or is he going to
we're
join
not
the
just
Dwight
learning
army
1,000
of champions?
that image can
So
tell
what
us.
if they're not
We're
talking
gonna learn
much? Then does it make
object
sense to kind of leave the
detecting that can be
conversation?
defined
Just
when
till it
we
gets to a
interact.
point where they are
So
asking questions?
it's interesting to see the way this started. We have a special language that was data set.
So where's the sales
That
on
we
this?
prompted the model saying, hey,
We're
here
already
is
using
a
the
new
sales office.
classification
Sales
class.
office.
I'll give you one image and the name,
Your
which
journey
was an
begins
integer
now.
at the time of the image, and a different image and so on. So you have a small prompt in the form of a data set, a machine learning data set, and then you got an assistant that could predict or classify these objects that you just defined on the fly. So fast forward, it was revealed that language models are visual learners. That's the title of the paper. Very good title. Sometimes titles are really good, so this one is really, really good. Because that's the point of critical theory that shows that look, sure we can focus on object classification, what meta learning is within the space of learning object categories. This goes beyond rather to also omniglot before image and so on. So there's a few benchmarks. So now all of a sudden we really have benchmarks, and through language we can define tasks, right? So we're literally telling the model some logical task or little thing that we want it to do.
I'm holding my hand.
Much like we did before, but now we prompt it through natural language. And then, not perfectly, these models have failure modes, and that's fine. But these models then are now doing new tasks, right? So they meta learn.
Hey, Big Tuna, can I talk to you for a second?
Now, that's where we are now.
Can you stand up?
Flamingo expanded
Okay,
this
over there.
visual and language, but it basically has the same abilities. We can teach it, for instance, an emergent property was that you can take pictures of numbers and then do arithmetic with numbers just by teaching it. Oh, that's when I show you 3 plus 6, I want you to output 9, and you show it a few examples, and now it does that. So it went way beyond the image network categorization of images that we were a bit stuck maybe before this revelation moment that happened in 2000, I believe it was 19. But
once a year they bring in a little cart and they give away free pretzels. It's really not a big deal.
Yes, it expanded what it meant. So that's what you say. What's the
Productivity is important.
but here is maybe now looking forward, looking at what's happening, obviously in the community with more modalities, what we can expect. I would certainly hope to see the following. And this is a pretty drastic hope, but in 5 years, maybe. And we have a
welcome. How you living? What's good, Cato?
We can play StarCraft.
Absolutely. How was your day?
From the system, that's what Gato showed.
Very cool. Did you have? It was good. It was good. I slept for most of it, which is what I wanted to do. And now we're just watching a podcast. Do you know who Lex Friedman is? Right. He is a MIT employed PhD who has very interesting guests on his podcast on the topics of politics, AI, robotics, chess, just pretty high level stuff. And I enjoy watching him. And then I'm also watching The Office. Do you like The Office? Never seen The Office. You're missing out. Okay. What shows do speak to you? Okay. Oh, no, that's cool. So what do you like to watch on YouTube? And what? Wow, so you're a pretty big YouTube follower. Hey, I do the same thing. And you said you like. Go ahead. You're good. And what kind of books do you like? Are you a big Redditor? So you're in the Wall Street Bets Discord, which is a subreddit of Reddit. Yeah, very well. Certainly. It's an amazing website. It's basically the world's forum. So I think that it's definitely a cool place. Though I will say that their Discord can be somewhat toxic. Sometimes the people in there are pretty mean, but aside from that, I think that it's a nice little community. And yeah, so I highly um, uh, if you have the opportunity to check out just Reddit in general, it's pretty amazing. But I understand you're a busy person. Now, when it comes to Tolkien, what's your favorite Tolkien book? Uh, did you happen to see the Hobbit movie? Yeah, agree. 100%. 100%. They were so long. But somebody made a fan cut of it that is very, very good and very accurate to the book. Basically, they took the three movies that should have really just been one, perhaps, and put it into one long movie. And I've seen that, and it turns out to be like an amazing, amazing movie that is not super boring. I remember, I remember I was in high school. I want to say I was like a senior in high school or something when Lord of the Rings came out. At least one of them. I forget which one. And I remember people were vocalizing in the movie how long they felt that was. So when they got into The Hobbit, which doesn't have as much content as the Lord of the Rings book, it's just incredible that they would make that. I understand it was a cash grab. Hey, this is a very popular book. Let's make it into three movies. But it was just very boring, and they're just walking for most of it. It's like nothing going on. I gotcha. Now, the C.S. Lewis books that you mentioned, did you happen to see the movies, and what were your thoughts in comparison? Okay, I but you've read the books. Okay, and if you had to compare Tolkien to C.S. Lewis, who do you like more? I'm in. Yeah, I do. Oh, I gotcha. Um, okay, now you're a fan of Harry Potter. Are you a fan of the books more or the movies? Or now I've had yeah, I would agree with you. And usually they're first, so they can utilize anything that they need, as opposed to, I mean, it's much easier to write a really complicated war scene in a book. You can do that over a couple pages and really build it, as opposed to a movie, which that can cost millions of dollars to do, and you need all these extras, and so sometimes they cut out some important. Um, okay, so have you ever heard this argument? Maybe you have, maybe you haven't, but whenever I mention it to any fan of Harry Potter, they sometimes get upset with me that J.K. Rowling didn't really write those books. Have you ever heard that? I mean, even the first three. Okay, yeah, I get what you're. So she basically wrote the trilogy, and you think, and then they had a ghostwriter write the other. What is it? Four? Very well. Well, I've heard she didn't even write the first three. I'm not saying that's true, but that basically they were all ghostwritten, and she was just the figurehead of them. And whether that's true or not, I don't know. I mean, she knows pretty in depth about the characters, and I want to believe that she wrote them, but it's just it is. Have you read any of her other books? Isn't that amazing that she could have such a hit with three books, and then her other books just flop? Wasn't she like a single mom at the time? Like, where's she getting all this money to be able to go to hotels and write a book? I mean, but she's a mom too. This is in England. I mean, these are not cheap hotels. I've just right, exactly. I'm not either. I wasn't there, but it's a lot of commitment and a lot of money to be able to write a book, and especially if you're a mother at the same time. I'm not saying that mothers can't be amazing authors. Some of the best authors in the world are, but on top of that, usually they have like they don't have to work. They don't have to worry about money. And it seems like throughout the entire time that she wrote those books, she writes that I think maybe she was on some type of public welfare or something like that. But well, did she get? I thought she was a single mom when she wrote them. That could be. That certainly could be. Um, I'm gonna look just okay. Just so J.K. wrote single mom when she wrote Harry Potter. Yes, she was a single mother when she wrote Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. She was going through a difficult part in her life, having recently separated from her first husband. So you're exactly right. She could have been getting some kind of stipend or alimony, and was living in Edinburgh with uh, her daughter Jessica. Rowling wrote the first book while relying on welfare benefits and facing various personal challenges. During these hardships, she managed to complete the manuscript for Harry Potter, and eventually saw it published, which changed her life dramatically. And she became a billionaire. She's not even a millionaire; she's a billionaire now. So good on her. Talk about a rags to riches story. It's a beautiful story. Just her life is a beautiful story. That would be a cool biopic I'd like to see. I don't know if they've made a movie on her, but just basically her life, I think would be very interesting. Uh, okay. Do you have a favorite Harry Potter book? Which was the fourth one? Oh, okay. And then the fifth. And what do you think of the movies? I do too. It's based on interpretation, certainly. I know that they play these movies in the winter like constantly in Europe. They're not as big anymore in the United States. I mean, they're kind of like a archived part of our history, but man, it was a movement. Like just the books and then the movies, and it's one of those things where I think that it will echo for eternity. Perhaps you will have Harry Potter fans from all generations who bond over this book, much like Tolkien, much like C.S. Lewis. That's just my. What's your favorite movie they had? What's your favorite movie? Kato, can you hear him? Kato? Cato, could you hear? Cato, can you hear him? Would you be open to the Harry Potter series continuing in the future, or are you happy that it's done at 7? Right. But people 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 may have said that like the Wizard of Oz was wrapped up and then you get Wicked. I'm in agreement with you. I think if it's done well, I also think time is important too. Not giving too much content away too quickly, giving new generations the opportunity to read it, fall in love with it, and then demand more. I think that can help. I think that's what kind of happened with Wicked. You had the Wizard of Oz from like the 40s, and then essentially, like maybe 60 years of nothing before the musical kind of came out. So everybody knew the story and everybody was used to it. I feel like when you give people too much content, okay, very legitimate. Um, Essentially, when you give people too much content, though, you can overwhelm them. and then they feel like it's work. Now I have to watch this one, and I have to watch this one, and there's a whole TV series that I have to watch, et cetera, et cetera. And exactly, yeah. And there's even something, I don't know. I was reading about, it's called there's like a, I don't know, they've labeled the I don't know, at least in the media has labeled it like Marvel over, like some kind of superhero, um like oversaturation theory, where it's just one after another after another after another, and it has been since like 2008. Every single year there are like 3 or 4 movies that come out with this, and people are just like, stop, I can't take anymore. Frankly, I could be wrong, but I've never really gotten into them, and I know I should. I know that they're huge movies and everybody loves them, but it to me is like an uphill battle. That like, all right, now I have to watch like 40 different movies. It's just a lot. There are people who fall in love with those movies though, which I think is cool. I'm more of a Batman kind of person who, I mean, even Batman is sometimes gets too much, but um I, yeah, that's just how I feel about those things. Kato, do you like superheroes? Ditto. I'm sure you too. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. Um, Caspian C, what about you? Are you into those things? Right, right, absolutely. Right. That's the thing. When Disney took over Star Wars and Marvel, it it became very commercialized to me, and I'm just I'm not someone who wants to go to the movies 4 times a year just to watch superhero movies, just so I know what the story's doing. If anything, I feel like at some time in my life, I might just watch them all. In fact, I should say I have watched them all on this stream. I just didn't pay attention to them. So at one time, I was like archiving all the world's movies, like the biggest movies of all time, and I would have like 6 going at once with like subtitles. Well, I feel it's important that if people were to watch this in the future, that they would be able to connect to any kind of media that we play. So I've watched every major motion picture, every major television series, listen to every major audiobook, some major podcasts, as well as every major music album, really to just like it's a compilation of the world's art. And so at one time I had like one computer going with 6 different ones going at once. So I wasn't paying attention to them. But I as I saw them, I mean they're very exciting and they're very engrossing. And it was something that I thought, okay, I could get into this, but I don't know. I probably would if I had children. I think that they'd get really excited about it, and then I think I probably would get excited because they were excited. But when they came out, I was I'm an adult, and it's just 4 times a year just to catch up on what Captain America's doing is just too much. And then I've got to say too, I mean, I like comic books, but I like your traditional comic books, Superman, Batman. When they get into some of the like more esoteric comic books, those are cool, and I think that there's a lot of benefit to showing those characters, but then they kind of they just become too much content at once for me, and then I've got to frankly take some time and watch them all. And I just like I said, I don't like it feeling like work. Harry Potter to me was something that it's like 7 movies, you can watch them. It's not like 30 movies, and also they're done. Like I don't feel like I have to keep watching more stuff to really follow up what's going on. So um overall, I think that's the better way to do it. But with Disney at the helm, they want to keep making those movies because they're huge cash makers. So they'll probably still keep putting them out. They- exactly. And that's a long time from the 60s. Isn't that isn't there like 1930s one? Right. Right. From very well. Uh, you're good, Kata. What are your thoughts on Star Wars? Okay. And what about Star Trek? Yeah, I would agree with those are the two best according to probably overall fan appreciation. Um, when it comes to Star Wars, I kind of think that we move into the cash grab again with the Mandalorian, and I honestly don't like being told I have to see something. Oh, it's the best. You have to see it. It's so amazing. It's like, dog, if you tell me that, I don't want to see it. It's like almost something innate in me that just feels like if I like it, I'll enjoy it, I'll watch it. If I don't want to see it, then don't force me to see it. But everybody's like, oh, it's just the best. You have to see it. And then I watch some of this stuff and I'll be like, I don't understand what's going on because I didn't watch 4 different movies like in between there. And it's like, again, it becomes like work. It's an uphill climb to kind of get the whole story down. And I don't much appreciate that. That's why I like almost television series, because you've got the whole thing generally. I mean, I shouldn't say that. Sometimes if it's going to go to streaming or something like that, but there are recaps and you can take breaks and things like that. Usually, I don't know. Well, I do know. My mind has been basically programmed since probably smartphones to just want to get distracted. And so I'll watch a movie and just be like, man, I wonder what's going on the internet. And I want to like get on my phone and I won't pay attention to it. And while that's probably short-sighted on my part, I don't get into movies like I once did. I mean, I once, you'd go to the movies and it was like an event, and you were there with people and it was a packed theater. And now it's like they have to bend over backwards to get you to go to the movies. And it's not like it once was. People used to line up before movies. It used to be like a major event, and now it's like and it's very expensive. And now it's almost like, okay, well, if you don't see it in the theater, it will be on a streaming platform in like a month. So just wait a month. Before, it was like 6 months, uh, between being in the theater and getting it on VHS. It was a long time, but now that it's different the way that media works, I guess. And yeah, so that's why, I mean, probably I like some TV shows more, but I should branch out a little bit. What is Kato, what is a series or a movie that you think is underappreciated that I should get into? That's legitimate. That's legitimate. I understand that. At least with television series now, I was saying this to Caspian C recently. I don't really watch too many. I don't watch any television really. Not because I don't enjoy television. Well, unless it's like streaming, but there's just something that to have to be somewhere at a certain time is almost like a like I want to watch things on my time. I don't want to necessarily have to, anticipate something that I might be able to stream the next day on a platform. And so I have to be there at 8 o'clock on a Thursday night to ensure that I'm ready to watch this film or television show or whatever it is. And I understand what you're saying. If you're like, hey, I kind of just watch what's big and get appreciation out of that. I understand. There's so much content now that like you could name things that are very good to you, but it's like the chances are that it's just going to get lost in a sea of other um, content or other media. And especially with people's lives now, they're busy. People are very focused on themselves and everything that they have to do, that we just don't have this same kind of uh, society where everything stops on Tuesday night because the show or Thursday night or whatever. The one big thing is sports. Kato, do you like sports? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that works. So you like boxing a little bit? Okay, I understand that. Um, I was watching something earlier today where we had there was like a room full of MMA fighters, and they were talking about how to watch the UFC. And one of the UFC fighters is like, well, it's like $100 with ESPN Plus, and the he says it to some like Russian fighter, a like very good Russian fighter, and the Russian fighter's like, well, we'll get a link. Like, I'm not gonna pay, even I, who am part of the UFC, am not gonna pay $100 12 times or 14 times a year just to watch my own sport, basically. And I understand that these sports are kind of pricing themselves out of being available to the common person. No one else. I mean, like that Jake Paul fight, I think it was like, well, it was free on Netflix, I guess, or it came with Netflix, but it won't always be. They will make these things pay-per-view events eventually, and it'll be the same thing. If you want to see something, you either have to pay $100 or so, or you have to get it in some other way. And while it's unfortunate, it's like the pricing is just not realistic for a lot of people. Oh, 100%. Right. Well, because it is so expensive. I mean, if you want to be a UFC fan and do it the right way, you're gonna have to pay like $1,200 a year. No one wants to do that. Just when, especially because it's so easy and there's so many other links out there. And I've learned that the UFC in the United States makes people pay pay-per-view basically prices. So that's anywhere between like 80 and $100 with tax and everything. But they'll allow other countries to watch it for free. So why wouldn't you just get one of the links from one of the other countries? It doesn't make any sense to me. I think you're you're generating. Exactly. Right. They know that people are going to pirate it. So if you are going to pay for it, let's make sure that they pay a lot. I agree with you. But the fighters aren't getting the money, which is unfortunate. And generally, now a fight like Mike Tyson, Jake Paul, that's another weird one where how it was written, how the contract was written, like they got paid based on how long they fought. And if they fought to the end, they got the most amount of money. Why wouldn't you say to the other guy, hey, if we want to both make as much money as possible, just don't knock me out. I won't knock you out. We dance around for 7 rounds or whatever, and it's over. That may be collusion, but I can see it. I mean, that's just how people are. You. Yeah, they did. And nobody got knocked out. Exactly. And a lot of people called them out for it to say, "Hey, why wouldn't you do what I just described? Just in any fight. If you are going to be paid $2 million if you knock the guy out in the first round, or $4 million if you guys make it to the end, why wouldn't you just behind the scenes just be like, hey, don't knock me out. I won't knock you out. We'll dance around and we'll call it a day. And we'll both make double. Right, right. 100%. I Now here's an interesting one. I'm almost certain no one will be able to do this, but if you can, shout out to you. Who's the reigning heavyweight champion in the world? Exactly. Who? the boxing. Like this used to be like everybody would know it. It was like you're the best athlete in the world basically. And now no one like so it's Alexander Usyk who um he just fought on December 21st, and no one knew about this fight. I mean, I know they did. I know there are some people who did, but the just marketing of boxing isn't nearly what it is for the UFC or anything else. So, like, it's just interesting to me that boxing was the the greatest sport at one time in the world, and now it's like you don't even know who the heavyweight champion is, and this guy apparently right wait now that's different. That's UFC, and it's marketed much better. And yeah, John Jones, he he's an incredible fighter, and like, but it's exactly the people who are boxing fans have shifted to UFC, and boxing is just surprisingly become kind of a second-rate sport. It's like it's not even it's arguably it's definitely not a top 5 sport, and arguably if it's a top 10 sport in the United States anymore. And I kind of think it's a shame because these guys dedicate so much to it and put so much on the line and can get themselves killed. I mean, many boxers die in the ring, and yet people are like, oh, okay, whatever. Like they're not even interested in it anymore. Uh, exactly. But I always think that's interesting. Like I can ask a room full of 100 people, who's the heavyweight boxing champion of the world right now? I bet 1 or 2 people might be able to tell you if that. It's just not something that's very well known. Right, right, right. Now, one thing about that I feel that makes it different is those were American boxers. So there's a lot more enthusiasm when it's an American. Alexander Usyk, he's, I believe, from Ukraine. It's not a name that rolls off the tongue. He doesn't have like, well, I mean, when these guys don't speak English, I hate to say it, but they're at a major disadvantage. I say that for world leaders as well. If you don't speak English, you're never going to connect to the American public. And same with the fighters. If you don't speak English, you basically not going to be well. They have translators right there, and I think it's very smart of them. So they can do the interviews with Joe Rogan. That's the big one that I always see after the fight, and they'll have they'll have the translator right there. I don't see that in boxing so much. They don't do like a post fight. I mean, maybe they do, but it's just not that common. It seems like. I mean, just the heavyweight champion of the world. I don't know what he sounds like. I can't tell you too much about him. I do know that he's like basically undefeated. He's never been knocked down. He's like a really good fighter, but that came as a complete surprise to me. And then on top of that, I didn't even know there was a heavyweight championship fight recently. I mean, it happened a few days ago, and it's like, oh, okay. It just shows me that boxing is no longer the sweet science that it was one for which it was once appreciated. Anyway, that's an excellent exactly. Kate, it's an excellent point to both of you, and it's become more of a celebrity event as well. So even like super hardcore fighting fans will get into UFC, but then just your casual watcher will get into it as well because they might see some people that they know who are familiar to them from the movies or television or pop culture or something, and they're going to get into it as well. And then these guys do these marketing deals or whatever, so they get, like, it's not just about the fight, it's about, hey, they're endorsing these certain products or whatever, and you see them in between the fights. And I think Cato raises an excellent point that before we didn't have a way to say, like, who's the best fighter in the world. It was just always boxing, and boxing isn't very realistic. It's realistic, but it's not realistic as to how a street fight goes. Like, there are a lot of rules to boxing, and but UFC is much more like a street fight, and people get really excited about that. There are a couple rules I've heard proposed, and I think they would make UFC a lot better. Those would be, like, if you have a guy on the ground and the bell rings for the end of the round, you both get to stand up and go to your corners, and then you start back and you start standing. I've heard the proposal that you should have to go back to the positions where you were when they did the round. And I agree with that. I think that, if you're in a fight in a back room alley or something like that, you don't get the opportunity for the break and then you both start on your feet again. That doesn't happen. So I would say that it's probably better that these guys just continue with whatever position they were in, and then you just continue the match that way. Another one I've seen is perhaps, they used to do UFC in the early days without any rounds, like no, or I shouldn't say any rounds. I apologize. They did rounds, but they didn't have, like, limits and something along those lines. And guys would get exhausted and all these other things. But now guys can kind of play to the judges, and if you're winning 4 different rounds, that 5th round isn't that important to you. You just have to make sure that you don't get pinned, basically. And I understand that it's very strategic to do that, but at the end of the day, I want to see 2 guys go at it, and whatever guy wins. I don't care. I don't want them thinking about points. So I would say that there's the idea that you just fight until you can keep doing as many rounds as possible, but fight until somebody taps out or somebody's exhausted. And they don't do that. But I think in the original, they originally did that. I think as well, they currently, the weight system is kind of difficult to judge. I think it would be much easier to just have it be like a simple system, even if it's a metric system where you'd be like 100 to 105 kilograms, 105 to 110 kilograms, 110 to 115 kilograms, 115 to 120, whatever it is. That's the breakdown, so that there are more places for these guys to participate. Like, one thing that I don't like is you'll get like a heavyweight who just starves himself and dehydrates himself, and then he'll be able to fight in the middleweight or something like that. And that to me is not really that fair, the way that it's done. So there are some things that I think they can change about the UFC, but overall, it's really hard for me to find another sport that's as exciting as the UFC is for 3-minute intervals. The NFL doesn't get that exciting. College football doesn't get that exciting. The NBA doesn't get that exciting. There's just something about the sheer unpredictability of UFC that is just really exciting to me. Yeah, it is. They market it very well. If anything, you've got to give Dana White credit for making it as big as it is and so quickly. It started in the early 90s and it was just like nothing. And it's just gained speed, gained momentum to the point now. I would say that it is the 5th biggest sport in the United States. There's football is 1, probably basketball is 2, baseball is 3, hockey is 4, and I think UFC is bigger than soccer in the United States. I could be wrong because it's not like they're filling super huge stadiums like soccer can. I know worldwide, obviously, soccer's number one, but UFC is starting to move up, and I could see really UFC overtake hockey and baseball eventually, and then perhaps even the NBA. I don't know if we'll see it overtake football. Football is giant, but maybe for some fights, at some instances, you can see that happen, which is really, really a quick growth of a sport. Basically, within 30 years, could go from nothing to one of the top 5 sports in America. That's an incredible growth. Most other sports, it takes like 100 years to get any kind of momentum. So, I'm I'm I would say very positive towards the growth of the UFC. Kato, I know you watched um, Mike Tyson and the Tyson Paul fight. Do you ever watch UFC? That's all right. That's all right. Whatever floats your boat. I'll tell you this: I was not into UFC until like maybe 2 or 3 years ago, and it's very exciting. So if you ever have the opportunity to just watch, uh, the best advice I can give you is if you ever find out there's going to be a UFC and you don't have anything going, usually they're on Saturday nights. Just watch when you can get a pirated stream and watch all. They'll have like 14 different fights over the course of a night. Watch them, and by the end of it, the last fight you'll be hooked. I mean, it just really takes you to watch like a bunch of them in one night, and then at least that's how it happened to me. And that got to the point where I was watching all kinds of other um, fighting competitions that I normally wouldn't watch. There's a sport that I've seen. I don't know if it. I don't think it's on now, but it's on like in the summers. I think it's called slam ball. Has anybody ever seen slam ball? It's trampoline basketball. It's pretty wild. Who used to play it? Wow. So you had it in your high school, and did they? I mean, did kids get hurt? All right. Yeah, you're talking about the one on the beach. You're talking. I know exactly. I know what you're talking about. That one on the beach. It was on Shark Tank, and it's very popular now. It's very easy to play with a little mini trampoline. No, this is with big trampoline. It's basically basketball with trampolines, and it's wild. Just that it's like a new kind of sport that looks good on television and is exciting. And I've had my share of getting into slam ball a little bit, which is not something I think I'd ever see or say, but yeah, that's quite you never know. Hey, people make the same with the UFC. Excellent point. And right. And the I agree with you. Now, you were saying you watch esports. Is that only online or do you watch them on television as well? All right. There you go. They used to have this. Okay, so I have seen. they used to have, like in the very early days of esports on well, it used to be called, I think they changed it to like G4 or something like that is the name of the channel. Yeah, and so they would have like big tournaments, and I thought that's the way. Pardon me? Yeah, I thought that that was going to be the way that esports were going to go, but it basically has just died on major television and is only available on. Uh, that's exactly right. Yeah, and they used to have the video game awards and stuff, and I always thought, okay, this is the channel that's going to have like nightly whatever video game tournaments, but it's really just moved to Twitch. Um, uh, Tato, do you watch anything on Kick? That's okay. I can agree with that. I I think that it goes through waves where you'll get someone who perhaps is a controversial streamer and they get kicked off, and that brings attention to the platform, and then more and more I see it, but then eventually that that wavers, and then it's back to just trying to do get like shock value out of what you do, or perhaps get people to um, watch your stream for maybe the wrong reasons, like you become a troll, or you become a someone who just likes to get reactions out of people, and then it can, I think, spot have a dirty, like a spiral into perhaps not the best places. But I would say that if you get the right things on like YouTube, you can make YouTube your entire all the content you ever needed is on YouTube. So I think what you're doing is probably the smart thing to do. It's free. Do you use a pop-up blocker, an ad blocker? Okay, excellent. So then you don't have to deal with, basically any kind of commercials, and it's just 100% content. You can't beat it. Right. I'm in agreement with you on that. At least, well, so I watch a lot of Kick creators because they are it's an up and coming platform, and I'm able to spam it very efficiently. So I see a lot of what. Oh yeah, great question. I'm in a Telegram with a cryptocurrency. We were talking about Harry Potter earlier. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's worth $300 million. And there was a member of the Telegram who was like, Rabbi, you got to get on Kick. You got to start watching Kick. And so, like, when it first started, I was like, okay, I'll take a look at it. And I created an account and I started streaming on it. And I didn't get that much. Well, one thing that I thought was really interesting was if you ever go to the Kick website, it says Kick Beta, BETA. And usually when software is in beta, it's not ready for the full rollout. So I was kind of like, well, I mean, I'll wait for it when it has its full rollout. Little would I know, 2 years later, it's still in beta. And so someone from a cryptocurrency told me about it, and I started streaming on it. And then I stopped streaming on it. Then earlier this year, I started streaming on it again, and I got a little bit of attention on there. I made it on the front page a few times, and I had like over 1,000 organic followers, and that's cool. But my thing is the archiving of the footage, and so that's why Twitch and Kick are not that important to me, because after like 30 days, you no longer have access to your VODs or your video. That's why I like YouTube, because I'm creating an archive of, or like a time capsule, a timeline of human history. I want people able to watch this 5 years from now, 10 years from now. And with the current systems that are set up with Twitch and Kick, they don't have that. So it wasn't as appealing to me. So what I ended up doing was sacrificing my Kick accounts, and then I created a robot, or like 4 of them, that will just spam everybody on Kick 24 hours a day. So arguably, I've had people tell me, even though you don't stream on Kick, you're arguably the most well-known person on it, which is, whatever. But yeah, so if you ever watch Kick, you'll see my spam bots are all over it, making people aware of what I do, and to the point where some of the creators normally would ban me, but they let me spam them now, because the more people that you have typing in your chat, the more money they get. So in my own way, I actually make them a little bit of money whenever one of my bots goes into their chats. But yeah, that's how I've heard about. How did you hear about Kick? Twitch. You're 100% right. Well, I would say if I had to give an award for the social media platform of the year, it would be Kick. It's seen a huge amount of growth over the course of 1 year, and with growth comes many problems that they experience. Their big thing, uh, yeah. Well, I'm glad you raised that topic. That's what I don't really like, is that it's really just a little brother to Stake, Eddie Craven, with whom I'm friends on Discord. He's the owner of them both. And so he wants people to gamble. And people don't gamble if they don't know it's available. So then he gets these creators to gamble on Stake using Kick. And frankly, that's not all that interesting to me. They're playing the same games. It's just like, okay, I can only watch somebody play like a big slot machine game so many times. It's just not that interesting to me. But he wants people to, gamble on their own, and that's really what it's about. And I don't necessarily like that element of it, just because it's not that entertaining to me. But and Twitch does not have that as much. I mean, I know they have it to some extent, but it's getting to the point where everybody who is a big streamer, you basically try it your way on YouTube, then you get banned from there. Then you go on Twitch, then you get banned from there. Then you get on Kick or Rumble, and you do that. Now, have you seen any Rumble streamers? Yeah. Well, I do. So at least one person. But I can tell you that if you don't use an ad blocker on Rumble, it's painful. They have a lot of ads on it, and um, it's just one of those things. Like, I I don't know how people survive on the internet without ad blockers nowadays, because of how toxic some of the ads can get. Um, it's just something that I've been utilizing for 15 years or so. And then whenever I have to use the internet without ad blockers, it's just absolutely painful to me. So I'm glad that you use ad blockers, because if not, you don't, you just wing it. Oh, I know. I agree. Right. I was reading something earlier today about uh, Google, and people were like, "Oh, I can't find anything with Google anymore." And like, it's at the point where normies use Google, but like anyone who knows anything is using um, some other kind of search engine, because Google has just been inundated with ads, and even things that aren't ads, it's just not the content that you want. I make the argument that like when I first was started using the internet, you would go to like Lycos or Alta Vista or Ask Jeeves, and you ask it whatever you want, and they'd all give you different answers. But nowadays, if you ask Google something, you're just going to get the same 10 basic um, results. There's going to be something from like the New York Times, CNN, Fox News, Reddit, like all these big ones, like, and but you won't get like somebody's small GeoCities website that they made in 2003 that really has the answer that you want. You're never going to find that. It'll be pages and pages below, and nobody searches like that. So I really think that that's unfortunate. But I even use this one like my go-to search engine is called, actually, if you don't know, the best search engine for any kind of video is Bing. And the reason why it's Bing is because Bing, yeah, especially for pornography, but don't let anybody know that I told you that. But it's the absolute best. The reason why is because it is it searches all the search engines for you. So if you go to Bing and you put in whatever you want, you make sure safe search is off, it will scour the entire internet and give you the best results of the search engines, as opposed to Google, which does not do that. And then when I'm trying to find like documents or like even just more things that I know aren't very mainstream, I will go to a search engine known as Dogpile, which has been around for like 25 years, but it still uses the old Google algorithm for finding things. It hasn't been, so to speak, overtaken by this mass media push of all of these mainstream articles. And so, like for instance, if I want to find the Tyson Fury or Mike Tyson, uh, Jake Paul fight, if I go to YouTube, or I'm sorry, if I go to Google, it's just gonna give me like where to watch it and how to order it and all this other shit. And I don't want that. I want some bootleg pirated link. And if I go to Dogpile, I can find it just about any time, especially with movies and stuff. If you type, like, let's say you want to watch, I don't know, Gladiator 2, you just type into Dogpile, watch Gladiator 2 online free. And like the first link is just one of those Russian links from wherever, and it allows you to get whatever you want. Um, that's kind of become my strategy, and it works much better than just scouring Google all the time, because a lot of times Google just removes those results and you'll never find them. Do you use Brave? So I do too. But I I really like Brave as well. Just give them a little plug because it has built-in ad blockers generally. So you can just like, let's say you don't have the ability to download uBlock Origin or any kind of other ad blocker, you can just go to Brave and it's all already installed in it and not have to worry about getting ads. So that's a little bit of some alpha there as well. Hey, you take care, man. You had a long day at work. You should know I really appreciate you coming back in, and just know that you're always welcome here. So hopefully we'll see you soon. Okay, Kato? Take care, my man. Be right back. Catch me in a second.
The new game showing it examples of, in this particular game, this user did something good. Maybe the system can even play and ask you questions. Say, hey, I played this game. I just played this game. Did I do it well? Can you teach me more? So 5, maybe to 10 years, these capabilities or what meta learning means will be much more interactive, much more rich, and through domains that we were specializing. So you see the difference, right? We built AlphaStar specialized to play StarCraft. The algorithms were general, but the weights were specialized. And what we're hoping is that we can teach a network to play games, to play any game, just using games as an example, through interacting with it, teaching it, uploading the Wikipedia page of StarCraft. Like this is in the horizon. Obviously, their details need to be built and research needs to be done. But that's how I see meta learning evolve, which is going to be beyond prompting. It's going to be a bit more interactive. The system might tell us to give it feedback, maybe make a mistake, loses a game. But it's nonetheless very exciting because if you think about this way, the benchmarks are already there. We just repurpose the benchmarks, right? So in a way, I like to map the space of what maybe AGI means to say, okay, like we went 101% performance in Go, in chess, in StarCraft. The next iteration might be 20% performance across quote unquote all tasks, right? And even if it's not as good, it's fine. We actually have ways to also measure progress because we have those specialized agents, and so on. So this is to be very exciting, and these next iteration models are definitely hinting at that direction of progress, which hopefully we can have. There are obviously some things that could go wrong in terms of we might not have the tools, maybe transformers are not enough, and there's some breakthroughs to come, which makes the field more exciting to people like me as well, of course. But that's, if you ask me 5 to 10 years, you might see these models that start to look more like weights that are already trained, and then it's more about teaching or make they meta learn what you're trying to induce in terms of tasks and so on, well beyond the simple now tasks we're starting to see emerge, like small arithmetic tasks and so on.
So a few questions. This is fascinating. So that kind of teaching, interactive, not so it's beyond prompting, so it's interacting with the neural network. That's different than the training process. So it's different than the optimization of a differentiable function. This is already trained. Now you're teaching. It's almost like akin to the brain. The neurons are already set with their connections. On top of that, you're now using that infrastructure to build up further knowledge. Okay, so that's a really interesting distinction. It's actually not obvious from a software perspective that there's a line to draw. Because you always think, you'll know to learn has to train, but maybe, and prompting is a way of teaching. Okay, what brief context, whatever the heck you're trying to do. So you can maybe expand this prompting capability by
Yeah, by the way, it's not, if you look at way back, different ways to tackle even classification tasks. So this comes from long-standing literature in machine learning. What I'm suggesting would sound to some like a bit like nearest neighbor. So nearest neighbor is almost the simplest that you can that does not require learning. So it has this interesting, like you don't need to make it. And what nearest neighbor does is you quote unquote have a data set or upload a data set. And then all you need to do is a way to measure this between points, and then to classify a new point. You're just simply computing what's the closest point in this massive amount of data, and that's my answer. So you can think of prompting in a way as you're uploading not just simple points and the metric is not the distance between the images or something simple. It's something that you compute that's much more advanced. But in a way, it's very similar, right? You simply are uploading some knowledge to this pre-trained system in nearest neighbor. Maybe the metric is learned or not, but you don't need to further training. And then now you immediately get a classifier out of it, right? Now it's just an evolution of that concept, very classical concept with machine learning, which is just learning through what's the closest point, closest by some distance, and that's it. It's an evolution of that. And I will say how I saw meta learning when we worked on a few ideas in 2016 was precisely through the lens of nearest neighborhood. It's very common in computer vision community. Like there's a very active area of research about how do you compute the distance between two images, but if you have a good distance metric, you also have a good classifier, right? All I'm saying is now these distances and the points are not just images, they're like words or sequences of words and images and actions that teach you something new, but it might be that technique-wise, those come back. And I will say that it's not necessarily true that you might not ever train the weights a bit further. Some aspect of meta learning, some techniques in meta learning, do actually do a bit of fine tuning on it. Right? They train the weights a little bit when they get a new task. So, as I call the how, or how we're going to achieve this. As a deep learner, we're going to try a few things, whether it's a bit of training, adding a few parameters, thinking of these as nearest neighbor, or just simply thinking of the sequence of words, it's a prefix, and that's the new classifier. We'll see, right? There's the beauty of research, but what's important is that is a good goal in itself that I see as very worthwhile pursuing for the next stages of not only meta learning. I think this is basically what's exciting about machine learning, period, to me.
Well, the interactive aspect of it is also very interesting. Yes. The interactive version of your neighbor. Yeah, to help you pull out the classic giant thing. Okay, is this the way you go in 5, 10 plus years from any task, from many tasks to any task? So, and what does that mean? Like, what does it need to be actually trained on? At which point is the network kind of not? What does network need to learn about this point? Is it just as simple as language, image, and action? Or do you need some set of representative images? Like, if you only see land images, will you know anything about the water? Is that somehow fundamentally different? I don't know.
Those are obvious questions. I would say, the way you could let me further your example, right? If all you see is land images, but you're reading all about land and water, but in books, right? Imagine, would that be enough? Good question. We don't know, but I guess maybe you can join us if you want to request to find this. That's precisely yes, that's precisely the beauty of research, and that's the research meetings we're in, I guess, is to figure this out and ask the right question, and then iterate with the whole community, publishing like findings and so on. But yeah, this is a question. Not the only question. Is certainly, as you ask, is on my mind, right? And so we'll need to wait for maybe let's say 5 years. Let's hope it's not 10 to see what are the answers. Some people will largely believe in unsupervised or self-supervised learning of single modalities, and then crossing them. Some people might think end-to-end learning is the answer. Modularity is maybe the answer. So we don't know, but we're just definitely excited to find out.
But it feels like this is the right time. We're at the beginning of this.
Yes.
We're finally ready to do these kind of general big models and agents. What do you use specific technical thing about Gato, Flamingo, Chinchilla, Gopher, any of these that is especially beautiful, that is surprising? Is there something that just jumps out at you? Of course, there's the general things like you didn't think it was possible, and you realize it's possible in terms of the generalizability across modalities and all that kind of stuff. And maybe how small of a network of these people gather is, all that kind of stuff. But there's some weird little things that are surprising.
Look, I'll give you an answer that's very important because maybe people don't quite realize this, but the teams behind these efforts, the actual humans, that's maybe the surprising, in a obviously positive way. So anytime you see these breakthrough. I mean, it's easy to map it to a few people. There's people that are great at explaining things and so on. That's very nice. But maybe the learnings or the meta learnings that I get as a human about this, sure, we can move forward. But the surprising thing is how important are all the pieces of these projects? How do they come together? So I'll give you maybe some of the ingredients of success that are common, but not the obvious ones in machine learning. I can always also give you those. But basically, there is engineering is critical. So very good engineering because ultimately we're collecting data sets, right? So the engineering of data and then of deploying the models at scale into some compute cluster that cannot go understated. That is a huge factor of success. And it's hard to believe that details matter so much. We would like to believe that it's true that there is more and more of a standard formula, as I was saying, like this recipe that works for everything. But then when you zoom into each of these projects, you realize the devil is in the details, and then the teams have to work kind of together towards these goals. So engineering of data and obviously clusters and large scale is very important. And then one that is often not, maybe nowadays is more clear, is benchmark progress, right? So we're talking here about multiple months of tens of researchers and people that are trying to organize the research and so on, working together. And you don't know that you can get there. I mean, this is the beauty. Like, if you're not risking to trying to do something that feels impossible, you're not gonna get there. But you need a way to measure progress. So the benchmarks that you build are critical. I've seen this beautifully play out in many projects. Maybe the one I've seen it more consistently, which means we establish the metric, actually the community did, and then we leverage that massively with AlphaFold. This is a project where the data, the metrics were all there, and all it took was, and it's easier said than done, an amazing team working not to try to find some incremental improvement and publish, which is one way to do research that is valid, but aim very fast and work literally for years to iterate over that process. And working for years with the team, I mean, it is tricky. That also happens to happen partly during a pandemic and so on. So I think my method from all this is the teams are critical to the success. And then if now going to the machine learning, the part that's surprising is, so we like architectures like neural networks, and I would say this was a very rapidly evolving field until the transformer came. So attention might indeed be all you need, which is the title. Also a good title, although in hindsight is good. I don't think at the time I thought this is a great title for a paper. But that architecture is proving that the dream of modeling sequences of past, there is something there that will stick. And I think these advances in architecture and how neural networks are architecture to do what they do, it's been hard to find one that's so stable and relatively has changed very little since it was invented 5 or so years ago. So that is a surprising, it is a surprise that keeps recurring to all the projects.
Try to, on a philosophical level, introspect what is the magic of attention. What is attention? That's attention, and people that study cognition, so human attention. I think there's giant wars over what attention means, how it works in the human mind. So there's very simple looks at what attention is in neural network from the days of attention is all you need. But do you think there's a general principle that's really powerful here?
Yeah, so a distinction between transformers and LSTMs, which were what came before, and there was a transitional period where you could use both. In fact, when we talked about AlphaStack, we used transformers and LSTMs. So it was still the beginning of transformers. They were very powerful. But LSTMs were still also very powerful sequence models. So the power of the transformer is that it has built in what we call an inductive bias of attention that makes the model, when you think of a sequence of integers, right, like we discussed this before, right, this sequence of words, when you have to do very hard tasks over these words, this could be, we're going to translate a whole paragraph, or we're going to predict the next paragraph even 10 paragraphs before. There's some loose intuition from how we do it as a, that is very nicely and replicated, structurally speaking, in the transformer, which is this idea of you're looking for something, right? So you're sort of, when you just read a piece of text, now you're thinking what comes next. You might want to relook at the text or look it from scratch, literally, because there's no recurrence. You're just thinking what comes next, and it's almost hypothesis driven, right? So if I'm thinking the next word that I'll write is cat or dog, okay? The way the transformer works, almost philosophically, it has these two hypotheses. Is it going to be cat or is it going to be dog? And then it says, okay, if it's cat, I'm going to look for certain words, not necessarily cat, although cat is an obvious word you would look in the past to see whether it makes more sense to output cat or dog. And then it does some very deep computation over the words and beyond, right? So it combines the words, and but it has the query as well, that is cat, and then similarly for dog, right? And so it's a very computational way to think about. Look, if I'm thinking deeply about text, I need to go back to look at all of the things, attend over it. But it's not just attention, like what is guiding the attention, and that was the key insight from the earlier paper. Is not how far away. I mean, how far away is it? What did I just write about? That's critical. But what you wrote about 10 pages ago might also be critical. So you're looking not position, but content, right? And transformers have this beautiful way to query for certain content, pull it out in a compressed way, so then you can make it more informed. I mean, that's one way to explain transformers. But I think it's very powerful inductive bias. There might be some details that might change over time, but I think that is what makes transformers so much more powerful than the recurrent networks that were more recency bias things, which obviously works in some tasks, but it has major flaws. Transformer itself has flaws, and I think the main one, the main challenge is these prompts that we were talking about. They can be 1,000 words long, but if I'm teaching you I'll have to show you videos. I'll have to point you to a Wikipedia article about the game. You'll have to interact strongly as you play. You'll ask me questions. The context required for us to achieve me being a good teacher to you on the game, as you would want to do it with a model. What I think goes well beyond the current capabilities. So the question is, how do we benchmark this? And then how do we change the structure of the architecture? I think there's ideas on both sides, but we'll have to see empirically, right, of what ends up.
And as you talked about, some of the ideas could be, keeping the constraint of that length in place and forming like hierarchical representation to where you can start being much cleverer in how you use those thoughts.
Indeed.
Yeah, that's really interesting. But it also is possible that this attentional mechanism where you don't have a recency bias, but you look more generally, you make it learnable. The mechanism of which way you look back into the past, you make that learnable. It's also possible where at the very beginning of that you might respond in a smarter way for the past. From distant past, and maybe almost like the attentional mechanism will have to improve and evolve as good as the tokenization mechanism, where so you can represent long-term memory somehow.
Yes, and I mean hierarchies are the very nice word that sounds appealing. There's lots of work adding hierarchy to the memories. In practice, it does seem like we keep coming back to the main formula, the main architecture, that sometimes tells us something. There's such a sentence that a friend of mine told, like, whether it wants to work or not. So Transformer was purely an idea that wanted to work, and then I think there's some principles we believe we need it, but finding the exact details is not so much, right? That's gonna be tricky.
I love the idea, like you as a human being want some ideas to work, and then there's the model that wants some ideas to work, and you get to have a conversation to see which, more likely the model will work because it's the one you don't have to do work. The model is the two works, so you listen to the model. And I really love this idea that we talk about the humans in this picture. If I can just briefly ask, one is saying the benchmarks about the modular human work benchmarks providing a sturdy ground over which to do these things that seem impossible. They give you, in the darkest of times, give you hope because little signs of improvement. You could yes, like you're not lost if you have metrics to measure your improvement. And then there's other aspect. You said elsewhere in here, right? Like titles matter. I wonder how much humans matter in the evolution of all this, meaning individual humans. Thinking about their interactions, thinking about their ideas, how much they change the direction of this. Like if you change the humans in this picture, like is it that the model is sitting there and it wants some idea to work, or is it the humans, or maybe the model is providing 20 ideas to work, depending on the humans you pick. They want to be able to hear some of those ideas. In all the, because you're now directing all the deep learning, you get to interact with a lot of projects, a lot of brilliant researchers. How much variability is created by the humans?
Dude.
Yeah, I mean, I do believe humans matter.
Yeah, I don't know why you don't just come to Discord in the beginning. Zoot's coming. Okie doke. There he is. Hey, man, I get you. I figured it was something like that. All right. Just one moment. I'm going to message Riser. Zoot is here. Yo. What is it? Yeah. That sounds absolutely boring. Mini golf does not. I'm going to beat you 5 games in a row in mini golf, and then I'm going to beat you in Uno, perhaps, and then you're going to love it. You ready? All righty, Zoot. Here we go. Oh, that's a terrible shot. Terrible. Rate my shot, Zoot. I do. Please do. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, Zoot. Yo, big dog. Don't hit my ball. You have a makeable shot. Oh, I hit that thing. You have a chance to take the lead. You're good, big dog. Here we go. All right. Here we go. What do you think of that shot? Okay. What did you think of my shot? My shot is terrible. Oh no. Two bad shots. All right. Oh, that's a really good shot. Almost perfect, dude. I fucked you. Look at this shot. I don't know what you're doing. Stop. Oh, that's. I basically have to make this shot. Oh, wow, did I fuck you? I fucked you twice on this hole. You might put me in the hole. You just put me in the hole. You just gave me the win. Pretty much. You went from having a good chance at winning to straight up losing it. Oh, I love this hole. Yo, big dog. Let's see it. Here's the thing. You're fucked. Look at you. Thanks, big dog. I appreciate that. I like you as well. Hey, good job. You got your first. Yes. Look at this shot. You ready for this, Zoot? Are you ready for this, Zoot? Zoot. Watch this. Watch this, Zoot. Get there. Get there. It always. Oh, wow. Dog. Zoot, how good a shot is that? I can see how somebody would think that, but no, I see them as somewhat related. I mean, rabbi just means teacher, and transhumanism is just the ability to perhaps transcend death. So, someone who teaches and wants to live forever is essentially a transhuman rabbi. Hey, there wasn't that tree that allows you to go and take a shortcut. I like how you're figuring out all the little. Oh wow, all the secret spots. All right. Um, Riser is very good at this hole. Oh, I might fuck myself. I did. That was turning out to be a good shot. What do you think of this shot? Yeah, too bad it was my second shot, but I'll take it. You can perhaps do better. There you go. Perfect, man. Perfect shot, dude. I want to see what you're gonna do. Oh, yes, it was. Yes, it was. Good job, Zoot. Yeah. I don't know why you need money. There we go. Rabbi up 1-0. That's exactly what I wanted. All right, Zoot, you're up. Nobody's gonna ask, and nobody knows any of the difference. Wow, dude, my shot is fucked. So is yours. Look, dude, did you just see that? Did you see that shot? Did you see my shot? Yeah, it was perfect, man. Let's see it. Zoot's down 1. Okay. I don't like this hole. Is that what you thought it was? Thanks, big dog. You're very nice to me today. All right, here we go. You're telling me now. It looks like it's in the barn. It might not be though. If it's not in the Oh, it is in the barn. You have a really long shot, but you can make it. Hit the oh, what a beautiful shot, Zoot. Bravo on that. Exactly. Because I do all the work for it. and I don't get any of the benefit. How do you like this shot? Sure you did. What do you think of my drive? Oh, that's. And what do you rate your shot? Oh boy, did I fuck up, Zoot. Zoot fucked up. Did you see that I barely missed that? Let's see it. Oh, Zoot takes the lead. I don't think so. That's a good shot. I think it's pretty good. No. Hit my ball, though. I'd appreciate it. Oh, this could be -5. Interesting that I didn't go. I think that's a little too high. I would give it a 4. That's what I meant. No, is it good? All right, tied going into the last. No, don't be. Oh, here we go. Zoot. Make it. Make it. Make it. All right. Here you go. You can win with this. You have to, you have to make. You have to make this. No fucking way are you gonna make it. You're gonna shatter my dreams. That's a good shot, dude. Oh no, you still had to have a good setup and everything. I do say that it's skill based. Don't hit the trees. Leave all the trees for me. I don't know. Perhaps. Oh, did you see that? I mean, it's relative. It's perhaps better than some places. It's like warm, or it's like cold Australia, and Australia is like warm Canada. Boom, taking the lead right off the bat, dude. Here we go. I'm not very good at this hole. I know. That's why I say it's like cold Australia, and Australia is like hot Canada. You're both just pawns of the British Empire. You have a chance to make this and take the tie for the lead. Not with that shot. Wow. How did you miss that? I take a 2-0 lead. Do you like this hole? Be the perfect shot. Oh, it almost was. What an amazing shot. I can't believe I missed that. Dude, great shot. I hate this hole. Congratulations, big dog. Where's she gonna live? Great shot. You're good, big dog. Dog. I'm not doing well this hole. You have to do really well to get a point. You're fucked. What a shot. Make it. You have to make it to get a point. Or else I win the match. And that puts me up 3-0. There you go. Look at this shot. What do you think of that shot? Don't hit my ball. Oh, perfect shot, dude. Perfect shot. And you hit my ball. Oh, no way. Is this is going to be a beautiful shot. There you go. You got fucked. Zoot, you got fucked. Oh. All right. I think that makes 3 wins or 4 wins in a row. Is it 3 or 4 wins in a row? 3 in a row. Thank you. 3 wins in a row. I said I was going to get. Okay, I'm ready for it. Just get any of them. That's true. You got distracted. I'll give you that. Yes, sir. That's very good, dude. That's a very good shot. I'd take it. I'd take it. I think it's an excellent shot. Not just very good, excellent. Too hard. Way too hard. Nope. Make it. I'm down 1. I'm down 1, dude. Thanks, big dog. Thanks. All right. Here we go. Watch this. How amazing. Get in the hole. How was that shot, Zoot? Yes. Yes, we do. Are you fucking serious? No way. You're going to give fortunate bump. Yes. Yeah, I don't know if it's possible to miss that. All right. I think this one's impossible in which to get a hole in one. How will you get it? You can't get enough momentum to get up all the ramp or whatever. No. How'd you like that, though? How'd you like the efficiency of that? I told you. I told you I was going to beat you 5 times in a row, and I'm well on my way. I'm up 2-1 on this. It is. Perhaps. I'm not good. I don't know if it's my worst, but it's not good. My worst is that one that's straight on with the black on the sides. That one's terrible. No. There's like black on the sides, and you have to hit it like perfectly at 100% straight, or else you're going to go to the side. Either side. There's maybe they just did the autumn. That's it. I was really surprised. I thought there'd be a bunch of ice ones. Are, are people getting scammed? Look at this shot, dude. Come on. I think this gives me 4 wins in a row. Right here. Make it. I'm guaranteed 4 wins in a row unless I resign. I hate this hole. Watch this shot. Not good at all. Oh, is that a bad shot? And I'm going to make your shot even worse. Watch this shot. You have a difficult shot. Look at this. Look how beautiful this shot is. Boom. 4 in a row. I'm going for my 5th in a row. Then I'm going to spank you in Uno. I don't like this hole. That's a good shot, I think. Oh, no. Zoot, that's terrible. Okay. Okay. Well, you did really well there. Okay. Here you go. Dog, that sucked. Why is it called Squid Games? Okay. You just... Oh, okay. Oh, this is bad. Stop right there. Was it good? Dude, I'm going to be down 2 games to none. Because it's Squid Games? All right, I need a... Right. Okay, I like that. Oh, that's a good shot. Too short, though. I need this to be really good. Oh, that's even worse. It looks like you're going to win. Miss it. Nope. You won your Squid Games. You need to do that every time and say to yourself it's Squid Games. No, you just keep winning. Water bomb. Water bomb. Oh no. Amazing shot, Zoot. Zoot, you had an amazing. Oh, is this a good shot? Dog, that was a 10 out of 10. You couldn't have made it any better. Get there. There you go, Zoot. I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom, and then we'll play Uno. All righty, Zoot. You ready for some Uno? All right. First to 10. Do you want to play with special cards? I still don't know what these things do. One game to nothing. Green skip. Quit with that shit. You distract me with that. I don't know what the dead red does. Oh, dude, go fuck yourself. Dude, what the fuck? Not enough. Yo, big dog. Boo blue. What am I? I'm a sexiest man. I know. Thanks, big dog. I'm fucked. Hey, I'm fucked. Ah, fuck that. No. I don't know what this card does. Uh-oh. 2 games to none. How'd you like that, big dog? No. Fuck. 2-1. Uh-oh. That's a big loss. Yep. 3 games to 1. Yes, you would have. 3 games to 1, big dog. The time is ticking. You have 8 cards. What are you going to do? You're welcome, dog. Oh, fuck you, dude. Oh, shit. I fucked up. Four games to 1. Sure. I love it. All right. 4 games to 1. You better. Four games to 1, big dog. . Yes, I am. You're destroying me. 4-2. He's playing like it's Squid Games. You like your cards? You're gonna run out of time. Well, what in the fuck? Boo blue. What the fuck is that? It's a block or something. I didn't get a chance to see what your cards were, and I played an X-ray. So you must have an X-ray or something to block. I don't know why that would matter. Oh, does it pick green the color and change the color as what's playing? I get that. I get that. But does it change what color's being played? I think it does. You know, it's 5 games to two. 5 games to two. All right, Mr. Squid Game. Five games to three. You're playing like it's Squid Games. Yeah, big dog. Squid Game. What the fuck was that? Oh shit. Oh shit. Yo, big dog. Here you go. How do you like that, B? No. Blue, blue. Six three, dog. Squid Game. I'm gonna change the cards. Why not? Wow, you can see what I've got. Oh, 6-4. I think so. I think it blocks. Yo, big dog. The Bruce Springsteen biopic. Yeah, it comes out in 2025. I just heard about it on the radio. Oh, that too. Wow. 6'5", something like that. 7'5". Okay, I'll take it. No, 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 no. You're not beating me. If anything, it's 6'5". You're not beating. You're not beating me. I'm winning. If anything, it's 6'5". Oh, fuck you. Fuck you, man. I think so. I try to be the best person I can be every day. What was that? X-ray. You picked yellow. Oh, what a good card to play. Ooh, 6-6 Squid Games. Boo. Boo all that. Boo, dog. What are you doing? I have I have so many cards now. Calm down, dog. Calm down. 6-6 or 7-6, I think. You have the lead 7-6. Squid Game. Synagogues. There you go. There you go. Good. Oh, oh, fuck. Uh, 8-6. Wow, you play well when you think your life is on the line. I got you. Dude, I think the X-ray just shows you a random card. Seven, 8. The Zoot. One of fuck you, dude. You fucked me. Hey, you have a +2 blue. Give them to me. You have a +2 blue. There we go. No. Are you sure about that? Yes, you are. Oh man, that hurts. Thanks, big dog. I love you too, big man. Yo, big dog. Don't have a blue. Eight. Dude, go. All right, here we go. Nine to 8. Rabbi's got the lead. Win by 2. You have to win by 2. Squid Game, dog. Okay. Dog, you have so many special cards. You just use them all. Thanks, big dog. Uh-oh. What are you gonna do, big dog? You're one card away from getting Squid Gamed. You are one card away from getting Squid Gamed. 2 cards. 4 cards. Fuck. Yes, I did. I agree. You just got Squid Gamed. Fuck you. How did you do that? That's correct. Drawn card, son. Smart move. Do you mean I have a blue one? That was good. Uh-oh. Green. 9-9, dog. Gotta win by 2. It's 9-9. You have to win by 2. I don't know how you survived it. All right. Dog. 10-9. I'm on the ropes. You're about to survive Squid Game. No, you have to win by 2. I keep saying you have to win by 2. You can't just win 2-3 or 9-10. You have to win 9-11 or 10-12 or something. You have to win by 2. It does just show you a random card. It doesn't show you what your colors are. It just shows you have a green 3. Yep. Well, you may not think so, but I could be brilliant. You never know. I'm gonna fuck you. Don't have an card. Don't have an X-ray card. 10-9, 10. How'd you like that? It's 10-10. $11-10, dude. You're on the ropes. You're gonna get Squid Gamed. Basically. Can you see I have a blue 2? No, I have a 4. I'm telling you all my secrets. What's the issue? F you, dude. Fuck. 11-11. You have a +2. Play your +2. 12, 11. How do you like that? 12, 11. Because I was done. It was a +2 to you. That's a good question because I'm out of cards. That's a good question, though. But I'm down. All my cards are out, so I win. I get what you're saying. It makes sense, but it makes sense the other way as well. It's 12, 11. Perhaps. Perhaps. Don't have a blue. Game over. 13 to 11. You are a very tough candidate, but you lose the Squid Game. All right. It was fun, man. Come back tomorrow for more ass kickings. Champion. 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 Winner of the everything. You're not one of those fucking songs. What is it? Make it a Jewish song. Criminal. Yes. It goes something like, here we go, wassailing among the blank so green, and if we go wassailing, love and joy come to you, and to you a wassail too. Here we go, a davening among the candles bright, for the festival of lights on this joyous night. Gather round the table, all the users near, for a blessing that we can all share, and the joy we hold dear. Oh, dreidel, dreidel, spinning on the floor, let's light the menorah and sing once more. With blessings and with songs we will celebrate. Gather all tonight, let's rejoice and pray. In the synagogue we'll go to read from Torah. Stories of our people stretching back through time. None of this rhymes. We'll sing the songs of freedom and the miracles too, of how our faith has lasted through all that we've been through. Oh, dreidel, 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 spinning on the floor. Let's light the menorah and sing once more. With blessings and with songs we will celebrate. Gather all together, let's rejoice and pray. Who ends it on that? Anyway, that's the wassailing song. How make it with Sexsmith though. Here we go, wassailing among the leaves, among the lights so bright. And if we go wassailing, it will all be super tight. Love and joy come to you, and to you a wassail too. And may Rabbi wish you a happy new year. And may Rabbi wish you a happy new year. And then it just turns into wicka, 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 wicka. Phenomenal. This shit was amazing. Hey, Fousey, quit being a douchey. How about that? I'm that West Side gangster. Look at this athleticism, folks. Hi, folks. Norm here. Miss Alexander. Is this bitch hot? What the fuck do you have going on in your face? She has a booger or a septum piercing. Kind of wish it was a booger. Uno.
I don't get these fucking email cards.
What is this horseshit? I'm Bloxy. I'm the first to get on the floor. I'm the first to. I'm Boxy. Bloxy. I'm back from the 808 because I'm Bloxy. This is the worst fucking thing of all time. Worst fucking stream. Let me in this bitch. Look at this athleticism. Unprecedented. Where are you going?
Yeah, you gotta make sure the candles are still lit.
Huh? Dog. All right, kids. You got another one? Yeah, dog.
Sucks.
Oh, Fusi. Why, dog? Why you gotta do me like that? Fusi, you suck, dude. This sucks. I bet this is just terrible. Here you go, kids. I just like the guitar. Out of all the rabbis, you know you're the mastermind. Run, run, rabbi, the shul is not far behind. Run, run, rabbi, you gotta make it to shul. Tell him to hurry, we need your wisdom, you're so cool. Run, run, rabbi, guiding to some merry-go-round. Said rabbi to a boy child, what you gonna see, yay? All I want for Hanukkah is a dreidel to play. And then it went away, rabbi spinning through the sky. Run, run, rabbi, you got to make it to shul. Tell them all to hurry, we need your wisdom, you're so cool. Run, run, rabbi, guiding us like a merry-go-round. Yo, babies, how you living? Hope everything's good in your neck of the wood. Woods, wood, whatever, 100-acre wood. Run, run, rabbi, you got to make it to shul. Tell them to hurry, we need your wisdom, you're so cool. Run, run, rabbi, guiding us a merry-go-round. Said rabbi to a girl child, what would you like to sing? 2 Shabbat candles, a challah, and a song to bring. And then went away, rabbi, leading us in a song. Run, run, rabbi, you gotta make it to shul. Tell him to hurry, we need your wisdom, cool. Run, run, rabbi, guide us like a merry-go-round. Spin us like a merry-go-round. All right, kids. Father rock and roll. James Brown's a godfather. And Aretha Franklin is the queen of music, baby. Why? Why not? Oh, that was really great. Fuck you. How about you sing a Wasserman song? Dog, what happened to Fusi? Douchey. That's what they should call you. Douchey. Oh, Fusi. Fuck you. What happened? No even message like, hey, you've been banned because you're so sexy. Oh, that link is expired. Hater. Loser B. Does he suck? He's not very cool. Cool people wouldn't fucking ban me. Who's cool? Aiden Ross is cool. Bloxy's cool. I'm Bloxy. I'm the first bitch to get in a yawn. I'm 8 from the 808 because I'm Bloxy. My neck, my back, my pussy and my crack. My neck, my back, eat my pussy and my crack. What the? Alright, do that song. My back, my neck, eat my pussy and my crack. I think it's lick my pussy and my crack. Why eat? I'm a hungry man. Like those fucking dinners I've never had. Really? No. Why? Not kosher, super expensive. Anyway. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. What's the song? It's called My Neck. Kia.
My back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck, do it now, lick it good, suck this pussy just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this pussy just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck,
my back, lick my pussy and my crack.
My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. Do it.
Honey, it's the cat. This bitch can get it. She's pretty. Very pretty. Damn, bitch. Your hair is great. You can get it, girl. You know that girl's always licking that thing. Thanks for not kicking me out of your fucking thing. Topanga. Damn, bitch. Damn, bitch. You're that bitch who licks that thing.
Right now, lick it good, suck this pussy just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. Do it now, lick.
All right, we got 3 of those pictures. Yeah, you got 2 of these things. All right, but do another thing. All right, what song? That one milkshake song. My milkshake ain't going off in the all the boys are going. No, dude, I want not the police. Milkshake girl. Just fucking play with this one this time. Cool. Rabbi. The makeout king. There you go.
Shout out to these people who just try. It's like sometimes when I go I hand the bit off my shout
All right. That was really great. These are cute. Really? These are fake. How the fuck are these people? How can you tell? Oh, more pictures. How the fuck can you tell? Yo, dog. This shit's the worst. Damn, bitch. Nah, you could. Dude, these people who say AI generated when it's not, it should be downvoted to oblivion. This bitch has beautiful hair. Shiba Boo Boo. Beautiful hair. You're cute. You can get it. Motherfucker has great hair. This bitch is pretty hot. Damn, how is he doing that shit? It's a string. Horseshit. Fusi, you suck deuce. All right, kids. This athleticism. It's really unprecedented. Where's that tequila fucking Discord? Let me in that bitch. Fusi being a douchey. Do you wish bad things against him and his people? No, just douchey. Kick me out. No warnings. They will say, well, we kicked you out once. You should understand. Dude, type to me. Hey, man, you can't just fucking stream in here. Why? Well, because we don't want you to. Okay, well, that sounds like a cool plan. Fuck you. Worst stream ever. Dude, it's going to take me forever to find that tequila one. Stop with that garbage. La 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 la. La waiting. La 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 la. Warming up. There it is. Harlem Swenderson. What does that even mean? No one knows. People going. Let me in. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds on the shot clock, 7 seconds on the shot clock, 6 seconds on the shot clock, 5 seconds on the shot clock, 4 seconds on the shot clock, 3 seconds on the shot clock, 2 seconds on the shot clock. I would say seconds on the fucking shot clock. Give it up, no. The boys are waiting. No. All right. Sick as fuck, dog. Is this shit going?
Smells pretty bad, doesn't it?
Smells like bullshit.
And a client can smell it from a mile away. Gotcha. Hey, I forgot something in my car. I'll be right back.
Dude, I love this guy. Biggest loser on the internet. Love him.
I wake up every morning and the bed was too small. Driving my daughter to a school was too expensive. And then I go to work to a job for which I get paid too little. But on pretzel day, and I like pretzel day.
Because you had to go tug and everything, like they were rapping about this cupcakes, the Chronicles of Narnia. I'm like, look at fancy cupcakes, right? I want to
Hey, Phyllis, what are you doing?
just say something.
No, I think you're cutting in line.
You settle down, Scott.
No, just settle down.
No way.
What the fuck is going on here? Who in the fuck finally shows up? It's all right. Contact Zoot. Get his ass in here. All right, big dog. Well, in the future, have your phone, take a rubber band, stick your phone next to your, put the rubber band around your head, and then whenever it vibrates, you'll know. Oh, Rabbi's contacting me. Do you know what you need? Yeah, exactly. Or like a bear scare, like a portable bear scare, even though bear scare is itself portable. I think that's what you need. So you exactly. Exactly. Right, and a super loud alarm. Seen it, dog. Seen it, dog. That's AI, I'm afraid, or I was told it was AI. But I know exactly what you're referencing. I know I had to ruin it. But I'm down for that. And also, so bear scare consists of, well, you added a taser to it. I don't think it needs a taser. If you want to do that, all right. So now we have another product. It's a premium version. So I really think that I think Bear Scare should have a double barrel, or maybe we sell a double barrel Bear Scare. So it's just like, why? Because when you just anything double barreled sounds more intense. Okay, so the original Bear Scare is bear. It's bear spray. It's a strobe light and a really loud alarm. That actually is a marketable product. The premium version is like the utility knife that you're coming up with. So I'm down for that. It's got a taser on it. It's double barreled. I think, what do you call that thing? while using it, I think with a hidden part of the game that allows you to play the boringness of Ocho. I think right. No, it just goes no, no. Are you ready for this? No. Um, I That was good, but this is better. What about a bayonet? Right. Okay, so we have to have some limitations on this, or we'd be like, oh, put a nuclear warhead on it. All right, so it has to be carryable with one hand so that you can be on Discord with the other hand. It's one a big yes. I told yeah, no facial compilation. Shout out to those. Um, I told some people about Bing today. They didn't get it, but I was still like, all right, if you don't understand it, that's on you. But I'm telling you, Bing's the best search engine available. Right, exactly. Yeah, nobody sees the potential. Wait, you're putting a water filtration device on the bear scare? Oh yeah, exactly. Right, exactly. You're 100% right. This is like teaching cavemen about the wheel, and they're just like, "Oh, okay," and they're still using squares. Um, okay, so there's a thing that I've seen actually that a square wheel is actually faster than a circular wheel. Have you ever heard of this? Yeah, something like that. Or if the road is like a flat staircase, it goes really really quickly. Um, all right, exactly. Yeah, it is a trick question. It's a good one though. Like let me see this from ChatGPT, just because I'm sure I'm not alone. I would consider marrying ChatGPT at a certain point. All right, right now we're just friends. Oh, I'm sure there. I read about people every day who like it a lot more than I do. I don't use it to like plan my meals or like ask it to finish text messages for me, but there are people who do. All right, this is what we want though. We want, yo dog, please tell me how a square wheel is faster at traveling than a round wheel if the ground is like has is like a horizontal staircase. Yo, that's a cool thought experiment. So if the ground is like a horizontal staircase, meaning it is a series of steps or flat platforms that are offset vertically, then a square wheel could technically travel faster than a round wheel, depending on some specific conditions. Here's why. Flat steps and corners. Imagine the steps on the ground are spaced just right to match the length of the flat edges of the square wheel, Every time the wheel rolls over one of those steps, it lands flat on the next step, potentially moving forward more efficiently than a round wheel, which would have to transition smoothly over the steps and lose energy in the process. Reduced impact from irregularities, energy transfer. So yeah, that works. Okay, how about this? Yo, dog, please provide me with 100 types of attachments to a bear anti-bear attack device. Things like a bayonet and an alarm, like a really loud alarm, and a strobe light, and then of course like a taser, and then the spray from the bear spray. Please name 100 of these in a list. And you don't have to go into detail. Just name them 1 through 100, please. Okay, what else you want to put on it? It violates their policies. No, it doesn't violate policies. It's fine. Just do it. And then it does it. Dude, there are a ton of these. All right, do you want to hear the new ones or no? That's a good one. Okay, there's a bayonet. We'll see. A bayonet, a loud alarm, a strobe light, a taser, bear spray, smoke grenade. Okay, a flashbang, a net gun, mace, pepper spray, a laser pointer. I like that actually for the original one, like where you can know that like when this thing's attacking you, if you're gonna hit it in the face or like in the mouth or something, or in the. I agree. Sonic repellent, which is like a big alarm, a flashlight, which I guess that's like the strobe light. We had talked about this that it could be a flashlight or a strobe light. You just change it. Okay, a siren, a flash flood trigger. I don't know. Grappling hook, no. Tripwire, no. Spring loaded blade. I don't want to hurt it, but okay. Tranquilizer dart. That's probably the best thing. Is a tranquilizer dart. A bear proof shield. I don't really know how that's going to work, but okay. A tanglefoot bomb. I don't know what that is. A wire cutter. Bear deterrent whistle. Sticky foam. I think. Yeah, just put a rape whistle on it, just for whatever reason. A horn. Water cannons. Infrared camera. A motion sensor. A bear decoy. An armored plate. An underwater speaker in case you're getting attacked, near the river's edge. A gas mask for the a gas mask. What song would? Yeah, definitely. Careless, Careless Whisper. A heat signature disruptor. Actually, I think it's a pretty good idea if it had an infrared camera on it. The the premium version, because like you walk your dog and it's night sometimes and you can't tell what's going on in the. Sure. I mean, that wouldn't that be a heat signature heat signature camera as well? It's infrared. Well, there could be infrared, there could be FLIR, there could be night vision. I think we need all of them. I think an infrared camera is better than a night vision camera for this, because a night vision camera, you still have to focus on what every object is. An infrared camera, you'll just see that there's like a big red thing there and you just kill it. Or don't kill it, but the key to this is not to kill the bear. Which exactly. I'm in agreement with you. I feel like the bear scare should not kill the animal. It should not harm it permanently either. So, electromagnetic pulse, no. Spike trap, no. Collapsible baton. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. You could do that. That's not that hard. It'd be like a backpack speaker. Okay, a collapsible baton, which okay, I guess that could work. A rope ladder, no. Deterrent flares, nah. Yeah, I mean, it's just naming crazy stuff. Um, yeah, but bears can climb faster than they can run. I've seen I've seen this statistic that bears can run faster or climb faster than they can run, but they can run like 40 miles an hour. So let me check this one. Yo, dog, what's a bear can climb a tree faster than it can run? Is that true? And if not, where did that become popularized? Um, yeah, so the stat that bears climb trees faster than they can run has definitely been tossed around, but it's not exactly true in a literal sense. Here's a breakdown: climbing versus running. Bears can climb trees quickly, but not faster than they can run. I figured that. Over flat ground. Most bears, like black bears, can run up to 30 miles an hour on the ground. While it comes to climbing, they're pretty fast, but it's like 10 to 15 miles per hour. However, climbing ability versus running can sometimes be confused in how it's presented. Bears will often climb trees as a way to escape danger. How the misconceptions spread. Origin. I don't know. It doesn't say. I mean, it just is like, well, it's in popular culture or whatever. Okay. Uh, how about okay? We've got deterrent flares. I think that could work, but it could also cause a big fire, so maybe not that. Camouflage netting, a smoke screen. I think that could work, but it could a bubble wrap dispenser. I don't know why you'd have to package something in the middle of a attack, but no. An anti gravity device. I mean, of course, I'm gonna want that. Wolf repellent, in case the bear and the wolf team up together. Bear repellent scent. That's probably the best thing you could use is bear repellent scent. A loudspeaker system, bear fencing, animal tracking chip, net launcher, spiked shield, taser dart launcher, acoustic weapon, solar powered charger. I'd be about that. I think that's a good thing. A GPS tracker, motion activated camera, that could work. A bear proof cage, a pepper bomb, sleep gas dispenser, a water jetpack, ultraviolet light, tactical flashlight with stun gun, uh, personal shield generator. Well, why don't we just use that? A personal shield generator. A cryo freeze bomb, air repelling drones, thumper, which is a ground vibrator. I had not thought of that one. A stun net, an anti bear. Yeah, dude, definitely. Yep, exactly. That's what it said. It said I don't. No, I don't think that's smart because then you're gonna smell like salmon, and then it's just gonna come after you. I love it. Perfect. Um, right. A smoke emitter, electric fence, shockwave generator, dart pistol, which I think is probably the best thing. Recoil induced propellant that's rocket powered. How about that? And well, keep in mind the goal of the original bear scare is 1999. We got to sell this thing for 1999. That's the magic number for yes. Yeah, I know. So basically, we just need regular bear spray with an air horn and a strobe light. That's all you need. That works. Okay. Well, the premium one can have all kinds of stuff. It can have an invisibility cloak. It can have a rope. I saw someone utilize bear spray. Every time I see anybody on the internet, every time I see a bear, I think, could bear scare that thing? And every single time I think, yep. All right. So what if there are multiple bears? Let's say 75 bears are coming after you. I think you're going to need the premium version of Bear Scare. And what if there are 75 bears? And it auto renews. Um all right. So all right. Um but if there are multiple bears, imagine there's like a mother bear protecting her baby bears. They'll get really pissed off. And so but then the bears are going to want to kill you even more. Okay. To fuck you. Okay. All right. Well, I'm thinking, okay, let's say you had your little salmon bomb dispenser thing and you were wearing it. No, no, that idea sucks. If anything, if anything, what if it was just like a salmon gun, like a potato gun, but it just shot like cans of salmon out. No, it's not cans. It would just be like it would remove the can, but it just shot can. Some ladies with face balances would tend to disagree. Some ladies with I think if a woman is menstruating and her pH is off, then the bear may attack her before it will eat the salmon. And I don't want women to have to worry about their pH when they are using bear scare. It should just be an all-in-one. Okay. All right. Well, that's definitely hey, hey, I want to hear 1,000 ideas, and perhaps 1,001 will be the golden one. All right. That works. That work. I mean, that might perhaps attract this rabbi. I might be hunting her in the grocery aisle or something. Okay, so are we going to have barbed wire involved at any point in this? Just wrap. I mean, that's a thought. You can wrap. There was somebody on. Exactly. That's I thinking along the same lines. That was on Shark Tank, and they thought that that person was loony, but they're selling those things. All right. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that chicken ball. I think that's a good idea, so that you can clean their cages and stuff, and they can get like, I don't know, grubs and bugs and stuff in the lawn or whatever. Um. All right. I think that a night. I I think that we got to get this original Bear Scare for 19.99. If you buy two or more, I don't know, and it needs free shipping too. It's got to be like very marketable on SEO on TV. It must be. Um, I don't know how we'll get pricing down. We'll probably have to work with the students at the University of Vancouver. Maybe see if they want to help to manufacture them. And I'm sure they've got connections, so we'll be able to use our networking skills with the entire student population of the University of Vancouver. Did you see that Elon Musk and Donald Trump want to annex Canada? Yeah, not in a million years. I wouldn't even want it. I wouldn't even want it. I Canada's got their own history and people and traditions, and it just. I'm not saying it wouldn't work. Yeah, actually, it comes to natural resource. Right. All right. What about with Bear Scare? I'm telling you, a 1999 spray, light, and alarm would work. And then you can tell people a laser. No, it shoots. I think it should shoot gel, so it is long distance. Yeah. So gel fires further than sprays. And also it stays concentrated so that it hits whatever you're at which you're pointing it, as opposed to just spraying all over the place. Yeah, they use it for. I mean, I've never had to use. I've bought some, I've used it for like when I go running, but I know that it's used for like in case of self-defense. Basically, the gel works better than the spray. And then the other thing is the spray sometimes blows back onto you and causes you pain and can blind you, but the gel does not. It fires in a line. Now, I understand though, actually, maybe you need a little bit of both. So maybe it's gel and spray. So the gel goes really far and the spray just creates a cloud in case for one reason or another the gel isn't able to stop it. I mean, the gel, I don't know how good that's going to be on fur, but yeah, Doug, I talk about that all the time. Yeah, but it'll probably be able to pop that. It makes you into like a big porcupine. I like it, but it'd be really expensive. Those things are like thousands of dollars, and they're not reusable. So like once you use it, you're done. You got to buy another one. No, I want this to be a not-for-profit. We're doing this for the good of all people. We don't do it to make a profit. If we want to make a profit, we can make profits on way better things than this. I imagine a day. Absolutely. We would just get into high finance and cryptocurrencies and those kinds of things. In the meantime, this is a pet project like the University of Vancouver that we do for the good of British Columbia and anywhere that there are bears. So perhaps and the you pick people, they automatically get in. Right. So, so so we should just give these things to those people, and then if their kids ever survive, exactly, if they ever if they ever make it to adulthood, they automatically get full ride scholarships to the University of Vancouver. So the University of Vancouver will be like 96% Chinese and like 2% Inuit and 2% Yupik people. So do the Inuit, 100%. We'll actually pay them to come to school. We want to make sure that the Inuit people and the Yupik people are very. Oh, hold on. But unless there are any Newfies who want education, then they can travel cross country and they get educated for free as well because they're so smart. Perfect. 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 So University of Vancouver is only taught by Newfie professors because of they're so smart and they only teach Chinese people. Now, are we going to accept Taiwanese people? I think we should. Yeah, definitely. All right. And they're like the original Chinese people before communism. So I feel like they should. Well, because Taiwan and its Well, because Taiwan considers itself its own country, separate from China, and it's been treated that way for like 70 years. So when we say China, I know we're thinking the People's Republic of China, but do we really mean I think it's has a different name. It's just one moment. What's the name of Taiwan? Like China is the People's Republic of China. What is Taiwan known as? Oh, it's the Democratic. No, it's the Republic of China. So the People's Republic of China is the mainland one, and then the Republic of China is Taiwan. So I didn't know if we were including those people. So we are. I feel that that's important. And where's the? They're in. They're definitely in. Dude, they've been like attacked by mainland China since like 2019. Do you remember those protests that were going on that have just been absolutely silenced? Um, and Macau as well. We'll let them in, and the Uyghur people, all those people. Basically, if big China has fucked you over, if you're like from Tibet, we're letting you in. If you knew a monk, we're letting you in. If you have ever lived in an igloo, we're letting you in. If you've ever even seen an igloo, you're in. I just, right. It's probably it like looks like another. I mean, it looks like another planet at some points. Um, have you ever seen? It's the highest elevation. Oh, that's going to be difficult. Um, the highest elevation airport in the world is located in like Kathmandu, Nepal, or it's just north of there or something. And the way that planes have to come in, it's like the super um, steep angle, and they also have to take off in a super steep angle. And there are all kinds of crashes that happen there. It's a very, very dangerous. Um, it's a very dangerous airport. So I feel like we could have a satellite campus near Kathmandu, and one of the projects could be to improve the airport there. Dog, I agree. Well, we don't want to do that. We want to use nuclear borers. Basically, it's a nuclear powered screw that just tunnels through mountains. I can see that. Um, I want the University of Vancouver to have its campus on Vancouver Island. Vancouver has one of the nicest skylines in North America. It's beautiful. It has multiple skylines. So I want people to be able to enjoy it from Vancouver Island. Well, it's got the center part of Vancouver, and then there's another city just off of it that is I think it starts with a W or something. I could be wrong on that. Hold on. What are the different skylines of Vancouver? Vancouver sky. Okay, so there's downtown Vancouver, and then there's West End. Yeah, did I say W? Okay, West End and Cole Harbor, and then there's the False Creeks skyline. There's South Vancouver and Richmond, Mountain View and Waterviews. Waterviews is the one that I think I was thinking. I thought it started with a W. The Burnaby skyline. It's a distinct skyline. I think Burnaby as well. I mean, I'm in the skyline subreddit, and whenever they show Vancouver, you have to be specific in which one they're referencing because they have a bunch of them. It's a beautiful city. It's a very unique city. That is generally how. Yeah, exactly. So does Manhattan. Manhattan has Lower Manhattan, which has a clump of buildings like that, and it has Midtown Manhattan, which has a clump of buildings. And Midtown Manhattan, its buildings are actually taller, at least in stories, than Lower Manhattan, where like One World Trade Center is, or whatever, or the Freedom Tower, whatever they call it. And then on top of that, there's newer, or there's Jersey City, which has like a clump of those, and then Brooklyn has a clump of those. So it has like 4 different skylines. But and Toronto, I believe, has at least 2. There's Toronto, and then it starts with a V, like Victoria or something. Is there Victoria, Ontario? Yo, dog. Is there a Victoria, Ontario that's near Toronto? Oh, that's British Columbia. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Vaughan. Yeah, probably Vaughan. But I don't think it's Vaughan. Um, what are the major suburbs around Toronto? Mississauga, Brampton, Markham, Vaughan. Maybe it is Vaughan. Have you heard of Old Thornhill Village? Yeah, which is also a thing. Um, Toronto has probably the one of the nicest skylines in North America as well. It's beautiful. You can see it from the United States. It's huge. Um, yeah. All right. What else? Okay, back to Bear Scare. It's my goal that every Canadian should get a bear scare at birth. There's this thing the British have, which I really wish the United States would do as well, where when you're born, let's look this one up. Yo, dog, what's that baby kit that you get if you're born in England? It's called the baby box. So it's basically like the baby box initiative. It has baby clothes, bedding, swaddle blankets, baby wipes and diapers, toys for the baby, feeding accessories, and books for early development. And I think Canada should be all the same stuff, but it also includes a bear scare. So the one, yeah, so it's got to be childproof. That's true, because what if a toddler is wandering in the woods? How would they use the bear scare if it's childproof? So some things to contemplate. Maybe they should get, actually, I've seen something like okay, back to that dog spike thing. Imagine you just had like a turtle shell, and if a bear came, you could just drop down, and your turtle shell spikes would protect you. Would you be an advocate for that? It seems like the bear could easily lift you up and eat you. It could just put its paw on a spike and like lift you up. I mean, it's not like the spike is like a dagger. And even if it were like a dagger, it could still sacrifice a little bit of cutting into its paw to just lift up the thing enough to get its nose in there and then devour you. What about what about a pangolin? I like that. But yeah, you're right. You would need to generate power to it somehow. All right. So there's the 1999 version. That's bear spray, that is a strobe light, and that is an air horn. Are we in agreement that that might work? Don't worry about the price. I think that's a winner. And I think the best way to market it is to just go to the biggest bear spray company. We looked them up months ago. And then we say to them, just add this little attachment, or you can sell the attachment along with it, of a strobe light and an air horn. And when you pull the trigger on the bear spray, it automatically sends off an air horn and a strobe light. How's that sound to you? That's a. I think we're taking all, we're taking all three of them, or all five of their senses. The strobe light is going to blind them. The bear spray, so that's their eyes. The bear spray is also going to ruin the taste of anything because it's going to be on their mouth and their fur and stuff. So that ruins their taste. The smell is going to be ruined by the spray. So that's their sense of smell. Their touch is going to be ruined by the the spray because it's like hot, and then the sound is from the air horn, and I guess the strobe light would mess with their eyes as well. So basically, all 5 senses are going to be destroyed by this. Yet, not incorrect. Incorrect. Yo, dog, does bear spray affect the taste of a bear? Like when it smells the bear spray, doesn't it mess with its nose and its tongue and basically make anything taste like pepper spray? Yo, that's a great question, and you're right that thinking that bear spray can mess with the bear's senses, but it doesn't exactly taste like pepper spray in the way you're imagining. How bear spray affects bears. Olfactory impacts sense of smell. When a bear encounters bear spray, the first thing that it affects is the sense of smell. Bear spray is made of capsaicin, the same compound that makes chili peppers hot, and related capsaicinoids. These compounds irritate a bear's nose and cause intense discomfort. Okay, sensory overload. Bear spray causes a burning, stinging sensation in a bear's nose and eyes. It's not necessarily about taste as much as the overwhelming sense of smell and causing discomfort. Does it affect the taste? The main impact is the bear's nose and eyes, but since bears rely heavily on their sense of smell to taste, they essentially taste by smell. The spray could throw off their ability to fully experience flavors. If a bear were trying to eat something after being sprayed, its sense of taste might be diminished or altered. The bear's strongest reaction would be avoiding the sprayed area due to the intense discomfort to the nose and eyes. So it does seem like it can bother it. Yo, dog. A bear has 5 senses. Imagine we created a product called Bear Scare that was a strobe light, an air horn, and bear spray. Talk about how this device would affect all 5 of the bear's senses. And then in another section, talk about, if possible, if we had like a salmon cannon that we could shoot salmon in a different direction, if this would cause the bear to avoid eating us and going to eat the salmon that was shot in a different direction. Yo, that's a next level bear deterrent thinking. Let's break this down with the bear scare and then the salmon cannon. Bear scare, how it affects the bear's 5 senses. Sight, strobe light. Bears, like humans, have good vision, especially low light. A strobe light would disorient a bear, causing confusion and likely forcing it to retreat. The rapid flashes of light would make it harder for the bear to focus on you as a potential or any potential threat, creating a visual disturbance that would cause the bear to flee in search of stability and safety. Hearing, air horn. Bears have an excellent sense of hearing, so an air horn would likely cause painful auditory distress, yada, yada, yada. Smell, olfaction, bear spray. Bear spray primarily affects the bear's sense of smell. Okay. Taste, bear spray wouldn't directly affect their taste buds. Their sense of taste would be linked to their sense of smell. So when a bear is hit with the spray, it would likely have difficulty tasting. Touch. Air horn. Bears have sensitive tactile systems, so an air horn was close enough, it would cause physical discomfort. The strobe light, although not directly affecting the touch, might cause intense anxiety. Bear spray can also cause irritation if it makes contact with the bear's skin, which adds an extra layer of discomfort to the situation. So those are the 5. Now the salmon cannon, diverting the bear's attention. Now imagine you have a salmon cannon. I like how that almost rhymes, like bear salmon cannon. Exactly. Exactly. That could launch salmon in a different direction. Here's how that might work. Visual distraction. Bears are opportunistic feeders and they rely heavily on sight when hunting and foraging, especially for food like salmon. If a salmon cannon shoots fresh fish in a direction away from you, the bear could potentially notice the movement, especially if the salmon is alive or if it splashes into water. The bear's visual instinct would likely draw it to the salmon. Smell. Salmon have a very strong odor, and this is when the salmon cannon could be a game changer. A bear's sense of smell is incredibly sensitive, so the scent of fresh salmon might be irresistible. If the cannon launches a fish in the opposite direction, the bear could be drawn away. This could cause the bear to investigate a new food source. Taste. Bears can smell and taste from a distance, so once they pick up the scent of it says taste in quotes at a distance. So once they pick up the scent from the salmon from the cannon, they probably focus on the food rather than you. This desire for food would override any curiosity or aggression toward you. Hearing. The sound of a cannon might startle a bear. Conclusion. Bear scare versus salmon cannon. Bear scare. The combination of a strobe light, air horn, and bear spray would overwhelm the bear's senses in a multi-sensory attack. The disorientation, hearing pain, and olfactory burning would likely cause the bear to flee in fear, as it would be confused, physically hurt, and unable to smell and see clearly. We don't want to hurt it, though. Unless it's going to kill us. Salmon cannon. If you shot a salmon in a different direction, the bear's natural instincts would probably redirect its attention to salmon due to the overwhelming smell and sight of the fish, and the bear's hunger and instincts might pull it away from the human threat, making it more likely to go after the fish. In a perfect world, the salmon cannon could distract the bear long enough to allow you to escape and avoid conflict, while a bear scare is a more immediate defensive strategy to get the bear to back off if things go south. Both methods are about taking advantage of the bear's senses and using its natural instincts to stay safe. ChatGPT is so fucking smart. Is there currently a patent available or on the salmon cannon? Yo, salmon cannon you're talking about is actually a real invention, and it has been patented. The salmon cannon. Oh yeah, I knew I didn't make this up. It's known as a fish transfer system. Was developed by a company, fish transfer system. I've seen this before. Like when you have to get salmon up a dam or something, they go in this like tube and it shoots them out. I knew I didn't make that up. It was developed by Innovative Travel Solutions, and the patent for the system. Right, exactly. It's a pneumatic tube. So we would just have to get the name. Okay. And then, yo, is there a patent on the Bear Scare, which is an all in one device that utilizes an air horn, a strobe light, and a bear spray? Great question. There doesn't seem to be a specific patent for an all-in-one device that combines an air horn, strobe light, and bear spray into a single bear scare device. There are individual patents, but not on all 3. The novelty would lie in combining these 3 deterrents into a single effective device for wildlife safety, especially for hikers, campers, or anyone in bear country. The idea of having an all-in-one tool for defense that uses multiple sensory deterrents could be unique enough to patent. So while there's no existing patent on a bear scare device combining all three components, you could explore the possibility of patenting such a device if you design it in a way that is novel, useful, and non-obvious. Definitely an interesting idea to look into if you're considering making it into a reality. How do you like that? Word, Mockingbird. Now we just have to give them away in the baby boxes so that Canadians. No, I still don't. I still don't think it'll work. Okay, let's say this. If it's, I would not at all. It's going to smell the salmon on you, and then it's going to eat you. I think the less that you smell like salmon, the better. And I know you think that it's, but then the jar's gonna smell. What you're talking about is more like a salmon grenade. Okay. Yeah, no. So it's like an all-encompassing thing that you throw, and then you don't smell at all, and then it just explodes like salmon. I would rather have bear scare. I think AI agrees with that. But if you had nothing else, then that seems like it would work. Have you ever seen a real salmon cannon at work? It's pretty cool. It's basically a long, yeah, it's like exactly, it's like a fish portal. It's like a long rubber tube, and then you manually put the fish in it, and it gets sucked all the way from one area to another. And it's usually used like at a dam or someplace where it's hard for them to get up the river, and it works really well. I agree. Perhaps using lidar or yeah, lidar, which is like allows you to see what's going on the surface without any trees around. That would probably work really well. Um, I don't think you need ground penetrating radar because it's not like they're going to be underground. Um, Probably, I think the most effective thing is just a tranquilizer dart. Just like if it comes at you, you shoot it like a gun, but it doesn't kill it. Let's look this up. Can you buy tranquilizer darts to be able to like tranquilize animals as just a normal person without any special license or anything? Tranquilizer darts and tranquilizer guns are not available for general public use without special licenses. They are regulated and typically only accessible to licensed professionals in certain fields: veterinarians, wildlife control officers and animal control, law enforcement, or military. So you cannot just buy a tranquilizer gun like you can a shotgun, which is really interesting. Like you can buy something that will kill somebody, but you can't buy something that won't kill somebody. Perhaps. I would rather if a bear were coming at me, I would rather have a bear scare than anything else probably. Because if I have let's let's look this one up. How can we make bear scare fire further or farther? Yo, dog. How can you make the bear spray fire farther, like a gel and a spray, and maybe even like packets or particles? And how far would it spray? Tell me at different distances, like the spray 10 feet, 20 feet, something like that. Okay. Standard bear is 10 to is like 30 feet up about 10 meters. Spray pattern, it's a wide cone. How to make it spray farther? Modify the pressure and spray mechanism, stronger propellant, a narrower nozzle, large canister. Bear gel. Bear gel can, it actually doesn't go as far as the spray. Okay, but I think it's more concentrated. 15 to 20 feet, around to 5 to 6 meters, but more focused stream compared to a mist like spray. Gel advantages. Gel doesn't disperse widely, so it can target the bear more accurately over longer distances. It sticks to the bear's face, eyes, or body, which can cause a lingering effect, and it can stay effective for longer periods compared to a mist. Bear spray with packets or particles, a bear powder. This one is a bit speculative since there's no standard product. Doesn't still only like 15 to 20 feet. All right. Can you tell me a way that you could? Well, I don't even think I need it. So anything more than like 10 meters, you need a dart or something. How do you like that? Here, bear attack. And you know how many Canadian lives we're going to save with this per year? basically 1 or 2 per year. How much die from bear attacks? Yeah, perhaps more than 0. Yeah, and the United States is like 1 or 2 per year. So that's a total of maybe 3 people this might save a year in all of North America. People in Mexico die. Yeah, I just care about saving lives. Um, how many people in Mexico die from bears a year? Um, they're in like circuses and stuff. Yeah, there are in the Sierra Madre Occidental Mountain Range, but they're even less. They're like it's like a black bear. It does have a population of black bears, the American black bear. So bear attacks in Mexico, there there are no fatal bear attacks in Mexico because incidents are so rare. So in all of North America, we're gonna save like 4 lives a year. We'll be able to sleep well at night knowing that we're keeping everybody safe. It's gonna be on the front page of every newspaper. It's gonna be the biggest influencer backed media sensation since the Teletubbies, since the Furby, since Tickle Me Elmo. It's going to be giant. We're going to save up the Pet Rock. Absolutely. I love it. It'll be bigger than the Backstreet Boys. It'll be the Backstreet Bears. It'll be bigger than the Berenstain Bears. It'll be bigger than the Every Bear. It'll be the biggest thing since Bears. And Uh yeah, well I haven't I don't know. I know of this guy and I've seen like things about him. I don't know if I've seen an entire documentary on him. But yeah, I've seen him use it or like he like jumps down a hill or something and it's got all this armor on him. Is that what you're talking about? X. Did you ever see Werner Herzog's Bear Man or whatever? That guy who gets eaten alive on camera? Do you think that Grizzly Man would have been saved by bear scare? He was wild. The mother of these bears. Excellent point. Excellent. Right. He's kind of someone it seemed like he'd rather have it. used on him than anybody else. Or here. What about that? I think probably the easiest way to do that is really, I think, with vibrations. There's a way I've like learned about this with like people who with like deer. There's like something you can put on your car that sends out like a low. It's not even makes it doesn't even make a sound, that a low audible sound, and it scares deer. And so if like you're driving in a vehicle and a deer pops out, it'll move out of the way, or won't even get in the way, because it only runs on the wavelength that deer can hear. Oh, we could call it deer here. This is brilliant. There's bear scare deer here. I love it. No, that's a good one though. That would save so much money. And I feel like the reason why that isn't done is because that makes a lot of money for the automotive industry. It kills a lot of people though every year. That's a big one. That, if we wanted to save people's lives, would be a big one. Deer here. Yeah, basically, if you hit a deer with your car, you're going to total it. So it means that it's new cars that have to be bought. We'll have to get one to work for Moose. Look, I think we could. Just one moment. Yo, those like wireless transmitters that people put on the front of their car, does that work for deer, moose, elk, all that stuff? Or does it just work for deer? Um, okay. It's a high frequency. Wireless transmitters you're talking about are likely animal detection systems or wildlife warning devices designed to prevent animal vehicle collisions, particularly with animals like deer, moose, elk, and other large wildlife. These systems typically work by emitting a high frequency sound or signal from the device mounted to the front of the car, which is intended to alert animals of approaching vehicle. The idea is that the sound, often outside the range of human hearing but audible to animals, will warn them of the car's presence and give them a chance to move away from the road. So the majority of these devices are designed with deer in mind, especially because deer are the most common animals involved in collisions in vehicles in North America. Deer are more likely to be affected by ultrasonic sounds. So, okay, moose and elk, these animals have similar hearing ranges to deer, so the devices also work. Yeah, the effectiveness of them is debated, but I really think that they work, and the automotive industry does not want you to know about it. Yo, dog, how many cars are totaled per year in North America from deer? 1.5 million deer vehicle collisions every year. That's a huge amount of cars that need to be purchased. And so I think that the lobbyists for the automotive companies say we don't want people to know about this stuff. Yeah, I've seen them. I've seen them, and they've been around for like 30 years, but they just, it's hard to know if they really work that well because if you never, hey, that's an excellent point. But what I'm saying is that I don't know if it works every single time, but I imagine you could make it work every single time. If two of them don't work or one of them doesn't work, then put two on your car. If two don't work, then three. If three don't work, then four. Eventually, your car will be like this ultrasonic emitting animal scarer, and nobody's going to fuck with you. But think about it 1.5 million total cars a year, or basically, uh, from just deer. So all the automotive companies don't want people knowing about this stuff. And the amount of lives we could save, if we really wanted to save lives, this would be the one. How many people die in animal related car accidents in North America per year? 200 to 300 people. That's pretty serious. And then in Canada, it's 50 to 100. Moose. So actually, it's more than that. Combining them, it's 250 to 400 fatalities per year. But that doesn't include like the people who it could save from being paralyzed and all the other terrible things that happen in a car accident. So I'm all for it. Well, because we're only saving like 4 people there, but we're saving at least 100 times more with deer here. Well, you're right. You're right. Okay, we'll just look at the people. Okay, we'll look at the people who get hurt from bear injuries too. Let's look this one up. In North America per year, how many people are injured from bears a year? And don't give me a really long answer, just really short. 50 to 100 people are injured by bears each year. How many people are injured in vehicle crashes involving animals per year? And again, just keep it simple. 50 to 60,000 people. That's a lot. Well, yeah, because the deer here is going to make sure that nothing gets in the way. I know it is. All right. Excellent. So there's bears here and deer here. I love it. Salmon cannon. Take care, big dog. Bye. Love it.
Time scale of years on when things are happening, what's the sequencing of it, right? So you get to interact with people that you mentioned this. Some people really want some idea to work and they'll exist. And then some other people might be more practical, like I don't care what idea works. I care about tracking for the focus. Um, and these at least these two kind of seem opposite sides with both. And we clearly had both historically, and that made certain things happen earlier or later. So definitely humans involved in all of this endeavor have had, I would say, years of change of ordering, how things have happened, which breakthroughs came before which other breakthroughs, and so on. So certainly that does happen. And so maybe one other axis of distinction is what I call, and this is most commonly used in reinforcement learning, is the exploration exploitation trade-off. It's not exactly what I meant, but quite related. So when you start trying to help others, right? Like you become a bit more of a mentor to a large group of people, be it a project or deep learning team or something, or even in the community when you interact with people in conferences and so on. You're identifying quickly, right? Some things that are explorative or exploitative, and it's tempting to guide people. Obviously, I mean that's what makes our experience. We bring it and we try to shape things. Sometimes wrongly, and there's many times that I've been wrong in the past. That's great, but it would be wrong to dismiss any sort of the research styles that I'm observing. And I often get asked, well, you're in industry, right? So we do have access to large compute scale and so on. So there's certain kinds of research I almost feel like we need to do responsibly and so on. But it is kind of, we have the particle accelerator here, so to speak, in physics. So we need to use it. We need to answer the questions that we should be answering right now for the scientific progress. But then at the same time, I look at many advances, including attention, which was discovered in Montreal initially because of lack of compute, right? So we were working sequence to sequence with my friends over at Google Brain at the time, and we were using, I think, 8 GPUs, which was somehow a lot. And then I think Montreal was a bit more limited in scale, but then they discovered this content-based attention concept that then has obviously triggered things like Transformer. Not everything obviously starts Transformer. There's always a history that is important to recognize, because then you can make sure that those who might feel now, well, we don't have so much compute, you need to then help them optimize that kind of research that might actually produce amazing change. Perhaps it's not as short term as some of these advancements, or perhaps it's a different time scale, but the people and the diversity of the field is quite critical that we maintain it. And at times, especially mixed a bit with Skype or other things, it's a bit tricky to be observing maybe too much of the same thinking across the board. But the humans definitely are critical. I can think of quite a few personal examples where also someone told me something that had a huge effect on to some idea, and then that's why I'm saying at least in terms of years, probably some things do happen.
Yes, it's also fascinating to create somehow a center for innovation. And the other thing about engineering, I have a sneaky suspicion, maybe I over, my love of engineering. So I have a sneaky suspicion that all the genius, a large percentage of the genius in the tiny detail of the engineering. So like, you think we like to compare genius, the genius is a big idea. Yes, I have a sneaky suspicion that like, because I've seen the genius details and engineering details make the night and day difference. And I wonder if those kind of have a ripple effect over time. So that too. So that's so taking the engineering perspective, that sometimes that quiet innovation of the level of individual engineer and maybe small scale of engineers make all the scale, because we're working on computers that scale across large groups, that one engineer is contributing to ripple effects.
Yeah,
Interesting to think about.
Yeah, I mean, engineering, there's also kind of a historical, might be a bit random, because if you think of the history of how, especially deep learning and human networks, it's like random, because if you happen to be there at the right time for different purposes and play video games. So even the engineering that goes into the hardware, and it might have a time, the time frame might be very different. If you were involved throughout the years that we didn't even were looking at, right? So even at that level, right, at revolution, so to speak, the ripples are like, we'll see what plays out, right? But in terms of thinking of why is this happening, and I try to categorize it in sort of things that might not be so obvious. Clearly, there's a hardware revolution. We are surfing thanks to that. Data centers as well. Data centers are where, like at Google, for instance, obviously they're serving Google, but there's also now, thanks to that, and to have built such amazing data sets, we can train these models. Software is an important one. I think if I look at the state of how I had to implement things, to implement my ideas, how I discarded ideas because they were too hard to implement. Yeah, clearly the times have changed, and thankfully we are in a much better software position as well. And then, I mean, obviously there's research that happens at scale, and more people enter the field. That's great to see, but it's almost enabled by these other things. And last but not least is also data, right? Curating data sets, labeling data sets, these benchmarks we think about. Maybe we'll want to have all the benchmarks in one system, but still very valuable that someone put the thought and the time and the vision to build certain benchmarks. We've seen progress thanks to, but we're gonna report with the benchmarks. That's the beauty of Atari. Is like we solved it, but we use it in Gato. It was critical, and I'm sure there's still a lot more to do thanks to that amazing benchmark that someone took the time to put. Even though at the time maybe, Paul, you have to think what's the next, iteration of architecture. That's what maybe the field recognizes. But we need to. That's another thing we need to balance in terms of the humans behind. We need to recognize all these aspects because they're all critical, and we tend to think of the genius, the scientists, and so on. But I'm glad I know you have a strong engineering background. So,
but also on the level of the pushback on the engineering company ultimately could be the creators' benchmarks with the most of them. Andre Kapazi, who you mentioned, was recently talking a lot of trash about ImageNet, which he has the right to do because of how critical he is about it, how essential he is to the development and the success of deep learning around ImageNet. And you're saying that's actually that benchmark is holding back the field because, especially in its context, when Tesla Autopilot is looking at real world behavior of the system, there's something fundamentally missing about ImageNet that doesn't capture the real worldness of things. But we need to have data set benchmarks that have the unpredictability, the edge cases, the whatever the heck it is that makes the real world so complicated, so difficult to operate in. We need to have benchmarks of that. So, but just to think about the impact of ImageNet as a benchmark, and that really puts a lot of emphasis on the importance of the benchmark, both so internally defined and as a community. So one is within like, how do I create a benchmark for me to mark and make progress? How do I make a benchmark for the community to mark and push progress? You have this amazing paper you co-authored, survey paper called Emergent Abilities of Large Language Models. It has, again, the philosophy here that I was asking about. What's the intuition about the phenomenon of emergence? Is there a magic threshold beyond which to focus on certain components? And is there different tasks that us communities being poetic and romantic, or is there literally some level of
yeah, I mean, this is a property that you start seeing in systems that actually tend to be, so in machine learning, traditionally, again, from the benchmark, if you have some input-output, right, like that is single input output, you generally, when you train these systems, reasonably smooth curves when you analyze how much the data set size affects the performance, or how the model size affects the performance, and how much you long train, how long you train the system for affects the performance. Right? So, if we think of ImageNet, right, the training curve is fairly smooth and predictable in a way. And I would say that's probably because of the kind of a one-step reasoning, right? Like there is an input, and you think for a few seconds, and then you type it in, and as a human, then you don't, they will not happen. So in language, we are speaking benchmarks that require
Tonight, one of our most ethnic
there is a bit more trust
invited us all
required
to
with
a
the
Diwali celebration put on by her
So
community.
I think
What is Diwali?
how these
Well,
benchmarks
we'll have Kelly
means that
explain
there
it.
is actually a threat.
Blah, blah, blah.
Going back to
It's so super fun.
querying the right question.
A lot of
get the
guys
right
would like to ask the names.
that might
20
mean
minutes
that
later, you find out that it's
performance
essentially
becomes
a
random
Hindu Halloween.
until the right
So
question is
handsome.
asked
Really do.
by the querying system of the transformer or the language model like a transformer. And then only then you might start going from random. And this is more empirical. Theory. Yes, you see
So between Meredith's Kitty Man and
those
Bravo
breakdowns of tasks, maybe you would
I actually
like, yeah,
might not
you know,
go.
once you get
Well, like Apple Twos and those stuff, right? So we have
start
this.
making
No, I don't know. I have
but
to
it's
say.
somehow a bit
I
annoying
don't know how good. Did I do
because
something wrong? I mean, I thought we were really close friends.
questions we might ask from architecture
Maybe.
possibly cannot only be done at certain scale.
I don't really have anyone to go with.
One
Well,
thing that
probably play.
conversely
You can
I
play,
see
right?
great progress
Yeah,
in the
totally
last
single.
couple of years is this notion of science of
You guys going to
learning
this
and
Indian thing
science of
tonight?
scaling. Right?
No.
So on the negative, that there is some benchmarks for which progress
And
might need to measure at a minimum at
Hey,
certain
hey,
scale.
hey,
You
stop
see
that.
then
That is
what
offensive. Indians
details
do
of the
not
plan
eat
matter to
monkey
make
brains.
performance better.
And if
right?
they do,
So that's a bit of a
sign
thought.
me up.
But
Because I am sure
what
that
we
they
also
are
see
very
is that
tasty and
you
nutritional.
can sort of empirically analyze
It's
behavioral
important
models and scales
that
that are
this company
smaller,
celebrates
right? So
its
let's
diversity.
say an example,
You know what,
we had
Stanley?
this chinchilla paper that revised the so-called
I'm
scaling
gonna celebrate
model.
for them.
And
Really?
studies
You
on
should.
every single
It's
small
fine.
scale, right?
I
Hundreds of
love
millions up
the
to 1
people
million
here.
parameters. And then
And
the cool
if
thing is
there
that
was
you
one
create
thing
a plot,
I
right? So
don't
plots
really
that
care
show
for,
trends,
they
right?
said
You
they
extract
can
trends
be
from data.
terribly,
That you
terribly
see, okay, like
ignorant
it
about
looks
other
like
cultures.
the amount of data
And I
required
don't
to
want
train
them
from 10x
embarrassing
larger
me
models.
in front of my
And these
girlfriend.
laws so far,
Diwali is a very important holiday for the Hindus. But frankly, I'm a little appalled that none of you know very much about Holi. So, without further ado, Kelly, you are on.
Extrapolating. But then these
Quality
equations,
is awesome.
sadly,
And
not everything
there's
can be
food
extrapolated.
and there's going to be dancing. Oh, I have the raddest outfit.
The harder
So
events
it's breakfast.
are not so
Let's tell us a little bit about
but we have a variety.
origin.
So I wonder
To
which
I don't
degree
know, that's really old.
threshold
Do have
scales.
hundreds, I think, maybe more than.
So
What's
the
your story?
size of the engineering benchmarks where that threshold.
Kelly, I'll take this one. Is celebration of coronation.
Reducing
This epic battle. And not it symbolizes the battle.
scale.
All right. This is the Lord of the Rings.
Just for the science aspect, but this is the actual real world aspect.
Yeah, so luckily we have quite a few benchmarks. Some of which
Start
are similar, or maybe they're more like
Josh
I
doesn't.
think people might know the systems
farther away than I
one,
do.
systems two style.
And also, it's a
So
gas money.
I think what we're not seeing luckily is that
And now I know
extrapolations, maybe
really
slightly
smart
or smooth or simpler benchmarks are translating to the
Nice
harder,
basket.
harder ones. But that is not to say that these extrapolations will hit students.
Now,
When
a lot
it
of
does,
people say that
then
Kelly is one
how
of my
much we scale or
That's
how we
true,
scale
but it's also not
will
true.
sadly be the
Because
mix of
frankly,
optimal
there are
and
literally
better laws,
billions
right?
of people
And
just
these
like
laws, again,
Kelly.
are very empirical laws and not like physical laws of
Famous
models.
Indian.
I wish there would be better theory about these things as well.
So
but far,
Ramanyan
I would say
Chandaseka
empirical theory, as I call
is
it,
a
way
Nobel
ahead
Prize
than
winning physicist.
actual theory of
That's it.
Let me ask
Apu
you.
from The Simpsons, hilarious Indian. M. Night Shyamalan, The Village, Unbreakable, Sixth Sense, Son. Oh,
Human being. I'm looking at you.
There's a more
just
time.
stop it. Oh, what?
That's exactly as though the land of the water was sentient. Where deals with it, like sort of making official report claim that there's evidence that the system has achieved sentience. And I mean,
such a roller coaster.
this is a really interesting case.
Roller coaster. Hot, cold.
Technical machine learning level, will transform our world.
Very Samuel AI.
Wow,
cheers.
Another thing about the Indian people, they love sex positions. I present to you the Kama Sutra.
Machine learning
engineering researcher. Who's seen that before?
Yeah, that's the reunion of a bunch.
Have you ever
This is the best meeting we have ever had.
Well, I find it
Well, whatever Kelly wants to do in her own house is fine, but we should all be subjected to it.
Actually, she's right.
You're not gonna like it. No, this is delightful, charming culture. My Indian cultural seminar was going great until he decided that he was too immature to deal with culturally explicit English. It's just sex. People, everybody does it. I'm doing it with Carol. Well, we could.
That's why I came to machine learning, because you always feel you start thinking that machine learning is maybe the science that can help other science. It's such a powerful tool. So thanks to that angle, I love science, astronomy, and technology, but I'm not an expert. I think I can do better as a computer. But having, especially when I was more involved in learning a bit about protein, about biology, about life, and complexity, it feels like really, if you start
This
looking
one, not wearing
at things
shoes,
that are going on,
or some of us still have our shoes on.
Stop it. Level, and also, I mean, there's obviously that
I thought
we
you
are
said this was comfortable.
like the brain, but the complexity and the amount of
Indian
magic
woman in a
that it
sari.
feels. I don't know costume.
Okay.
As opposed to these computers, computations, just makes me like, wow, there's such level
I'm a
of
vegetarian, but can I eat
like orders of complexity that
just have some bread?
sure, these weights and train them, they do it nicely, but they're not at the level of biological entities, brains, cells. It just feels like it's just not achieve this level of complexity, behavior, sometimes I believe when I talk to other beings, certainly.
All they are is chocolate, graham cracker, and marshmallow. How difficult would that have been?
I don't have about machine learning, but I certainly feel very far.
You're Kelly's sisters, huh?
Kelly, Zach, Trap, Professor Wesley.
Yo, dog. Hey, is that them? How you living, pimp? I'm living the dream, dog. How are you?
I feel a little underdressed, but at least.
Welcome, welcome. We're watching the Lex Friedman podcast. Enjoy, my friend.
Learn about it, how I see the curve of
Hey, big Tilly, you ready?
because I've seen the progress of language models since
One,
Shannon in the 50s, and
three.
actually really at that time scale, we're not that fast progress. What we were thinking at the time, like almost 100 years ago, is not that dissimilar to what we're doing now. But at the same time, yeah, obviously other scientists, the first one, I think no one would there are other topics that how other kinds of models one part of the story that's important understand for me.
Wow, 30 years. And you only met one people in the wedding.
Disagree, or I don't
Yes.
understand that, yeah, maybe
How long have you been married to the cheerleader?
right now he's
Oh,
knowing all that. No,
she's not a cheerleader. She thought this was a costume
perhaps
party.
why it's great to be talking to you.
No, we're not
Reaching
married.
out to the world about what you do.
Yes.
Hey, let's
She's
make
very fair.
demystify
She is very fair. Very fair, very kind. So, tell me, is your marriage the kind of thing where when you die, she has to throw herself on a fire? No? Okay. It's still very cool. Okay, thanks.
And also the complexity of evolution, the whole universe where we are. And it feels orders of magnitude more complex. So I think, yeah, maybe part of the only thing I'm thinking about,
Are you okay?
explaining.
I'm gonna be.
There's a bit of magic. It's good to be lost obviously what you do at work, and I'm certainly fascinated and surprised quite often.
Everyone,
hopefully,
I'm sorry, should I have your attention,
experts
please?
in biology
Thank you.
this is not as much and I'm
Hi,
happy to learn
sorry,
that,
I just have an announcement to make.
through interactions with the larger community we can
Okay,
also
I have learned a lot
education
about Indian culture,
in practice also will massively
but I have learned even more.
but then the other very important is you starting to
And I know you're all thinking, who is this crazy gringo and what is he talking about?
understand a bit what's
Well, I'm
going
not
on,
crazy.
not going on, what safe,
Maybe I'm crazy in love.
right? Otherwise, the technology
So,
will not
without
be
further
used
ado,
for good, which is
Carol?
obviously the goal of all of us.
Carol Still,
So let me then ask the next question.
I would like
to
you
do solving
to do me the honor
to replace
of
the
making
right spot that
me
does interviews
your
as
husband.
we started this conversation with. Do you think the system since you think he needs to achieve something like consciousness? Do you think about what consciousness is in the human
Can we
mind
talk about this in
that
private?
could be instructive for creating AI?
Yeah, honestly, I think probably not to the degree of intelligence that there's this brain that
Get it, you're not ready to wait.
can be extremely useful, can challenge you, you can teach you,
Yeah, but
conversely, you
I
can teach
feel like I've
you
done
to do things. I'm not sure it's necessary personally,
after all.
but
Okay, come on.
if consciousness or any other biological or evolutionary lesson can be repurposed that influence our next set of algorithms, that is a great way to actually make progress, right? And the same way I try to explain transformers with how
Hey, you know what?
fields we
Why
operate,
don't I come with
we
you?
look at text.
Because I got this book.
These insights are very important, right? So there's a distinction between details of how the brain might be doing computation. I think my understanding is
I was a temp, but I got promoted. So compensation is a lot more competitive.
So you're saving money now to start a family at home.
For travel and that Xbox.
Our thought process of memory works. Maybe even how evolution got us here.
But anything you want to ask us, right?
All these things happen. I think these
Today, my boss proposed to his girlfriend in public.
research.
So my
I've seen some examples of these being very useful to then guide
would you excuse me for a second?
right? So I think biology and what we know about ourselves can help
It's hot in there.
to build essentially
How's the
what
nun?
we call
Cry?
HEI, is general.
Looked like you were having
the real
fun.
gap, right?
I am. You should come dance with us. I have to watch our shoes so they don't get
consciousness in
stolen.
particular,
Who are you
I don't
texting?
myself
No one.
think too hard about how to add that to the system. But maybe my understanding is also very personal about this long debate that I know people have often, and maybe I should tell more.
Yeah, and I personally, I noticed the magic of it on a personal level, especially with physical systems like robots. I have a lot of Lego robots now in the hospital. And even when you program them, they do things you didn't expect. Like an immediate realization. And you notice the magic of that has to do more with communication and possibility. Are you kidding me? It seems like it used to be part of communication. Having perception of consciousness seems like a useful precedence. We treat each other more seriously. The nearest neighbor, shoving that entity to your memory correctly, all that kind of stuff. It seems useful. We used to fake it if you never make it.
So maybe during the question, and since you talk to people, you do think that we need to figure something out in order to achieve intelligence in a grander.
Yeah, I personally believe yes, but I don't even think it'll be like a separate island we have to travel to. I think it will emerge quite naturally.
That's easier than thank you.
The reason I think it's important to think about is you will start, I believe, with a school engineer, you will start seeing this, especially when you have AI systems that actually interact with human beings that don't have an engineering background. We have to prepare because there will be, I do believe there will be this human rights movement for robots. As silly it is to say, there's going to be a large number of people who realize there's these intelligent entities with whom I have a deep relationship and I don't want to lose them. They've come to be a part of my life. They mean a lot. They have a name.
I was checking.
Yes. I start to ask questions about ourselves. What this thing sure seems like it's capable of suffering because it tells all these stories of suffering. It doesn't want to die and all those kinds of things. And we have to start to ask ourselves questions. Well, what is the difference between human being and this thing? And with a new engineer, I believe an engineer, like a deep mind, or anybody to build systems, there might be laws in the future where you're not allowed to engineer systems like displays of sexuality. I'm supposed to decide to be unless it's
no way, dude. I'm not I brought an inflatable
with such occasions. Sure, though. And then so that's going to be part of the central engineering process. Which features do we have other than this communication and sentience? But it's important to start thinking about that stuff, especially how much it captivates public attention.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely a topic that is important we think about. And I think in a way, I always think not every movie is equally on point with certain things, but certainly science fiction in the sense at least has prepared society to start thinking about certain topics that even if it's too early to talk about, as long as we are reasonable, it's certainly going to prepare us for the research to come. I mean, there's many important challenges and topics that come with building an intelligent system, many of which you just mentioned, right? So I think we're never going to be really ready to talk about these and start also, as I said, kind of expanding the people we talk to not include only our own researchers and so on. And in fact, places like DeepMind, but as well,
just like the show
there's more intervention.
So say one more word, I'm stopping the car.
Start asking and really working with our discussion. Because obviously, this is not initially what your passion is when you do your PhD, but certainly it is coming, right? So it's fascinating, and it's the thing that brings one of my passions, that is learning. So in this sense, this is kind of a new area that, as a learning system myself, I want to keep exploring. I think it's great that to see parts of the debate, and even I see a level of maturity of the conference that deal with AI 5 years ago.
The goddess of destruction, honey. Has changed so much. How much don't invite any zombies to a celebration of your warning. Okay, honey, so I'm from Florida, the warning. Indians love to party. Come on, happy, go warning. Happy the warning.
For being elected from the Royal Society. So, just as a shout out to fellow researcher, what's the secret to the genius of Elias? And also, do you believe that his tweets, as you hypothesized and Andre Kapati did as well, are generated by a language model?
Yeah. So, I strongly believe he is going to visit in a few weeks actually. So I'll ask him in person. But
will he tell you the truth?
Yes. We're ultimately we all have shared lives and there's friendships that go beyond obvious institutions and so on. So hope he tells me the truth.
Or maybe the AI system is holding him hostage. Maybe he has some videos about it he doesn't want to release. So maybe it has taken control over him. So
well, if I see him in person, then he will. But I think it's a good. I think Ilya's personality, just knowing him for a while, he's everyone in Twitter, I guess, gets a different persona, and I think Ilya's one does not surprise me. Right? So I think knowing Ilya from before social media, before AI was so prevalent, I recognize a lot of these characters. So that's something for me that I feel good about, a friend that hasn't changed or like he's still true to himself, right? Obviously, there is though a fact that your field becomes more popular, and he is obviously one of the main figures in the field, having done a lot of advancements. So I think that the tricky bit here is how to balance your true self with the responsibility that your words carry. So in this sense, I think, I appreciate his style, and I understand it, but he created debates on
I took a box of white stationery.
right? That's maybe
So from time to time, I send white faxes.
But yeah, it's
himself.
the reactions are usually polarizing. We're just seeing kind of the reality.
Twice
Social media
at 8 a.m. today, someone poisons the coffee. Do not drink the coffee. More instructions will follow.
Yeah, I mean,
Quarterly
it's funny.
future what?
He was one of the early seminal figures in deep learning. There's a responsibility, but he's also having impact quite a bit. He's just a brilliant thinker about ideas, and which, as I do, there's a tension between a manager versus the actual thinking very novel scientist versus he's going to create something and also people tell me in private. We'll have to see what
There she is. Jay Lenson, first thing morning. Love to start my day with a hearty bowl of jam.
Quite a few
Just call me Lenson in the morning, baby.
gets probably the top spot, if not close to the top. And if we go back to the question about people in the field, like how the role would have changed the field or not, I think Julius is sort of interesting because he really has a deep belief in the scaling up of neural networks. There was a talk that is still famous to say from the sequence to sequence paper, where he was just claiming, just give me supervised data and large neural network, and then you'll solve basically all the problems, right? That vision, right, was already there many years ago. So it's good to see like someone who's in this case very deeply into this style of research, and clearly has had a tremendous track record of success and so on. The funny bit about that talk is that we rehearsed the talk, it was over, and the original version of that talk would have been even more controversial. So maybe I'm the only person that has seen the unfiltered version.
Oh, you got it. Josh?
Maybe when the time comes, maybe we should revisit some of the skip slides.
Really? What roles are king of the stupid
But I really
universe?
think the deep belief in some certain style of research pays out, right? It's good to be practical sometimes, and I actually think Ilya and myself are very practical, but it's also good. There's some sort of long-term belief and trajectory. Obviously, there's a bit of lacking off, but it might be that that's the right path. Then you really are ahead and keep the influential as he has been.
Do you agree with that intuition that maybe was written about by accepting the bigger lesson, the biggest lesson that people have read for so many years of AI research is that general methods leverage computation are ultimately most effective. Do you think that intuition is ultimately correct? General methods leverage computation, allowing the scaling of computation through a model, and so the basic task of humans design methods that are more
You become close with someone, you develop a sixth sense. Read their moods like a book.
I
Right now, the
think
title of Michael's book
essentially
is
a bit of the
Something
deep
Weird
learning
is Going On.
Research, almost
What did
philosophy
Jan say?
that on the one hand we want to be data agnostic, we don't want to pre-process data sets, we want to see the bytes, right, like the true data as it is, and then learn everything. So very much agree with that. And I think scaling up skills at the very least, again, necessary for building incredible complex systems.
Branch is closing.
It's possibly not
In your
sufficient,
face.
barring that we need a couple of breakthroughs. I think Rich Sutton mentioned search being part of the equation of skill and search. I think search,
Are you okay?
I've seen it, that's been more mixed in my experience of in particular. Search is a bit more tricky because it is very appealing to search in domains like Go, where you have a clear function that you can then discard some search traces. But then in some other tasks, it's not very clear how you would.
You just said that we're going to
Although
go
recently, one
Michael,
of
what's
our
going on?
recent works, which actually was mostly
What's up, everybody?
and even the team and the people involved were pretty much very
We are screwed.
with AlphaStar. It was Alpha Code, in
Governmental
which we
spending is
actually
being
saw
shut down.
the bigger lesson on the scale of the models, but then massive search yielded this kind of very interesting result of being able to have human level competition. So I've seen examples of it being literally massive search and scale. I'm not so convinced about the search field, but certainly I'm convinced scale will be needed. So
This
these
is the
general
worst.
methods, we need to test them, maybe we need to see that we can scale them, given the hardware that
It
we
makes
have
perfect sense.
in practice, but then maybe we should shape how the hardware looks like based on
1,000
which
business
methods
cards with this
might be
address.
needed to scale. That's an
I don't
interesting,
want to blame anyone in particular.
interesting contrast.
I think everyone is to blame.
If I could just say, if Ryan is laid off, I will kill myself.
Maybe now, if
Like Romeo and
sparsity is
Juliet.
required,
The
we have
clarity.
the hardware, the theory. Many people are thinking we don't have the hardware, but there's a bit of misconception of hardware for scale that might actually have an impact at least on the year. Again, 6 years, how fast we can progress. Maybe a version of neural network or whatever comes next that might enable truly intelligent agents.
I couldn't even laugh. I'm going to take the severance and retire. My wife and I are going to travel. I really couldn't be happier.
Undeniably,
It's a blessing in disguise. Actually, not even in disguise. Sometimes at home, I answer the phone, Dunder Mifflin is Pam. So
that it
maybe
will
that'll
go
stop
far
now.
beyond, but I'm definitely convinced that it will be human level
Some of us are fired.
and I'm hypothesizing about the
I don't know if I
beyond.
really work here without Pam.
The beyond bit is a bit
You know that
tricky to define,
Cinderella song?
especially
Don't
when
know
we
what you
look at
got
the
till it's
current
gone.
formula of
It pretty
starting
much
from
says
this
it better than I
imitation
know.
learning
Let's see.
standpoint, right? So we can certainly imitate humans' language
Hey,
and
Mike.
beyond.
Daryl.
So getting at human level to imitation feels very comfortable. going beyond will require reinforcement learning. In some areas,
don't worry about me.
Certainly already has paid out.
So you'll be okay too.
Being
You're a warrior. You're smart.
My favorite so far in terms of going beyond human capabilities, but in general, I'm not sure we can define reward functions that from a seat of imitating human level intelligence.
The CFO is taking away my house.
Going beyond.
Josh.
Josh is not
getting in the garage to Bob
but certainly human level, yeah. I mean, that in itself is already quite powerful.
All right,
so,
listen up.
Beyond,
some of you may have heard some rumors about the branch closing, but I am not going to take this lying down. I have a plan, and I'm going to save our jobs.
But at least human level is
yeah.
very, very powerful.
Yes.
Well, especially human level is slightly beyond integrated deeply within society.
CFO, show him he's making a mistake. Save the branch.
Beyond which our work will be very deeply transformed by these kinds of
Thank you very much.
design.
Okay, the secretary says Wallace is away for the day, and
Just-
back to the office. Okay.
Just
Not worry, I have this kind of address, right?
very
Here.
different kind of shift. Where it needs to be a living
Send him cards. You've never met him.
But when I do, we'll have something to talk about.
I'm afraid it's a lot more. So I think maybe we need to think about if we truly get there, just thinking of limited resources like humanity clearly hits some limits and there's some balance between biologically the planet is imposing and we should actually try to get better at this. There's quite a few issues with having too many people coexisting in a resource limited way. So for digital entities, it's an interesting question. I think such a limit should exist. But maybe it's going to be caused by energy availability.
That's a good experience.
It's energy. In fact, most systems are more inefficient than they are in terms of energy required. But definitely, I think as a society, we'll need to just work together.
This is exactly what Michael Moore does in his documentary.
Growth, how
He goes up to people with a camera and he's like, why did you do this? Why did you pollute? You're bad person. Very dramatic. Oh, I can't say I was a big
people
fan
that
of Wallace.
have access to certain resources or knowledge. For them to have that access, I think those are the applications in a way that I'm most excited to personally work over.
Yeah, there's going to be significant boosts in productivity.
So, Josh will be running his now.
But I'm looking far beyond us becoming a multicultural species. And just as a quick background question, do you think as humans become multicultural, and our species go outside our solar system, all that kind of stuff, do you think there will be more humans?
As of today, I have accepted a senior management position at State.
Will humans be the core key?
You leverage your new position with us into another offer. Josh, this whole restructuring is based around human.
I'm sorry.
I think we'll all are excited to build AGI to power or make us more powerful as human species. Not to say there might be some hybridization.
You know what you're going to say when I show up?
But there are.
I will improvise. I will speak from the heart.
Same way medicine.
Bad idea. You need an attack
Better.
plan.
Maybe there are other things that are yet to happen. But if the ratio is not at most 1 to 1,
Excuse me, Mr. Wallace, David Wallace. Yes. What is the meaning of this? Can you tell us why you are shutting down Scranton and putting 15 people out of work?
Well, the branch is no longer financially viable. It's a dollar defense.
Yes. These are employees, sir. These are human beings.
Losing money. Okay, it's not a charity, it's a business.
Just
well, this is how I know you're human.
let's start.
And you are one of the special humans. It's a huge honor that you would talk with
Excuse me, Mr. Wallace. Oh.
Maybe once before the singularity, once after, and see how our beauty changes. Thank you again for talking today. Thank you for the amazing work you do.
So, Really prevalent here. But it looks like Scranton is going to award Stanford.
Looking forward to seeing
And just left there.
and maybe
We would like to offer you the
Thanks for
number
listening to this conversation with Ariel.
Yeah.
Support this podcast.
No,
Check out our
sure.
sponsors in the description. Now, the new videos those who imagine anything and create the impossible.
No,
Thank you for listening. See you.
Please think about it. And call me. We will do whatever we can to get you to stay. Hey guys, I'm trying to organize a lunch for everybody since you are really see each other again. Maybe DJs?
how about you?
No seafood. Oh, now all of a sudden we'll get picky. No.
Following this conversation, Lord Emeritus Professor of Cosmology and Physics at Cambridge University and co-founder of the Center for the Study of Existential Orders. This is our podcast. Supported. Please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, friends, here's Martin.
What's going on here?
In year
We
2020,
know the branch
scientific
is
American
closed on
article
Michael
writes that, quote, today we at university
Okay. You know what, everybody? I'm sure there's a better way to do this, but I've heard something important loud today. And I'm doing something, so I'm just going to tell you. Your branch is not closing. Stanford is closing. For the time being, it seems that all your jobs are stable. Is it because of Michael? He actually did something? Well, prison service. Would you just call him, please, wherever he is, and tell him? Sure. Jan, Tino, is anyone coming back to Scranton? Coming to Scranton, is anyone coming to Scranton? Yeah, we don't know. Probably.
And also all about the extreme dinners. Black holes, neutrons from isotopes at various times, and others potentially exciting disruptions. In the last 20 years, we've seen the realization as most of the stars in the sky are orbiting planets.
Look at this athleticism, folks. It's really unprecedented. One of the most athletic motherfuckers we've ever seen. This motherfucker does it all. He picks his nose, he burps, scratches himself, motherfucker queefs. It's incredible. Did I mention how athletic this motherfucker is? His thumb cracks sometimes his toes crack, sometimes his fucking ankle cracks. Did I mention he picks his nose? Sometimes he eats it. Whatever he does, he meets with people during the smallpox era of like the late 18th century, and people were doing that kind of shit. It's unprecedented. He's got to take a shit. One of the biggest shits of all time, perhaps.
Yeah, I might do that.
Oh, man. I got to take a majorly dump. Oh, look at that. Fucking wrist just cracked. Oh, man, I got to take a whiz like a motherfucker.
Thanks, man. Where do you belong? Are we alone?
I think we see this and that's just an example of how we are dependent on great observations, and also, incidentally, in the case of life, you've got to take account of the fact that scientific colleagues. Neurology is a much harder subject than physics.
All right.
Most of the
Favorite
universities know that, girls are like physics, but you've got to remember
my first day, you hazed me by spraying me with a fire extinguisher. That was hilarious.
My first sale, my promotion to assistant regional manager.
Dream of physical game, 20th century, maybe this century, is discovered the theory of evolution. And there's a sense that once you discover that theory, you understand everything. We unlock the mystery of how the universe works. Be able to understand how life emerges from the fabric of music.
I think the phrase theory of everything is very misleading.
Shema Yisrael, na na na,
Doing biology or physics is not held up at all. Do not understanding some UK physics, they're held up. So things are very complicated. And that's especially to affecting biology. So what's holding up biology? It's not a lack of the so-called theory of everything.
Yeah, me too. Maybe this is good. Finding another job is a
What do you
pain.
think we'll understand first?
There's another annoying boss, another desk. I have to learn everything all over again.
From a fundamental
So,
deep level.
Well, I think
there are reasons to stay.
I'll come back to it later that there are only limited concepts of ever being able to understand the innate human brains. The most fundamental theories we have together all the forces of nature. I think that the limitations of the brains. But I also think that we can.
Yeah, I'm happy you said that. I mean, I don't think he's into me or anything, but
more of the complexity
I'm kind of into him.
But even understanding a simple
So,
organism
there you go.
from the atom up is very, very difficult. And I think extreme reductionists have a very misleading perception. They tend to think that, in a sense, we are all very equations.
Man, I have to take a major league shit.
Isn't the way you ever understand it.
Perhaps. I mean, in the history of shit, this thing.
This was so
It's a major league.
I'm such a stupid idiot. I let everybody down. Everybody hates me.
What do you mean by shit? Seems like a problem.
Take it.
Nobody likes me anymore. Oh my god. What? Stanford is closed. Michael, we're not closed. Stanford is closed. Stanford is closed. We did it. We did it. We did it. We Oh man!
How did we do it? Even if you could solve that.
There, I saw myself selling a house, living in some street
Every
together, and
science has its own
but
logistical
clustered,
concepts in which you get the best explanation. So maybe in chemistry, things like valence, in biology, the concepts in cell biology, and in ecology, there are concepts like imprinting, etc., and in psychology, there are other concepts. So, in a sense, the sciences are like a tall building where you have basic physics, most fundamental, then rest of physics, then chemistry, then cell biology, etc., all the way up to the, I guess, economists in the penthouse and all that. And we have that. And that's true in a sense. But it's not true. It's like a building in that it's made unstable by an unstable base. Because if you're a chemist, biologist, or an economist, you're facing challenging problems. But they're not made any worse by uncertainty about something different.
And at every level, just because you understand the rules of the game or have some understanding of the rules of the game doesn't mean you know what kind of beautiful things that game creates.
Right, so if you look to the birds and how they fly, then things like imprinting, baby on the mother and all that, things like that are what you need to understand.
The branch is closing.
In principle,
And
solve
everybody's just backing up their stuff.
Our albatross,
And in the cars,
thousands of miles in some ocean, comes back and then coughs up food for his yard. That's how we can understand in a
I
sense.
want to talk about this new boss, Michael's
behavior. But it's not because
What's he
we
like?
solve it on the atomic
likes,
scale.
dislikes, favorites.
You mentioned that there might be some fundamental limitations in the human brain that limits our ability
cards
to
close to the
understand
vest, I
some
get it.
aspect of how we use. That's sort of interesting.
Cross me, and I will.
Sad, actually. To the degree it's true, it's sad. What do you mean?
It'll be an adventure.
Just as the monkey can't understand quantum theory, or even Newtonian physics, there's no particular reason why the human brain should evolve to be well matched to understanding a deepest aspect of
Is that
reality.
Josh's computer?
What?
I suspect that there may be aspects that we are not even aware of and that really
Hey,
and as an intermediate step
Pretty
towards
good.
that.
that's
One of the
great.
things I think is a very interesting possibility
That's great.
is the extent to which AI can help us.
What was your
I mean, I
milestone?
think you take the example of theory of everything, which is string theory.
I will make you don't.
String theory
Brush that time.
involves
Really,
very
Tony?
complicated geometry,
Just put it this way.
structures in
Last
10
weekend, I
dimensions,
outran a black pepper
and
snap.
it certainly
I am
relies on
fine.
the cards.
To give you a reference point, I'm somewhere between a snake and a mongoose.
Physics
And a panther.
of 10 dimensions.
Man, what is he can tell me so
Very
well?
complicated
Oh, I'll
geometry.
just tell you later.
Maybe
And you'll compare the times.
for human beings to work
Yeah.
through.
Are you ready?
We will
Set, go!
AI with the advantage of the huge processing.
I didn't mean to delay it.
World Championship chess within a few hours.
I did just make him run around the building. I didn't know intentional.
Every reason to expect.
This isn't even a stopwatch. It's a digital
Machines
computer.
could help us to solve these problems. And of
It
course,
does make my life
if
harder
that's the
sometimes,
way
and on purpose.
we came to
Like he tried to
understand
put
whether
meters on the
Shakespeare
bathroom
was right,
stalls as a way of
it's
bringing
been
more money
sense
for the company.
frustrating because we want to get
Hey, 3 more laps to go!
This is a great satisfaction.
Gotta pick it up if you're gonna beat Toby!
No one, if she shows us where to get back to our sentimental geometry, figure out all the possible origamis, if it comes out, yeah, smooth out the correct aspect,
Yes.
But to be deeper mysteries, we get to
My branch is absorbing the Stanford branch. Or as I like to put it, my family is doubling in size. That's all I'm going to say about it. I have a
It's
gigantic
interesting that
performance ahead of
the
me.
idea that there could be
And
things
I have
that
to get into my head
is true.
and focus.
And maybe you can even help us understand
Why?
but ultimately it's still a long journey to really understand why.
I'm not firing somebody on the first day.
You try to sneak up to her in different
The
ways.
Japanese camp guards of World War II always chose one man to kill whenever a batch of
Spend the day
prisoners
in
arrived.
Ryan talking to Dennis Establish.
I just wondered
His
how they
big dream
chose
is
the man
to apply AI to the questions of science.
I think I would have been good at choosing the person.
Have you gotten a chance to interact with them?
well, I know quite well.
Good morning.
Good, good. Set it up at the front of your please, make it look nice.
Okay.
The best thing to do is
Yes,
to
I'm having a good day today. I'm excited to all of the new people and to see my old friend again.
And of
Definitely.
course,
It's always something that makes people happy. Town hall's going back. Hello.
Ah, ding, 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 our first arrival. Scranton. This is Hannah Smokeridge Bar. Hannah Smokeridge Bar. Welcome to our humble abode. Follow me to your desk. Ball and chain is right over here. You know, a lot of these people just the only thing they have. As far as I'm concerned, this says world's best
I think you would resonate with what I just said.
Ah, there he is. Tony, what's your last name? Gardner. I knew that. There you go. Gift bags.
Mechanical simulations, electrons, they're doing control of
Well, just forget.
high temperature plasma fusion reactors.
There's hotspots around Scranton. All right, let me show you your area. So,
The march
come on, big guy.
progress by AIs and science.
Hi. I'm Aunt Karen. I love your
Big
sweater.
strides. Do you think an AI system will win a Nobel Prize?
So cool. I've always wanted
What do you
to.
think?
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Does that make you
Thank
sad?
you, your leader.
Digress.
Oh, wait, I am your leader.
Has a chapter say why Nobel prizes do
Where are you a robot or
Quite separate subject. I think Nobel prizes do
I am actually your boss, Michael Scott. Welcome. Wow, you're very delicate. Was your dad a GI?
Or what deserves the credit for any scientific discovery. They go off to someone who has an idea, a team of people who work on the experiment, etc. And of course, it's the quality of the equipment.
I'll be the number 2 guy here in Scranton in 6 weeks. How? Name repetition, personality mirroring, and never breaking off a handshake.
Huge advances.
Always thinking one step ahead. Like a carpenter that makes stairs.
Far, far better data.
Hello.
Half the telescope
Aloha and welcome. And you will see Michael Scott. Aloha and
Oh, very good. Welcome to our digital kingdom. It's for you.
See what's happening.
Michael, thank you for
I can't crash together two galaxies and stars. See what happens.
Nifty.
They are nifty. They're nifty gifties. You know who I really like? Is this guy, Andy Bernard. He has got this very likable way about him.
which is why they need ambassadors.
Right. No way. Get him out of here. We don't want any of this guy in here. Good to see you, man. How are you? Martin Nash, I presume? This is a little gift bag for you, free of charge. Follow me. I will show you all this nash works. Your desk.
Hi, Jim.
Nice to have you.
So that's
Awesome.
and incidentally,
Back.
you also now
This is really good.
has data.
You too. Where do I stand with fans?
The European satellite called
No idea.
was just put on
We're friends.
the
Always having
screens
friends.
and colours,
That's
properties,
where we
nearly
stand.
2 billion stars.
Well. Look what the cat
Fantastic
dragged.
analysis of, and that it was
What?
at all.
Back.
Just the number of
And the new methods of machine learning actually love raw data, the kind that astronomy provides. Organized, structured, raw data.
Well, indeed, the reason they really haven't been over us is that
Meet my eyeline, Jim.
more than things so much
Stop
faster.
acting like an idiot.
Learn to play chess and go.
Hey, buddy.
That's how they can learn to
Welcome
diagnose
back.
lung
Hey,
cancer.
how are you, man? Good. How are you?
Because they can look at 100,000 scans in a few days.
So-
Whereas,
Oh, I'm sorry.
sees that many in a lifetime.
Well, there's still magic to the human intelligence, to the intuition, to the common sense reasoning.
Well, we hope so.
What is the new book?
The book is called If Science is to Save Us. It's coming out in September. And it's on the big challenges of science, climate, dealing with biosafety.
Yeah, Jim's a nice guy.
And also,
That's why I got the desk.
on the way scientists organize.
This kind of
Universities,
standard.
academies,
Take care of
etc.
it.
And the
Oh,
ethics of
yes,
science.
I can. In general, they do not limit much responsibility.
Let me actually just scroll around the beautiful
That
and
is
strange.
really all I need.
Over 20 years ago, you hypothesized that we would solve the mystery of dark matter by now.
Michael Scott. Thank you. I appreciate it, Mike.
What is dark matter? Why has it been so popular?
Andy Bernard, Regional Director. So you'll be reporting to me then. My title head manager. I'm a director. The guy Phil said is the highest level.
Would
You know
define a
it.
plant
I know everything.
if they only contain the stuff we see, everything in the shining, and
Congratulations.
to understand how galaxies formed and why they do remain confined at the same time as
Hey, Toby.
it has to infer.
Yeah, wait, man.
About
Fine.
5 times
Good.
the
Thank
stuff.
you.
This gravitational force
Now making me
and the total amount of stuff in the gas and stars that we see. That stuff is called dark matter. That's substituted name. It's not dark, it's just transparent.
All right, good. Back. Okay.
And the most
Sorry
likely
about that.
interpretation is that it's a swarm of microscopic particles which have no electric charge and very small particles before anything else. So they swarm around. And when we do computer simulations, look out the swarm before. And models can be found. Then we get a nice consistent picture if we put in 5 times as much mass in the form of
Which is higher, assistant regional manager or regional director in charge of sales?
We think they're not interacting particles, then we think they're against the There's something more or less. We don't know what they are. And
All right.
the disappointment proposal
Okay, who reports to you? I don't care. Dwight,
particles
you all report to me. That's all that matters. The rest of it just work out amongst yourselves, okay? Work it out amongst yourselves. Please, I have a company to run. Would you let me run the company? Will you? Please?
obvious candidates. And it hasn't. And some people say, well,
Oh my God, I have so much to tell you. Yeah, Tom Cruise and Katie Holmes, they had a baby and they named it Surrey. And then Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie, they had a baby too and they named it Shiloh. And both babies are amazing.
And there's a factor of 10 out of 10 between the heaviest particles.
Okay, everybody settled in? Good. Why don't we all proceed to the conference room? Or, should I say, the banquet hall?
There's a huge amount.
For drum roll, please. The official merger day, all family welcome breakfast. Come on in.
It doesn't diminish my
Hey, no, guess so.
Because they explore the small fraction of gravity.
No, I guess it is. When you consider it,
Literally,
well, then consider it
searching in the dark. Here in this giant space of possible particles, you're searching for.
Welcome.
There could be all kinds of particles.
It could be. The sun is wrong. Very, very hard to detect. But I think we could look for some of these theoretical ideas.
Okay, do not worry. All of your questions are about to be answered. Let's face it, moving to a new job can be very stressful. So I had made an orientation video, especially for you newcomers. But it's not like any orientation video where any of you will go. It's funny. It's got a little bit of a and I hope that it gives you a flavor of what we're all about here, and what we're all about here is training. Let's just all laugh together.
It reminds me of the orientation video Michael showed on my Facebook.
Why is university scrambling? Why does it?
I am so scared when people don't label their personal food.
And
You like to want to see us working at show. Never got to do plenty of space in the parking lot. Little car go with a pack box.
Well, so far, I thought it would be an A or A plus. I totally forgot that there is an A plus.
You don't have a
Caring for the
other totally intellectual universe. That's going to remain.
This is Karen from the
Say what the gap is. If you take the observed universe,
this is Karen of the Need a Mega Nancy. I don't know.
times we're talking
Parents don't know.
about two copies of the universe closely printed, the times when
Buddy?
the entire universe
Anything new to report?
goes down to the size of a
You mean
pencil,
to me?
or basically, and to emerge from a microscope. There's a huge extrapolation, and it's not surprising it's so far from our experimental range of detectability.
Am I trying to get under his skin?
Ideas.
Yes.
So you think
Because
first,
in theory, yes, the more marginalized you become.
into that place,
Meanwhile,
and then
experiment
experiment
out there,
perhaps one day catch up.
charm,
Well, I think it is
Hey,
a
Angela.
combination. I think what we hope for is that
and a screensaver.
there'll be a theory which applies to
You like
the
it?
universe,
I do like that.
which also has consequences which we can test in our present day
Yeah.
universe. Like discovery that why neutrinos exist or things like that. And that's the thing that
Hey.
may perhaps
What happened
be
to Great
relied to help us to
Oh, yeah.
But I think the hope would be that we will have a theory which applies
No, I'm involved in
in
it.
very, very extreme ways.
So when do I get to hear
Which
everything?
gains credibility,
Are you
gains
still getting
confidence,
unpacked, or
because it also
want to grab a
manages
coffee or
to
something?
account for otherwise unexplained features.
Actually, no.
The noise you will
Oh, yeah, no.
standard model of
Whenever.
probabilities.
Oh,
With lots of
okay.
undetermined numbers.
So
So
it's
it may
interrupted. I don't know if they have.
So we're dancing between physics and philosophy. What do you think?
Okay, all right.
What do you think happened before the Big Bang?
There's probably something.
This feels like something without reach.
All right.
I said personal, comma, do I need to absolutely list every aspect of your life, question mark?
It's been a little chaotic, but it's fine. It's great. A lot of distraction. But it's good.
Evidence of the Big Bang.
Take a picture, it'll last longer. I'm sorry, it's just it's a little distracting.
I would put all these things you just mentioned in the category spectrum science. And I don't see application between that and because, of course, to answer your question, if you should walk then you've got to realize that it may end up even more counterintuitive concepts than quantum, because it's a condition even further right rules than theories of our lives. Our brains evolved and have changed nonsense, which is our ancestors wrote about the everyday world. It's rather an excellent subset of the world and the cosmos. So maybe something which are specific.
I think I'm just a little
Yet understand.
And it's just
One concept that I suggest is the idea of space.
Bob Vance, we're just in Orlando. It's made some real crying.
I don't know. People think they are. I sat down and the village for years. Never see a word.
People hate people that are different.
So we just don't know.
But you know what makes people forget
What
their
happens.
That is why I created integration and celebration. This is the moment when Scranton and Stanford come together as one, united in applause. I know what a lot of you must be thinking. Wow, what a day! Feels more like a night at a party than a day of work. Well, in my opinion, business feel out.
Cool, period. Gangsters love my blog, period. Have you seen it, question mark?
The rothschild.
Because
I got it. Wait.
This is the direction where the truth lies.
Very funny, Michael. Okay, really funny.
Do you think
Why are
there's
these
other
people on the
universes besides our own?
To show them that we are not about them.
Assumptions. Physics. His time is his text the part
Showing the cohorts of the wood.
his time is for a time. And for some theories, affection and the cosmology Stanford and the interpretation speaks different and that's based on specific assumptions about the physics, because assumptions are hypotheses.
You know what? I'll help. I will help.
Theories.
Don't be shy. Right? Let's do this. Come on. We're doing this thing. Let's get up. 1, 2, 10, okay, here we go. Here we go. I'm under this. I'm under this pocket here. I'm grabbing here. It's not getting good. I'm right in your crack. Right down. You got it. You got it. You got it. Sorry. Not going I was on the fence by this. Most reason is if you quit on the first day, that's embarrassing, my friend. Okay, what happened? I mean, what?
Likewise, the aftermath of ends just after down the see Tigo patch arguments and that it comes further. Then you've got so much
Absolutely adorable.
replicated.
Oh, sorry.
He's just
That's his favorite color.
Possible explanation.
I'm sure.
Hey, look at me. I'm a baby. I'm one of those babies flipping stockings. What am I thinking? Look at all those staplers. What's a stapler? I don't even know. I'm a baby. Hey, Mom. I'm thirsty.
Milk.
I'm thirsty, Mama. I want some milk. And you know where milk comes from? Rest.
We also don't know much about the depth of the ocean, nor the actual mechanism of observation in our head.
No,
Yes. I started to see Karen. Very services.
pretty fast.
Are you ready to talk about it? Just because you hope the word gets out there.
Is utterly wise. We have a deeper impact on this.
Yeah, it looks like a check, paper of some sort, receipts. I don't
Dan,
know.
this is Ansel Martin from accounting. We have a rebate from federal work opportunities and doing this with us. So we get that money for hiring convicts.
I didn't hire an ex-convict. Unless they mean Toby, convicted rapist.
The human race of such
I'm just kidding.
is something which is
When did you check out?
very special.
Okay, that's on the brand new bird. Taking advantage of this program. Smart move.
Hey, Janice, we use Stanford had it run in a baby.
Dan, which one of the new employees is a criminal? Convict. And, not sure. So hang on, let me email our HR. Stay on the line.
Brad's dead. Just vast space, and it just feels raw I think of Earth as sure. The more we learn, the less special it is.
Okay, it's someone named Martin Nash.
Why did the convict?
You don't understand what pre-complex chemistry and the first replicating, metabolizing it called
Society, a black man, he's probably at a sporting event
anywhere else. Involves a in any other language condition. So
what we really have to say is to forget.
I think many of us
People feel
some
that
but even if we accept that the many contingencies arrive to present day life, some
at the expense of individual safety in the workplace. As an night-time female that sits in a toilet, rarely visited by the office. Naturally, I agree with her.
military capable of intelligence, even so I think these
Write it shorter in bullet points.
the fact that Roger understand serious work on. It's usually what sort of two different bombs every mission. They didn't know it's not long. And as part of this clever experiment, I think it's most important because we are for life for patients, other patients and services, and of course on the exit and in 10 or 20 years, two things. Really unite next big telescope. Here is an image of some of these
Generally, comment everything that is
just try to
kosher food is halal, except for alcohol, comma, the reverse is not true, period. For a specific breakdown, please review the below information.
Size of it. But detecting the actual size from these experiments has really they try to
Maybe like
maybe
started.
I know Pam pretty well. But she likes. I know that she hates. Loves it. She likes.
Collect a size from these experiments and to be able to
started the main frisbee golf
separate
club
out
at Cornell.
from that to
College. I lived to golf.
and get the spectrum and see if
Also, I was on also,
I think you can look quite a bit.
you going?
I'd like to say, suppose then there's service.
Everybody, have your attention, please. I realize that a lot of you have already heard that Martin here has had some trouble with the law. I just want to declare publicly that I trust him completely, and that anybody who doesn't is an ignorant, dumb person. Okay? As a matter of fact, you show me a white man you trust, and I will show you a black man that trusts you even more. Sam, tell me white person.
Correct, comma, however, with Impossible Burgers and Beyond Burgers, we can enjoy those.
Apollo Creed. Close your eyes. Picture a convict. Where? Special. Backward. Advance. Say something ordinary like chisel. Black man.
And if you find any
surprised, shame on you. No, that's not cool.
If the pizza is made with non-dairy cheese, comma, then you can have meat on top, comma. However, if there's dairy on the pizza, then correct, comma, no meat on pizza.
I had
if you found some skeptics would still say it is a single of it. But I think
You wrote my
that's
boring.
always the skeptic.
But rude is your party. But we need some play football game.
well, we are running a business.
What was your cell like?
Means like is that intelligent out. And like if you have a good indication that there's life outside the soul, that means
They did clarify some Harvard school guys, and a lot of the guys also.
I don't know if that's terrifying because if life is everywhere, why
Sounds like better than
why talk about them as like alien civilization if they are out there? They would like to.
This place is not tripping. It's
the ones
way better than
that. Again, so exciting and terrifying. You mentioned that they're likely to be biological creature.
So I think
I'm a lumber thing.
against speculation, in speculation.
What is non-dairy cheese made of? Typically,
even though I don't have my gift of success, for example, but that does deem it what the might be protected. And I think, but we don't have idea. So any of them, even some strange shiny objects, I think if we ask
also, comma, coconut and soy are popular options.
Prison better than this place. And I heard you loud and clear. So try and instituting some changes to make this more like prison. You're going to start with an hour of outdoor time. Let's go.
Had a head start. But then, let's see.
It's freezing out. I feel my toes.
Let's be off the iron. Anybody want to
Make
get
it
up?
detectable.
I'm going back inside. Yeah, it is. Freaking cold out here. Anybody wants to stay out? You got about 27 minutes of rec time. Oh, hey, my ass. TV in the garage and the record. Actually, these people don't realize how lucky they are. This office is the America's. And they would rather be in the hall.
If I go second, humans designing where they are.
Yes.
And if they go houses somewhere, they're badly adapted.
You know,
And so
my
they're
hair.
attacked. But there may be some difference. They've done blood. And so they may
Correct, Jews who keep kosher would avoid dairy-based yogurt, but there are non-dairy alternatives that they may enjoy.
and so they will basically want to be on the planet. Just take a long time. And so if you
All right, everybody, there has been a lot of name calling against our office today. Aligning, slurring, much of it from you.
it should be sent out
Ways that prison is better,
it's still sort of in a way.
and none of us can say because none of us have been.
This therefore needs to be fixed.
Well,
if there
there's somebody I'd like to meet, somebody else
which is ahead of us,
who can tell you what it is really like.
but we would
I'm Prison Mike.
these electronic progenies.
You know why they call me Prison Mike?
And then this
Do you really expect me to not push you up against the wall, Mia? All right, hey, that's just the way we talk in the clique. A lot of fun talking about prison today, but I'm here to scare you straight. I'm here to scare you straight! In prison, you are somebody's bitch.
These
You, my friend, will be the belle of the ball. Don't drop the soap. Don't drop the soap. And prison, and 50-50.
And intelligence.
This is what I'm saying. It's not like you can go home and recharge your batteries and come back in the morning and eat with your friends. Have
Many are
fun in the office.
subsidiaries of larger conglomerates, and some of the shareholders are Jewish, just like many are non-Jewish.
We can't
I never got caught.
Prison Mike?
Maybe requires competition, not aggression. And I wonder if competition can take forms that's not stationary. You can still have fun in the space of ideas, which is maybe primarily in a way.
Very, very worst thing about prison.
Intellectual exercise versus
The worst thing about prison
violent exercise.
was the Dementors. They
What is
were
this?
flying all over the place. They were scary, and then they come down and they suck the soul out of your body. And then, oh, there are no movies in prison. This is my point. You guys got it soft and cushy. This place is freaking awesome. The people are awesome. The boss is nice. Everybody seems to get along. People are tolerant. People who redeem themselves. Nobody's bitch. I hope that this scared. And for me, Prison Mike, I just want to thank you for listening to me. Letting me be a part of your life today.
What are some businesses that Jews do not own or are prohibited to own?
As robots robots 50 years ago
Doesn't sound
now
so.
they've got big structure space on and they probably do exploration but present ones Mars we can't actually do a geology already digging into Mars and so he wants to exploration Mars of course even more and so there's
Some Etsy stores.
No, if you think prison is so wonderful, then enjoy prison.
Once a business
I'm going to leave them in there.
becomes sizable, it
And if this doesn't bother them, then I'm out of ideas.
Gain shareholders come, many of whom come from a diverse amount of backgrounds.
But also, it's especially expensive because they would have risk averse in launching interest rates. I can illustrate that by noting shuttle.
Very disrespectful.
And it has spectacular faces, which is
had a bad
in
influence.
and
I gave him the benefit of the doubt.
it had been mistakenly presented as safe civilians, women's groups, big national treatment, but if you
There are generally prohibitions on ownership of
then of course you report, and that's why I think people's based on millionaires and there's losses because the taxpayers
Good night, Jason. Get out of there.
simply
Sure. Long day. Really long. Why don't you guys head home early? I'm off for good behavior.
This is just how I speak.
Good job. Enjoy your freedom.
No, I've always come to Mars, which is very, very from Stanford. The only these maybe on one and I expect to have at the end of the session. And rather will be of such people on Mars. Easier to deal with climate change on Earth than to terraform Mars to make it probably has to be. As there's no planet for but for these great adventures, then you can imagine that they try to live on Mars. This great pioneers. And by the end of the century, then the huge advances present in two things. In the understanding of genetics, so as to genetically we desire. And secondly, toward cyber think about that. And those techniques will hopefully regulate potentials and ethical powers. And of course, we have to adapt it to the earth and have incentives to the way they so our argument is that it will be those crazy parts using all these scientific advances controlled here away from the populations. They will transition into a human species. And so if they transition into something which is electronic, eventually, because there may be some image to the capacity of flesh and blood brain take away, then there is some electronic entities very much what is done. So staying with the precursors of the future evolution of life and intelligence coming from the earth. And of course, one point which perhaps
No, why did you bring that here?
Don't worry, she said.
most of them nonetheless, everything or somehow
I accidentally ran over it. It's a Christmas miracle.
Well, get it out of here. Relax.
Okay.
no
I am going to roast this goose and prepare it with a Do we have any kind of pepper in the kitchen?
It started 15 years ago.
Here.
First that's up. So that's I'm out to
So can you watch this? I'm gonna get my carving knife out of the no, this is different. He's already dead. Once I brought in a doctor, prepare for lunch. And people got upset. Apparently they got attached to the duck. They didn't want to see it killed. So he dead. We truth every part of the food. The meat is a delicious, smoky, rich flavor. Save it in the refrigerator.
We may be a bit that's crazy. Expanded capacity of life.
That is ridiculous and totally against the spirit.
again. See but the question actually comes up at times sometimes with the audience, especially consciousness of the way.
I would like to
Social tips?
Hey, I would like a slice Christmas cake. I'm trying to get and perhaps ham chocolates with mint. Finally, waiting for my box. I get that. Knickknacks. I don't know.
The tires look pretty warm.
Well, that is probably because the test drive.
And I realized
Michael.
Oh, thanks.
humans have a very strong ego and a very strong sense of identity. So obviously that's
This is going to be the best Christmas ever. My girlfriend Carol is coming to our party, and I have got to take it to paradise. Tomorrow.
It's not so obvious.
Take her to Sandals, Jamaica, all inclusive.
So we individually dress up with ties and shoes. We give each other prizes, reality, intelligence, connection with each other. And that makes me intelligence. Ideas something what versus each other. Generations.
There is a Christmas carol. Hello. About 5 hours early for the party. Like a blonde.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody, I don't know who haven't met yet, but I think this is one of them. This is my girlfriend, Carol. This is in front of her.
And, in terms of or
Michael, yes, if I may say, please look prettier than I.
Oh, ow.
Michael, I don't think there's anything wrong with the way you describe it. Not as much as I do.
ideas, design, philosophy, and that inspires me to care.
I can't take care of you. I mean,
I know.
I went on this 3 years ago with my kids and my ex-husband.
Yes, but you realize that the
And that's such a big thing. Elon Musk is doing quite wise. It's not a
bold
recreation.
Photoshop
It
yourself
actually has
picture
a
girlfriend
it's really inspiring.
But then again,
And
Michael's
back on your thought, I don't think Elon wants to escape.
I don't know how to deal with
It's more that we should allocate some small percentage of
I
resources
don't think things are
to
gonna
have
work out of this.
and you yourself
You need
all of
get this through in
square.
Jamaica's largest freshwater brewery.
It does seem
I guess.
human history. It
Scandals.
seems almost obvious that these hunters over survive such as it seems that as we get clever and clever the way to destroy ourselves, so that's this is one thing. People talk about climate change, and then we need to respond to climate change. So that's a long-term investment we need to make, but it's not really long-term. It's been a decade. I think what Elon is doing is really long-term. We should be working on this military conversation now if we were to have it ready 5 centuries. So taking those early steps, and then also there's something you have your when you go into you discover something about materials, or nutrition, or pure science, your relationship with the systems that actually work together. Discover all these things. So it's worthy to go out and try to do
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think the different what I take is that this is very expensive. It's actually and that's why you should trade people if they go these opportunities for seeking just take those people apart. Yeah.
By the way, I should get back on billionaires. There's sometimes some negative connotations with billionaires. It's not a billionaire.
I feel like there's a chance for me to start over.
Because governments have billionaires.
Fall back into the same kind of things I used to do.
It's the capitalist
I do.
imperative. So, which I think
Like everybody's attention.
deserves
Christmas is canceled. You can't cancel the holiday. You're not standing and you're losing your year. It's like, Jim, here's where I can stand.
I think what some of these companies like SpaceX and Blue Origin are doing is some of the most inspiring engineering scientific work
And I
ever
still
done.
think it would be appropriate to celebrate under the circumstances.
They still dare Are we going to cancel as well?
Fine. Have your party. There's no guests.
This stupid rat mess.
We're not hearing it. Like it.
It's true that power is but I think the fact is, in democracy, to be
So why are you doing this?
I think it's stupid processes, but I have to bring back. I don't know if it's obvious why NASA spends so much money and takes such a long time to develop things like almost. Because I would love to live in a world actually using taxpayer money to some of the best engineers and scientists in the world and actually work across government. Russia, China, the United States, the European Union together to do a good project. It's strange that Elon is able to do this
Right.
much
Bring
cheaper.
that question.
It could have to be right?
The list I made you to cut streamers at lunch. But you said green is cool. No, orange is cool. So I had a couple of ideas. It would never work. Yes.
Quite apart from diversity.
These are all terrible ideas. And none of them are on the thing other than technical. You should be able to.
Mostly
We tried to sell it. It's clearly not for you. It's time to go.
far cheaper than the one that's
Come on.
at the same time.
Please, thank you.
That's because it will have a useful first step.
Okay.
And
Thank you very much.
over 100 tons into your orbit. And it's feasible to crazy.
So you're getting everything reminds you of Carol.
And also,
It's a half.
besides, it's no step could contain
Oh, look at this.
something as big as the
Oh, no, those are different.
We should throw this in the box.
So it's going to be hugely beneficial to science and for
I have to just buy them.
to have these cheaper optics that are far more good. Service. Relation and
Oh, look at this. She saved you $2,000 with the Dale's report on one problem.
Rocket. It's just great. It's like looking at a beautiful thing.
Oh,
The humans are capable of studying this to do something so majestic. It's both controls, varying it, increasing her intelligence in these rockets, but also great propulsion, great material. It just inspires me.
this is that old adage. But they say that
So,
when
it's exciting to you to see
4 hours.
All right, folks.
Carol,
Disconnect.
I knew the first
essential.
Yeah, I'm gonna get fucking kicked down. Stream on hold enabled.
I feel like I've been kind of cold to Karen, and there's no real reason for it. I mean, it's not like she's trying to make me. So
Viral rabbi? Sexy.
Right? I'm so glad we said
Yeah,
that.
gmail.com. Out of all the reindeer, you know that. What's new? No one cares.
That may have been the crashes in structure. They were told 70% risk of
The committee to plan parties invited me to karaoke Christmas. There's no such thing as a committee to plan parties. There is not. We just started. Well, we just started. What's your funding? $200.
What's this between?
Hey,
You know this shit isn't gonna work.
Like fun. So it's not a party. It's only one party, and it's hosted by the party planning committee.
I understand. There's a party that starts at 2, and then there's a party that starts at 2.
Right, and if you're interested in more fun parties, all the info is out here more brightly.
Because the folks, another giant rescue where it was military. military.
Yep, looks like
I think this is my science. So correct. I
That's
should
what you want, right?
go up there with it. I would take it. Yeah, it's great.
Damn it, Karen. I am ordering you to cease and desist all party planning immediately. As ranking number 3 in the song,
I'm never curious.
Yeah, but I'm
you must turn over to me Christmas decorations and paraphernalia immediately.
Take on
good. As ranking number 2, I am starting the committee.
So
Nowadays,
just the ripple effect it has across generations.
no, wait. Permission to join the validity committee.
That's sending humans should be something we do less of sending humans in space. They should be primarily
concentrating on there.
the work
You're thinking a lot.
situation should be done primarily by
Well, I think
Come on, you little bitch. I can't wait to get kicked out of this bitch. Oh, sorry, it doesn't look like that works. Unable to accept invite. I'm a human, dog.
Bros before hoes. Why? Because bros are always there for you.
What in the fuck is this?
After your home rips your heart out.
I can't imagine. Come on, you little slut.
She looks really hot, so I said, you look unusual. She looks cute. Michael?
Do you know
Actually,
you saw
Please.
so, right?
Here,
AI.
I can't hear what you're saying, Carol.
Please read the rules. Okay, dog. Yep, John.
And she'd say, that's not good. What are you guys talking about? She totally got
This computer system makes
have to laugh to enjoy each other. Even you said louder, it's my job.
This should
There for Michael.
this should
There for Michael. I'm here for Michael.
part of the mission. Do you think Hal is good?
I'm already starting to figure out what color I should have. I can't. I'm going to call it. Find out what I'm going to call it. Put that away. SOS. Hi. Big day.
Man down over here. Your help.
What can I get for you?
Start moving around. No, that's not good. 1 part eggnog, 3 parts. Some places won't make it for you though because eggnog
credit
sees that.
you feel you should be entitled to.
We should put out salt for the rooms.
Not enough. So
That's a great idea. Phyllis? I was just getting a salt. Pam, don't tell her what to do. Phyllis?
And that's why I think the President Sergeant to take away.
I think I'll go to Angela's party because that's. I miss the days.
So, 3.
If you're using more than 3 pieces of paper.
Where'd you go with cool bow?
Oh, I just.
Okay. Sure. All right, let's
Oh.
I think that's good. These instances, but tell the victim.
Looks like you got a little McCreary knife back. No, it's the I bet you wish you had a McCreary. Actually, the Suba's kind of nice when you're looking to get one. I don't know. Still think McCreary's better. Nothing is your wheel.
And use that.
He just had his heart broken. You wouldn't do this to him.
I don't know.
Oh, sure. Break up with a hour. Yes. Texas. What did I tell you?
And then that's a situation. So that's the way I see it. And then these technologies take
all right, let's start it. First off, we're supposed to be pushing cars down. Also, Michael's on vacation. We're all meetings. I get the transcripts. Oh my God, what are you doing? You're not allowed to take off your pants in the office. Wait, you know what? Just back off. Okay, that makes me uncomfortable. This is sexual harassment, by the way. Oh my God. You got a knife. I do not have a knife. No, let the record show that Dwight K. Schrute is now completely is holding a plastic knife to Stanley's neck. Let the record show that you're a liar. I am not.
I just want this white. Get out of my
You're carrying it, just go up.
Wait, what is that on your stomach? Is that
Oh my God, you're right. That is animal from the muscle. They can't see my stuff. I am now chopping Phyllis's head with a chainsaw.
Pure biological form is going to be greater than the genetic modification of cyborg type of creatures. So if you think we're here today, and that
just that
Come on.
Hey, you got messages?
Yeah.
Well, you were gone.
okay.
That's what.
Okay, we'll get to all of it later. Aren't you going to ask me?
Look at me.
We're happy to be here.
How was your meeting?
Yes. Oh. It's Stanley's you make. When somebody says, hey, man, everybody says, hey, man, back. Oh, a lot of legends.
It is really good to see you.
My bonus check was $100 Okay, well, payroll is part of that. So I should talk to you. I am getting settled in. So I'm not doing a lick more work. You are not as much fun as your Jamaican brothers.
I still haven't done it. I'm living in a hotel. Yesterday, I saw a rent sign down the street from Jim, and he said it would be like we were living together. The house is 2 blocks away.
Good. You know, I had never been out of the country right now. That's how Jamaicans live. It is great. You know, they relax, they party all the time. I want Paul to start having pina coladas every day.
He keeps today. We couldn't do it without you, so you explained.
I specifically went on vacation, so I would miss it. Inventory is boring. In the islands, they don't make you do stuff like they do. Why do some of this? Tonight, we are going to have an inventory luau. I want to bring back a little slice of paradise. We're going to the warehouse inventory. Party clinic.
By the end of the day,
Right. First of all, there's
the Jamaicans don't have a word for it.
is something that is forced to keep us out.
Michael, there's no way you can
Question
How hard is it, luau? All you need are some grass skirts, apple, boy, Georgian, stuff, pig, my. All you need. Roll it in.
But the reason
Settling and good. There. Sign. You don't
it didn't progress is not because
attitude. I would like all of you to have right
the reason
here. So what if we have to say like no problem? Oh my God.
Is that jam?
Where?
On the left.
No, that's a German woman. Jan told me to play it.
I don't think
I'm not telling you that.
everything that makes money is good for society. Doesn't make money is bad for society. That's a difficult. That's a difficult approach. And you look at some it's not obvious that they get tremendous amount of money. They're good for society, especially how advertisement, engagement, activation. That's the
profile.
Hey dude, just got back from Jamaica. Sounds amazing. But you know what? Lady Jan Levinson wanted to go to Montego Bay. Well, I'm looking at a photo right now. And I'm telling you, it'll be in Maxim.
surely 1%.
Oh
at most.
no? Okay.
Well, there's another app. I think
sending you some email.
So we get together.
Got it?
Taxpayer money. Something going first. And once you
Check
get
it again. It's been fresh.
drive down the cost. Make it.
I sent you and hacker@dundermifflin.com.
Yeah. So that's again was civilization. Some technology and somebody else. We don't know. What? We can just do our best.
Yeah.
Yes. Let me ask you, in your book on the future prospects, you imagine a lot of 7 feet like
that's great. Okay. You got an email from me?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that was for good packaging. Did you already forward it to a whole bunch of people? Well, did you get the second email that I sent? Explaining the first email was a mistake and they should delete it. They send that out to everyone?
You might get
boring.
Discover something that activates your
Okay.
It's kind of fascinating to look back and how little he understood. People at that time understood about our world.
Certainly, if you think until about astronomy position, how is it? Why prisons precisely because of the stuff was here and the deep stars and wasn't real life. It was quite
Help Phyllis all the time. Just yesterday, I had a piece of tape to his hair.
How scary it is.
Imagine what he would have thought was the Big Bang, or even just just him and I started talking.
Better than listening to Michael Clay show.
Would he be able to make sense of space-time and the curvature of space-time?
Oh,
well, I think, given a quick,
I came back to Jamaica with you.
if I look back, he was with
Not ever. Oh,
he was just a contrast.
I'm not dating Dan. You're very clear about that.
All right, I'm ready to get kicked out of that bitch.
We only have 3 hours, people, to plan a whole new hour.
I think
We're not helping.
Ingredients of soy.
what is
Well,
the
they're
theory
delicious. No one sells
from
them.
an astronomy
Cutting
perspective?
them?
Black holes is one of the most fascinating
Just a second. Michael?
theory
Jim.
Obviously, I agree. Well, of course, what's interesting is Einstein's reaction. As you know, he took it seriously, although as a consequence of Susan's equation, seriously. Then, this is exist as against stars.
Michael Rothschild, man, you are the man.
All right. Okay. I said it. Attention, everyone. Apparently, there is an email circulating around that contains a very PG-13 rated picture of me and still Kevin, a woman, maybe Jan, maybe Sophia. My point is that if you get it, I would ask that you sign on to right?
Einstein's theory explained by people tells us
Hey,
black holes.
what are you doing out there?
I'm living, you know.
Jen calls. She's going to be later to talk to you.
Say what it's about.
That's also
was just 1960, but it was that black hole is formed, settles down, is defined just by two positive massive spin. So based on so that's a before very messy and complicated.
I am disconnected from this too long. In order to get that to destroy contents of the
We've got so let's talk about this.
Okay.
We're talking sense and things in the president. Don't worry about it. Thanks.
How
Seriously.
stars go different is the sun when burns out the
Yes! Yes, what I tell you? I knew he'd turn up. You see that? This is the greatest night of my life.
and the instinct was that it they then carbon table, but then eventually and they make you process and they blow up. So like that, just pushing forward.
What? Originally created as a character with no friends.
Well, synthesized.
And it's only
Stars of gift and pride, heart really first also forward. And so we sat beside us, Adam made stars of different stars, all over using our previous as straightforward. 46 for the first person suggests that idea. That's what we want. And so that's how the stars explode.
You need to stay.
Something which is very exhausting two times. One possibility of neutrons, these reverses come with 6 species. Again, these are stars with heavy, which are compressed lazy tests. So the whole mass, mass is its hours. So extraordinary. They was touching maybe the laboratory was the was used the fact that it was hard just similar that's even more
Scottsdale, message.
Yeah.
see something
Very soon.
too big
And
and
I
we
would
know
just be
sun, which again stars, they were detected those 50 years ago when the black hole was orbiting around and grabbing material from the ocean rolled into it and gave us the X-rays found these objects orbiting around the star and emitting X-ray radiation very intensely, very, very small times, so under very small index. That was good. But then the other
last year I went through a divorce,
different
identity theft, husband who was not.
and
This is the psychiatrist that I have self-destruct.
I gotta take a whiz.
Once.
What's up, whiz kid?
Fine. No, I mean, even it's lowering my expectations or redefining the word itself. This is the thing. You know, attractive people. I don't know why, but I need to follow my instincts.
So even though
This is the point. Okay, you're wrong for me.
How can we
Well, they discovered when those
But I still
small enough to be appointed
find myself
to catch up how strong the target. So, yes.
The same feelings.
As well. That was captured gas, and that gas was it was far more energy than all this together. Because the energy black hole lighting up all the gas of the galaxies and the spectrum. So this was totally so yeah. So
black or jets, center galaxies. Do we know? Do we have a sense every galaxy has one of these big boys?
Lucy. Loser.
Do we know much about ours?
Okay, well, that hates me.
What am I gonna do? I don't have a lot of fun.
Discord. Definitely has banned me. Joel.
Our galaxy but now that's what but now it's not capturing very much gas.
No.
So it's rather protected, indirect. And,
Dude, this fucking site sucks. Got a black eye.
Perspective postcard. And it's like
So you got people.
stage captured gas, but the rest of the lights are close to gas, because it's not much gas before we get
That's the universe powers spring from these giant black very large stars, these black holes, planets orbiting. Seems like planets orbiting stars, and just beautiful. So what happens when galaxies collide?
This is so fucking boring of a stream. I don't know why. I guess so that they spend money.
Yeah.
I am party.
That's so rude. I'm sorry, I can't control things. Hey,
Very hot. So horny, she loves you long hair.
that is gross.
Long time. Enjoy long time. Recommendation, I joke you. Get out of my eyes.
Bye, honey.
Like, boo.
maybe a the two
Click here to join her fucking Discord. Oh, she kicked me out. I already know that.
Is it Kevin?
So the chance of
Yeah, because there's actually a lot of people that's transferred.
that does
Touring really want this chocolate factory. That would be I had to go get starch. I like the chocolate with them. It was kind of beautiful.
yeah.
Yeah, but the pattern.
White, here to join us finally. Thank you.
White has the tardy sauce.
Okay, here is the dream. My sales dream. Today we are going to team up with
Well, what's the other thing? Oh, I don't know. In terms of some very sales.
Okay, now going by seniority. Next up, Superfly himself and ladies.
Slide. And I would
I'm very flattered. I was his choice after pass. So that just leaves White and
Okay, wait. Does anyone want to trade?
Take a look how my man's doing.
This is the amazing race. And you guys are retired Marines, and you guys are the mother daughter, and you guys are the gay couple, and we are the firefighter heroes. We're ready to go.
Wait, are Amazing Race like the biggest sale wins?
No, we're just gonna rush out, still sleep, come back. Right? That's dragging. It's just it's amazing race, Phyllis. Okay, we're in teams of 2, and we're on a mission. All right, so on your mark, get set, go. Let's do it. Oh,
Yeah. It's the safest part of a car. When out of a crash, the driver always protects his side first.
we go.
In order to take down Dwight and chip away at his ally. And here's the good news. Every success I've ever had in my job with hope has come from moments of the release and he's the wears down.
What's the deal with Dwight doing your laundry? That was a long story. A couple months ago, Dwight tried to go behind my back with Jan. Yes, shot. I am now having him no longer. That is a long story. I find it very interesting, especially the thing like Dwight on behind your back and basically elbow movement. Yeah, you want to walk it all right? They for Abercrombie.
don't want to get white girl wasted.
Why are we trying to? Hey, I think we'll leave on this one, and then
Yo, what's going on, Pam?
yeah, if you don't mind.
How are you? Hope you're doing amazingly. Shout out to Sharmuda.
I think it's amazing. Really a pleasure to be a part of it. It's like everyone has their own special skill, you know, just like the super friends. Just great. Twice. I mean, he'd be a super friend if there was a super friend. Superpower would always take place. Oh, man. My plan is taking longer than I thought, but I don't give up easily.
Let's go. The men's going to be disgusting.
Thank you. I never let anyone walk behind me. 7 out of 10 attacks are from the rear. Would be easier to stop. Block the blow. Counter it. Hey, catch that up in the one office. You know, I used to come there all the time and stuff. Never caught anything that big. Shark up on top.
One of the things that's more
Dad's got
brain show
they sniped it with those rifle.
outside of the humanitarian crisis
That's what I do once.
that at least they realize
Under that maybe just 2 years ago.
that the human capacity to initiate nuclear
Hard work
is greater than
I
thought the list was passive.
You should know we don't
It
know
seems that SBA and
really stock
exchange
exchange.
with this conflict every single day. With just one mistake or bad or
Is trying to
the actual leaders, particular
while we have the resources of a large
strike
company,
and all so then add into that picture cyber attack and so on.
That's where
Confusion, chaos, out of that confusion.
oh man, talk about your class even walk that guy by our table.
Nuclear weapons launch, and then just walking it all. You're right. Probably 60-70% humans that are dead peacefully, and the rest. I mean, it's
I don't know. I guess he just really likes her a lot. That's true. Yes, it is.
Connected, careful.
Hello?
So sorry, man. I really screwed that up. No, I really shredded it. Shredded it. Thank you for sharing your office all the time. Like, let's screw something up in a really irreversible way. You shredded it. They touch him right through here. He knows how it works with more.
And he's a cyber. That's a
Oh, she's great.
30 years
That's nice.
so I think indeed it is scary and because
I like it. And also the constant exploring
some local cascade
double-edged sword because the interconnectedness brings brings a higher quality of life across a lot of metrics.
Yeah, 30% of the
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Kicking ass, taking names. How you doing, big dog? Oh, what's going on? You were here when Zoot was here. I had to whoop his ass at both golf and Uno. And then my man, what is his name? Riser came in, and Riser was here for a few hours. Just been chilling like a villain, living the dream. Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. How was your sleep? You said you slept hard? Well, it's still early. It's still early. Are you sure you're done with that sleep? It's still early. Are you sure you're done with the sleep? Well, just enjoy yourself. You were snoring like a mo. That's okay. It shows that you were deep in rest. That's a good move.
There was a trade-off, and for instance, the other thing you said is that it may be efficient to have 95% of your hospital intensive care beds occupied all the time. There's a decent patient, whereas the Germans always keep 20% of it free. The Lord is really a sensible proportion. So I think we probably learned lots of lessons from COVID-19, and they would rebalancing the trade-off between resilience and efficiency.
Boy, the fact that COVID-19, the pandemic, a lot of years brought the world to its knees.
Because we found that the fatality rate.
So the fact that I mean, it revealed some flaws in the institutions.
Yeah. I think I'm rather pessimistic because I do worry about the activists who can do catastrophe. And if you imagine with access to kind of available and the big creates even one such person is too many. How can we stop that? Because you can regulate the meetings for these experiments. Even the enforcement is can't enforce tax laws regulate. Similarly, you can't readily enforce the laws against people doing these experiments, even if one would say they should be prohibited. And so my line of this is that all nations face a big trade-off. Three things we have: freedom, security, and privacy. And I think different nations made that choice differently. The Chinese will give up freedom, more security, more liberty. But I think in our countries, I think we're going to have to give up our privacy. Same way.
That's a really interesting trade-off. But there's also something about human nature here where I personally believe that humans are capable of good and evil. And there's an aspect to which we can fight this by encouraging people, incentivizing people towards the better interests of their nature. So, in order for a small group of people to create, engineer deadly pathogens, you have to have people that, for whatever trajectory took them in life, wanting to do that kind of thing. And if we work out the world that's sort of beauty and everybody encourages flourishing in terms of mental health and meaning and all this kind of thing. That's one way to fight with weapons.
So I completely agree with that. Reduce the reason why people but of course, there's a long way to do that because if you look at the present world, nearly everyone Africa, because their economic growth is lagging behind most of the Western world, and the prospect of getting out of poverty grows. Because, for instance, they're going to service and over. So that would be some sort of mega Marshall Plan like Europe. There's with Africa to there's other losing Africa massive perspective and indeed it's an administration 2,000 world money to try to look the bottom of it. And that's this I've known Steve Pinker and I has from John bio friends and all that. Books being very optimistic about closing life expectancy has gone up and the has gone down. It has gone up all those things. It's quite right about that. And better. You disagree? Well, I agree with that. But I think he misses out part of the picture because it's a new class. And over it didn't happen. And I would also question whether we effectively recruit that effort to let's think it's true because there's the average person was the initial mistake of today, which for the reasons it's consequences, it's fine. But even at the age, it's very because we don't recruit people watching because of lack of Malaysian, lack of science, etc. So we can't the way the world was pretty miserable. The way the world could be. It's very narrow. Whereas now, the gap between the way the world is and the way the world is far, far wider. We are ethically more involved in allowing this gap to get wider. So I would very much question and dispute the idea that we are ethically in advance of
It's collective hypotheses in there. I don't. It's a fascinating question. How much is the size of the gap between the way the world is and the way the world could be is a reflection of our ethics, or maybe sometimes it's just a reflection of a very large number of people. Like maybe it's a technical count too. It's not just political systems. Like how many, and we're trying to figure this thing out. Like the 20th century tried this thing that sounded really good on paper, collective communism things, and it's like it turned out at least the way there's stuff there. It leads to atrocities and suffering and murder of tens of millions of people. Okay, so that didn't work. Let's try democracy. And that seems to have a lot of flaws, but it seems to be the best thing we got so far. So we're trying to figure this out as our technologies become more powerful, have the capacity to provide good to the world, but also, unfortunately, have the capacity to destroy the entirety of the human civilization.
And I think it's social media, which makes it harder to get a sort of modern consensus because in the old days, when people got their news filtered to the journalists, the BBC, and newspapers, and there was nothing basic experience. Whereas now, there's the internet, and you can click on any list and so I think we're seeing us getting this population. I think there are big countries either because of that something is pessimistic.
So to push back, it is true. Really, people like you highlighting social media is making it realize the mistakes and the failures of social media. But at the same time, we're feeling the condition, creating it, feeling it, in part. And so that's a lot of that puts responsibility into the hands of social media and the opportunity in the hands of social media to alleviate some of that. So it could belong in human history. Those surface so that we can talk about it. And as opposed to disproportionately promoting it, surface. I think there's a lot of things to be publicly spirited. I think there's a lot of things to be made in increasing the amount of people, despite this public perception that all social media companies that are interested in doing is making money. I think that may be true. I personally believe people being happy is a hell of a good business model. So making as many people happy, helping them flourish long term, that's like perspective. But it does make sense that we can destroy ourselves with nuclear weapons, engineered pandemics, and so on, that the aliens would show up. That like, if I was the had a leadership position, maybe as a scientist or otherwise, I would try to watch distance, do not interfere. And I would start interfering when these life forms start becoming quite, they have the capacity to be destructive. And so, sometimes things that these little nine, I mean, they almost, well, partially has all curiosity, partially selfish, to try to observe if there's something interesting about this particular thing. I'm sure even aliens Earth is a curious. But it's in the special, I have to. I think the other getting to care about how long they make because they don't have a fraction because we know very well any politician has an urgent end that they worry to deal with. So they aren't going to priority these issues which are longer term. Don't just decisions they consider just about.
Well, I've been thrown out of 3 servers already this morning. Yeah, I got thrown out of Fusi. I've been thrown out of Thief. And I've been thrown out of Wall Street. That's not the one I'm normally in, just a different one with a different account. And so, you know what I mean? Kind of same old shit. I'm just talking with people in the other Wall Street Bets one, just acting like I give a shit about, pardon me, the stock market. I think it's all rigged. But yeah. What else do we have going? I had somebody in here who, what is this person saying to me? The coolest motherfucker you've ever met. You're a dog.
they have, except David. David, I mean, everybody loves. I mean, I can't say it, but with Bill Gates, Greta, that also create a lot of division.
Sure.
And this is a big problem. It's not just charismatic. I put the responsibility on the scientific community and
that's true. Yeah.
And the politicians. So we need the charismatic, and they're rare.
Yeah.
When you look at human history, those are the ones that make a difference. Those are the ones that, not the ride, they inspire the populace to think long term. The JFK will go to the moon this decade, not because it's easy, because it's hard. There's no discussion about like short-term gains or any of that kind of stuff in the vision of going to the moon or to Mars, taking out gigantic projects, taking out climate change, education, and all those things that are long-term, significant investment.
It's hard to find those people. And incidentally, I think another which is a downside of social media is that younger people I know, the number of people who contemplate a future career has gone down because of the pressures and then the family from social media. It's a hell of a job. So I think we are all losers because the quality of user is dropping. And as we see by the most of our competition.
That's something I think the silver lining there is the quality of the competition actually inspires. Because it shows to you that there's a dire need of leaders, which I think would be inspiring people to step into.
Yeah.
I mean, great leaders are not afraid of political fire on social media. So if you have a 20-year-old kid now, 35-year-old kid, is seeing how the world responded to the pandemic, seeing the geopolitical division of the North Ukraine, seeing the brewing war between the West and China. We need great leaders, and there's a hunger for them. The time will come when they step up. I believe that. But also to add to your list before, he doesn't give enough credit for defending this conversation. Elon Musk, in terms of fighting climate change, but he also lets us. So we need more extra data.
No, we are in the past.
Definitely.
I've had a conversation through now, but is it inflation? That's true, but that is an ethical inspiration.
Yeah, because a lot of companies. Well, let me ask you to put on your wise sage hat. What advice would you give young people today? Maybe a teenager in high school, maybe early college. What advice would you give to a career or have a life that can be proud of?
Well, I did really not offering any good stuff, but I think they should realize that the choices they make at that time are important. And expensive. I've had in and many people don't realise that opportunities are open until it's true. They somehow think that some opportunities are open to these people, and they don't even try, and then they could succeed. But if I focus on people working in some profession I know about in science, I would say pick an area where new things are happening, where you can do something the old guys haven't had a chance to think about. And don't come into a thing that's very stagnant, because then there's a lot to do when you try to tackle the problems that the old guys got stuck on. And so I think in science, I can give people good advice that they should pick a subject where there are exciting new developments, and also something which suits their style, because even within science, which is just my profession, And this big great started solitary thinker, does field work, to a big team, etc. And does he like to use it for mathematical thought, etc. So pick some subject that suits your style, where things are happening in class, and be prepared to be flexible.
Keep your eyes open for the opportunity. Go to news post. Just keep your eyes open.
It's like students, but I think most of us, including myself, in this, realise these things tonight.
Yeah, I think this applies way beyond science. What do you make of this finite of our life? Do you think about mortality? Do you think about your mortality? And are you afraid of that?
Well, I mean, I'm not afraid, but I think I'm lucky. I feel lucky to not as what I am, and to have been fairly lucky in my life in many respects. Most people, so I'm very fortunate. This reminds me of this current emphasis on giving much longer for a piece of our cost of poetry to be set up by billionaires. I was working in San Francisco in La Jolla, I think, and one in Cambridge. And they're funded by these guys when the other ones are too rich. And now they just want to do it. And they don't have it too easy. And he wants, I don't know, if there was some elite that was actually much longer than others, had to be a really fundamental kind of inequality. And I think if it happened to everyone, then that might be much less but I think from my point, I think they're just slow as people and fortunate parties, like expecting a lot to be grateful for. Those are all issues.
Well, I am incredibly honored to sit down with you today. Thank you so much for life of exploring some of the deepest mysteries of our universe and our humanity, thinking about our future of existential business therapy for us. It's a huge honor to have you sit with me, and I really enjoyed it.
Well, thank you, Dex. I thought we could go on for a
Exactly. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening to the conversation with marketers. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, I'm going to leave you with the words of Martin Luther King. I'd like to raise people's awareness of the tremendous times of mind.
They love to throw me out and throw out every alternate account that I can ever create, period. I get banned in there within a few minutes every single time.
But many think that humans are some kind of abomination. Our sickness, however, is less than halfway through its lifespan. We will not be humans who watch the sun's demise 6 billion years from now. Any creatures that exist will be as different from us as we are.
I am like the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
I am like DJ Jazzy Jeff in the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
When we're beyond evil, and all that's left is the real power, then why are we surprised that powerful thrives and that they use the power us for their purposes? When we forget ideas like equality and rights, which are grounded in God, why are we surprised that death came from it?
The following is a conversation with Bishop Robert Barrett, founder of Word on Fire, and one of the greatest educators in the world on the beauty and wisdom within Catholicism, Christianity, and religious faith in general. This is a live streaming podcast. To support us, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Bishop Robert Barrett. Let's start with the big question. Who is God? According to Christianity, who's God?
I'll give you time to wisdom. God is the essence of existence. God is the subsistent act of to be itself. Another way to state that, to define it, is God is that reality, unique, absolutely unique, in which essence and existence coincide. To be God is to be being. Those are all ways of talking about what we mean by God. They are kind of nomad, and that's on purpose. There's almost a sitcom quality to the way we talk about God. I'm saying something that's substantive, but it's more in like your via negative mode. It's more like God is, because there's nothing in the world that corresponds to those descriptions. So anything in the world is a being of some type, an event of some type, some particular mode of existence.
If we give corporations the same rights as a human, comma, which I'm not saying is right, comma, then perhaps we should give the same rights to humans.
When Aquinas says that God is not in any genus, even the genus being, it's one of the strangest remarks in the whole tradition. It's pretty interesting. So you say, well, at the very least, God must be a being, right? And Aquinas' answer is no, he's not in the genus being. So we talk about God being beyond being. To say in God essence and existence coincide is to say God's very nature is to be. And that can't be true of any religious thing in the world. So what I'm doing here is I'm gesturing the way the tradition does toward God, using language at the same time philosophically precise and nomadic. It's both accurate, it's true. In God, essence and existence coincide. What God is the same as God's act of being. But now what does that mean? I'm not quite sure, because nothing in our ordinary experience corresponds to it. Everything in our experience is a being of some type. So it's existence received according to the mode of some essence. That's not true of God. Which is why you
so do ethical people.
And that's, I say, the fundamental mistake. Well, I guess theists are those that believe there is a being alongside the other beings. And then atheists go, oh, there is no such being. And that's precisely wrong. That's just a category.
That's just like your opinion, man.
Bertrand Russell, to the effect that proving the non-existence of God is a bit like proving the non-existence of a China teapot orbiting between Earth and Mars. You know, that's precisely what God is not. Some entity that's sort of hidden among the other entities of the universe. God is.
I'm live in the VC if you want to see me.
Contingent realm at all. So
or talk to me.
More theological language, God is the creator.
So if God is outside of our world, is it possible for us to visualize, to comprehend, to know God?
Not utterly, of course. And I would say our knowledge begins in this world, begins in ordinary experience. I think we can, through metaphysical analysis, through philosophical reasoning, can come to some knowledge of a reality which is transcendent to our experience. So we gesture toward this. I always like Aquinas is just the language of God that we use analogically. So it's not univocal, meaning what I say about that about this model, I can say about God. No, that at the same time it's not equivocal. So if I say that God is, I mean totally different things. No, I mean something analogous. So to be God is to be. So the real meaning of being is the being of God. The being of that thing, of this thing, or the being of galaxies or atomic particles, would be analogous to God's meaning. So on that basis, I can make some statements. I can theorize, and even at the limit of test, I can visualize. So we have metaphors for God, and the Bible is complete with those, right? God is a rock. God's like a lion. God's like this and that. Or even the Bible will imagine God as a human being walking. Now, only the truest fundamentals say, well, that's a univocal, accurate description of God. It's an image that's catching something of God's view.
Then, what does it mean to believe in God? So there's a word, molecular science, the human interpretation words today. There's a word called faith. What is faith? So we can't believe directly know God. We kind of sneak up to the idea of God is
better. He sneaks up on us. Because I like the language of praise. God's actually comes first. So if I state perfectly within the realm of I'm seeking with my eagle eyes, my inquiring mind. I'm not going to find God that way. I might find a path that opens up, but I would say finally God finds me. I think then the language of faith even makes more sense. I theologian says the most misunderstood word in the religious vocabulary because he said the way we think it usually is something sub-rational. You know, I have proof of this. I really know this. I only can't believe that. Like that's just a personal opinion or impression. But that's to identify faith infra-rational, and that's not it. And I don't want something infra-rational. I don't want superstition or childish credulity. So authentic faith is the darkness beyond reason. On the far side of reason is supra-rational, not infra-rational. And that's a very important hope. At the limit of what I can know, at the limit of my striving and my vision, there's this horizon that opens up. And I think that's true even in ordinary ways of life. There's some kind of horizon that lures us beyond God. Faith has to do more with that kind of darkness rather than the darkness prior to it.
The darkness beyond the horizon, prior to reason. First of all, the poetry of your language is incredible. To be. You have a million questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
So first of all, let me just cover. You mentioned to be it.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Well, to be me, to be a human being, right? To be this, to be a table, to be a microphone. So I'll use Aquinas. It's the act of being poured, if you want, into the receptacle of some essential principle. So it's got an ontological structure. It's an existence. It's a thing that exists, but it's existing in a limited way according to an essential principle. God. Well, what's God? What's God to me? What kind of being is he? We'll go back to Moses. When the Israelites asked him, what's your name? What shall I tell them? And he says, I am who I am. But see, Aquinas read that as very accurate remark. So Moses is wondering, okay, there's a lot of gods, there's a lot of things, a lot of entities. So which one are you? You gotta be one. So tell me your name. In philosophical language, give me the essence that receives your act of existence. Right? And God's answer blows the mind of Moses and the whole tradition. I am who I am. To be God is to be. So I'm not this or that. I'm not up or down. I'm here or there. God is that whose center is everywhere, whose circumference is nowhere, as the mystics put it. Now, can I get a clear and distinct idea of that? No. And in a way, that's the point. If I could, I'd be talking about a being or something. So to be God is to be is to, Moses, take off your sandals, you're on holy ground. So I'm going to go over and find out what this thing is burning. I'm going to find out. No. Take off your shoes, you're on holy ground. You're not in charge here. You're not in command. Because if you got shoes on, you can walk wherever you want. You can walk with confidence. But you take your shoes off, you're much more vulnerable. And that's appropriate when we're talking about God. Here's another reason that I didn't see the burning bush in this connection before, but it's a bush that's on fire but not consumed. Beings are competitive with each other. So these can't be in the same place at the same time. These two beings, they're mutually exclusive. But as God comes close to a creature, he doesn't destroy it, consume it. But the creature becomes more beautiful and more radiant, right? And see, comparison to the classical gods and goddesses, when they come bursting into life and experience, things are incinerated and people give way, overwhelmed. Then there's this biblical idea of God comes close and sets things on fire, doesn't burn them up. And that's because he's not a competitive being in the world. If he were a big being, then he'd be competing for space, so to speak, on the same ontological grid. But he's not like that. So God can come close, and we become more fully alive. Now we're starting to gesture toward the incarnation, the central Christian doctrine, that God can actually become a human without overwhelming the human becomes, right? So I mean, that's kind of the next step. But the basic idea of God is non-competitively transcendent to the world. That's another way to get that.
Non-competitively transcendent to the world is beyond
beyond being, is the source of being. Right. Let me make it maybe more images. I think a good analogy would be authors of books, right? So, Tolkien or someone that writes one of these big, sprawling novels. Tolkien creates a whole world. He creates nature, language, new history. Think of thousands of characters, plots and subplots, all of it. Tolkien is utterly responsible for every bit of that story, right? Every character, every plot, every subplot, every description. He's completely responsible. He's involved in every look and credit. But he's not in the story. He's not in the book. You're not going to find him as a character in the book. So that's the category mistake of the atheist in a way is, I look at God, he's the character in the stories. No, he's the author of the story. Mysteriously present to every aspect of the story, but not a character in it.
Right. He is deeply in the stories of his present, but he's not, even if he is a character, he's not really the full embodiment, he's not a character. And people inside the book can't really know the author.
Right. No, right. Augustine says God is simultaneously
It depends when the expiration date is, period. Is it very far into the future or relatively soon?
Question mark? Possibly imagine at the same time. But he wants to get the insight that God is the sheer act to be. Well, of course that's true. So right now, God is sustaining us in existence. True. Aquinas says God is in all things by essence, presence, power, and most intimately so. And he's nowhere. He's got.
Dog, I am answering these questions live in the VC. You can know that I'm obviously a real person.
But once you crack that code, though, I think you see it, like why that would be true. And see, now I'm getting from more philosophical language to mystical language. All the mystics talk in these high paradoxes about God's availability and unavailability. I probably thought in the Bible story of this story, God can neither be grasped nor hidden. So the first simplistic is to grasp God. I got it. I understand it. I can manipulate it. Now, story of the stories can't do it. Well, then the other story is, all right, then I'm going to run from it. I'm going to avoid God. Jonah and the whale. So he has the call from God. And he said, no, I'm confused. I can run as far away. I'm going to go to Tarshish and spend like 2 months.
I personally don't think so, I think it takes more than just memories, including
poetic way of saying can't escape the present.
Perhaps
at the same time,
elements of our central and peripheral nervous system, that really encapsulate who we are.
The space of friendship with God, falling in love with God, is neither.
You mentioned, again, a lot of beautiful poetic things. You mentioned grace.
Yeah.
You mentioned sin. You mentioned incarnation. Is there philosophical, pragmatic way to start talking about the pillars of Christianity? What are the defining things that make Christianity to you, and broadly speaking, to those that follow the religion?
In a way, so far is necessary to do it, because we're talking about what makes Christianity distinctive, of course, is the claim of the incarnation. So we come out of Judaism, we come up out of this great theistic tradition, and the Bible itself and all the great commentators within Judaism, I think, would agree with this basic theist stuff that I've been taking of most of my Maimonides, for example. Now, what makes Christianity distinct? This supremely that God becomes with us. God becomes a creature. But without ceasing to be God, and without overwhelming the integrity of the creature we become. What we see in the Burning Bush, that principle which obtains across the board. So the closer God comes to me, the more radiant I become. Right?
That is precisely what I thought, period.
Would be what we mean by the incarnation.
Excellent summarization, period. Thank you so much, period.
Becoming a creature in such a way as to make humanity radiant. That's the pillar of Christianity. It's the incarnation. And what follows from that is the redemption of all reality. So not just a human being, but in becoming
I
a creature, God.
am an anti-circumcision rabbi, period.
You know,
I don't think
the
we
Greek
should be
fathers
cutting
said
off the
God
genitals
became
anymore
human, that humans might become God.
without
And that's a
anyone's
good way
consent,
to sum up, I
period.
think, the essence
We
of
can
Christianity.
perhaps perform a
Why is this an
ceremonial
important thing? So it's a distinctive thing.
Yeah.
Why is this more important philosophically to what it needs to be Christian? What
mutilate
impact does
ourselves.
that have on our world, human civilization, our human nature, our morals, why live, what to live for?
I additionally am someone who does their best to treat everyone equally,
It's
period.
massively important because it's the divinization principle that God wants to divinize His creation and sort of in this concentrated point, Jesus of Nazareth. And then we talk about the mystical body of Jesus. That goes right back to Paul. As we're grafted onto Christ, we talk about that as the church. We become like cells and molecules of organisms. That's the church. It's not an organization. That's a deformation of ecclesiology. The church is this organism that begins with Jesus, and then He's drawing all of humanity, but ultimately all of nature, all of creation to Himself. When the Son of Man is lifted up, draw all things to Himself. That idea of the gathering in of a scattered creation. So in that way, the heart of it. Then there's all kinds of things. If God becomes human, that means it's a dignity to humanity which goes beyond anything, any price has ever said. Right? Ancient, medieval, modern, contemporary. Christianity is the greatest humanism imaginable. God became one of us in order to divinize us. The goal of my life is, of course, it has to be, materially successful, not just to be a member of society. The goal of my life is to become a participant in the divine nature.
Personally,
So
I think that
there is a humanism greater than
we
that.
have
That's where I think humanism is profoundly
our
our notion of God
natural
non-competitive.
DNA
So important,
that helps to shape who we are, comma.
Technology upward. You have these
We develop that
when Jesus
to some extent into instinct, comma, and then society shapes us, comma. So society is only one element of what encapsulates being a human.
That's what hopefully is being a servant of God. I'm trying to obey you, Lord. I'll try to do what you want. But when Jesus says, I no longer call you servant, slave, the Greek. But I don't know. I can't imagine becoming God's people.
That's a call to become one with God. It's
that is certainly only my opinion, though, period.
You're one of the greatest religious communicators I've ever experienced. A lot of huge number of people. As you've done a lot of great conversations, done Reddit Maze, which is a very cool, great thing. And one of somebody asked, what's the most challenging episode? That is, so first, what
there's a general mentality that if it happened to me,
essential crucial they are to
then it is okay to happen to someone else, comma, and I want to stop that, period. While I have been circumcised, comma, I want to prevent it for future generations. We should not be mutilating ourselves anymore without anyone's consent, period. Moreover, comma, it means that our penises could have been longer. Not many people would complain about that.
But the classical authors, including Dante, does this pictorially. There's the least of those because it's the one that's most dependent on the body and its passions. The most pride is the
all right, I feel like I answered it.
Pride is the Augustine calls it incurvatus to say, I'm caved in around myself, like a black hole, right? To get into the scientific. But black hole to me is a great symbol. That it's so heavy, it draws everything to light, nothing can escape from. See, that's the sinner.
Humans have a different starting point than AI, and thus I feel we are different than they are
As a
in
sinner,
terms of
I'll confess I'm a sinner.
how
The
our
temptation is, this is the vicious
personalities are shaped.
moment. I'm drawing you now into my, world. What that does is it kills us off. It darkens life, and it makes it small and heavy and awful. Right?
I hear
It's
that
like,
hundreds of times a day, so
it's
I am
contrasting is when you're boss,
not.
you're not concerned about the impression I'm making. You're not concerned about going to yourself. You're not concerned about this monkey on my back and always telling me, look good, sound right. But you're lost in something. You're just talking, to a friend, and the two of you together discovering something true.
Feel free to believe what you want.
You're lost in the movie. You're lost in the story. Those are the best moments of life. Those are the best. These are the least prideful moments, right? That's when I like out. I need to breathe because I'm overcoming this tendency to fall in.
I feel that I did,
Dante is so good.
if you disagree, you're entitled to that.
Satan is divine
Period.
property. He's at the center of like a black hole. He's at the center of gravity, heaviest place. And there's not fire here, but ice. It's much better that you're frozen in place and you're stuck. And he's got wings, right? They used to be angel wings. These angels are now like back wings, and they're flapping. And all they're doing is making the world a lot bigger. Ice stuck in his own icy, and he's beating his face over the ice and making everyone else hold it. Great, isn't it? And then he gets, this is cool, he has three faces, Satan.
Who the fuck
Because
cares?
he's a block of the Trinity.
I
So
who
every
the
smart
fuck cares?
face
This is garbage.
So
Next.
I'm God. So he's got three faces.
Those
And from
guys
all
suck.
six eyes he beats. Also from all three mouths.
No one gives a shit. I gotta take a piss though. Oh man, I gotta shit. Oh man, do I have to shit? Allegedly.
So the real foundation of Marx's political philosophy was the economic argument that there would be a tendency for the rate of fall. And that tendency for the rate of fall leads to capitalists battening down on workers' time, paying them less than the subsistence of revolt by workers against this. And then you would get socialism on the other side. So what he called the tendency for the rate of fall, rate of critical fall, in his explanation of why socialism would happen with that. If you look at Marx's vision of revolution, it's going to happen anyway. The advanced economies would be first to go through revolution. The socialists, the primitive economies, would have to go through capitalist transition. And this is the difference between the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks. So the Mensheviks, and the time that Minsky came out of the Menshevik family, the Mensheviks believed you had to go through a capitalist phase. Russia had to go through a capitalist phase before it became socialist. The Bolsheviks believed they could get here in one go.
Following this conversation with Steve Keating, a brilliant economist criticizes modern economics and proposes new theory models that integrate the ideas with each other's from very thinkers from Karl Marx to John Maynard Keynes to Hyman Minsky. In fact, a lot of our conversation about Karl Marx and Marxist economics. He has been a scholar of Karl Marx's work for many years, so this was a fascinating exploration. He has written several books I recommend, including New Economics Manifesto and Debunking Economics. This is the Let's Read podcast. Supporters, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Steve. Let's start with the big question. What is economics? Or maybe, what is the goal?
Well, it should be understand how human civilization comes about and how it can be maintained. And that's not the thing at all. So we have a discipline which has the right name for it.
What is the soul?
The soul of economics really is to explain how do we manage to build a civilization that elevates us so far above the energy knowledge levels of the base environment of the Earth. Because if you think about this, actually working, I work up with Steve Garrett, my research colleagues in atmospheric physics. And his idea is we exploit these high-grade energy sources from the sun itself, coal, nuclear, etc., which means we can maintain a level of human civilization well above what we have running around some stars here. So it's an elevation above the base of the planet, which is human civilization. And if we didn't have this energy we were exploiting, if we use the environment to elevate us above what's possible in the background, then you and I would be talking about the again, we might be doing graphics and stuff like this, but we wouldn't be having the sort of conversation we have. So to explain how they came about that must be economic should be the
So this is the greatest created this conversation.
Yeah, we're the most average construction on the planet. And like that's not what we've done, we've denigrated the planet itself. We don't have respect for the fact that life itself is an incredible creation. If I had to see how humanity can survive with putting ourselves through, then we have to come out of it as a species which sees its role as preserving and respecting life.
I like how you put my silly, incredible statements and we stated a serious one about how
life is incredible, and if you don't respect it enough, you trash it. And that's economics that play a huge role in that. So I actually regard I would never call it profession below science. My discipline has probably helped bring about termination, potential, feasible termination in civilization.
Okay, return to me. Of economics, what is the soul of economics? What's the goal? Because you speak very politically, so we'll also speak pragmatically about the tools of economics, variables of economics, metrics, goals, models. Practically speaking, what are
well, in terms of the tools we should be using, the tools that engineers use, frankly. And that sounds ridiculously simple because you would expect that economists are using up-to-date techniques that are common in other sciences where you're dealing with simple ideas of costs and flows and interact with the environment and the system and so on. And that's fundamentally systems engineering. And that's what we should be using for economics. Now, if you look at what economists actually do, the sophisticated involves difference equations. And difference equations, if you've done enough mathematics that you have in the difference equations, are useful for individual level processes. If you're talking about limits on you go from t to t plus 1 t plus 2 and so on. But not when you're talking in the aggregate, so you use differential equations to measure it. Economists have been using difference equations. So there's like a Sargent and one other. They're called advanced methods in economics using Python 2 volumes. It's about just 2,000 pages, and 4 of those pages are differential equations. The rest is all difference equations. So they're using Python and mathematics to start with.
For people that think what difference equations,
difference equation is like you can do in a spreadsheet. You have this is the value of 90, this is the value of 91, 92, 93, 94. So you have discrete jumps in time, whereas the differential equations is a process moving through time, and you will have a rate of change of their variable is a function of the state of itself, another variable, and rates of change of those variables. And that is what you use when you're doing aggregate models. So if you're modeling water, for example, or fluid dynamics, you have a set of differential equations describing the entire body of fluid moving through time. You don't try to model the discrete motion of each molecule of each unit. So at the aggregate level, you use differential equations to process that occurs through time. And that's economics that occurs through time. You should be using that particular technology. But some economists do learn differential equations, but they don't learn stability analysis. So they simply assume equals are unstable and they work in equilibrium firms all the time. And that it is the technical level is an incredibly complicated way of modeling the world using an algorithm.
Okay, we'll talk about that because it's unclear what the right are. Maybe more clear.
I've got to make it one up.
Well, so this is a very complicated world. It's a complex. We probably talk about there. Some of the most complex systems on Earth are human mind, the economy, and the biosphere. Yep. So we'll go to that. I'm fascinated by complex systems. I'm humbled by them, even at their simplest level. That's very complex. I'm not sure what the right tools are to understand that it's hard. Part of the complex system is like a higher other complex systems. Yeah, the economy is a fascinating complex system because we have human mind, and those are interesting, perhaps a positive model. But we can try to think about how to approximate that. Maybe that's how we're doing it. Okay, we'll keep returning to basics. Let us try on something. I also see this macroeconomics. It's also trying to figure out stuff that you smart, the right throughout history, and sometimes many schools of economics. So take a stroll in history. Can you describe at a high level what are the different schools of economics? Perhaps what they're one that the difference in which reveals something useful or acceptable for our conversation. Okay. So classical fancy Austrian, like the physical economics and so on. Other
Okay. I actually thought which one existed about 250 years ago. That's where I launched from. And they're called physiocrats. And the name itself implies where their knowledge came from. Because if you go back far enough in history, we didn't do autopsies. When you started doing autopsies, they found fires, they found food, etc., and they started seeing the body as a circulation system. It's the same sort of logic to the economy. And they came out of an agricultural economy, which is brand.
It depends on who you ask.
The wealth came with
Period. Some people would say it is ethical, other people would say it is not. Period. I personally think that if it is sentient, then it perhaps has consciousness, and anything with consciousness, I feel, should be treated with respect.
Coming from Scotland, looked at what the physiocrats did and what the physiocrats argued was that agriculture is the source of all wealth. And the manufacturing sector is sterile. That's literally the term they use to describe the manufacturing. Sterile means you don't extract value, you simply change the shape of value.
So the value comes from the soil.
The only comes from the soil. That's the free gift of nature. That's literally the phrase that they use. And we then distribute the free gift of nature around. We need carriages, which is the manufacturing term they use at the time, as well as wheat. So we carriages, we take what's been taken from the soil and we convert it to a different form, but there is no value added manufacturing. So Smith looked at that and said, well, I'm from Scotland. And in our industry, when we make stuff and it's machinery, and he said,
that's just like your opinion, man.
Source of value, it's labour. Now, that led to the classical school, and that said that all value comes from labour. That value is objective, so it's the amount of effort you put in. But the price you think exchange for reflects the relative effort.
Cool. Period. You told me you were going to block me like an hour ago. Period. Then you proceeded to just ask me about a dozen questions. Period. I'm live on camera answering them for you. Period. I do not know how else I can prove that I'm not a bot. Period.
That led to Marx, and Marx is probably the most brilliant mind in the history of economics. The only other competitor I'd see is Schumpeter, possibly Keynes, in my sense of ranking Marx, Schumpeter, Keynes in terms of the outstanding capacities to think. Marx then turned that classical school, which was pro capitalism and anti-feudal into a critique of capitalism, which led to the neo-capitalist school coming along as a defense of capitalism. But they defended it using the ideas of the subjective theory of value, that the value effort is the satisfaction individuals get from different objects that determines their value, marginal utility. It's the marginal cost that determines how much they sell for. Capitalism equilibrates marginal cost and marginal utility. And the concepts of equilibrium and marginalism are advocated in their classical school. And that's still the dominant school now 150 years later. So that's something that everybody learns when you first learn economics. If you don't have the critical background that I managed to acquire, that's what you think is economics. The marginal utility, equilibrium, oriented analysis of mainstream economics. And for example, the age of money. And people think economists, you must be an expert on money because you're an economist. Well, in fact, economists literally at the university that money is irrelevant. They say money is virtue. So they represent people's tastes using what they call conditional curves. And they're like ice balls on a weather map. If you look at an ice ball, it shows you all the points of the same pressure. So you can be here or you can be in the air can be the same if you're in the same, whether you're a beast or a south that links together. They do the same thing with utility and say lots of bananas and very few coconuts give you the same utility as lots of coconuts and very few bananas for basically a hyperbole running down linking the two. And they'll say, well, that's your utility, that's described to taste. And then we have your income. There's given your income in life that many bananas quickly, or that many coconuts, or a straight line combination. And then if we double the price, nominal price of coconuts, and double the price of bananas, and double your income, what happens is the correct answer is nothing. So now you stay the same. What your budget is and which particular utility curve you choose maximum satisfaction. So that gets ingrained into I think anybody who worries about money is like money is.
Can you please elaborate on how OpenAI operated in red and blue teams? Question.
So you have an entire theory of economics which presumes that we exchange data. And you're like, I'll swap you that Microsoft service for, like, I'll take two of those organizations. Now we do this bartering arrangement. In fact, that only works if money plays no creative role in the economy. And that's what you find reading short paper of the insiders. The school of thought I come from that says money is essential. Money actually adds to demand. We'll talk about that later on. So that's the neoclassical school that ends up being subjective theory of value, non-monetary. So it's really kind of barter and focusing on equilibrium as though everything happens in equilibrium. Or if you get served from equilibrium, you return back. And that mindset describes capitalism. Its most interesting feature is it reaches equilibrium. Now, what planet are we on to believe that? Because if you look at the real exciting world of capitalism in which we live, change is by far the most obvious characteristic of it. No equilibrium. There's no equilibrium. It's unstable. And as a mathematician, it's easy. You work the stability analysis. You work out the Jacobian, you work out your Leopold system. You're used to the idea that equilibrium is unstable. But economists get schooled in believing that everything happens in equilibrium and they don't know stability analysis. So all that stuff is missing. So it's also flawed. The treating the economy as an equilibrium system, which was what the neoclassical school did, is what Keynes observed. He really by talking about what fundamentally uncertain determines how decisions about the future. So you like fires or whatever particular drink we want to have, the current situation. But when investing, you making guesses about the future. But you don't know the future. So what do? You extrapolate what you currently do. And that's, you said this is a terrible day to plan for the future. But is the honest thing to do. Like there is no possibility of solid calculation. So in therefore subject to uncertainty. And therefore you get faults with the investment. You will get bad force booms and slumps coming out of it because people extrapolate And that's almost for the capitalist economy. And Schumpeter, that's what gives it its creativity as well. The fact that you can see the potential demand, but you don't, first of all, you don't know whether the demand's going to be. Secondly, you don't know if your competitor's going to be, whether somebody's going to be ahead of you on. If there's a demand, you'll know who's best. All this real nature of capitalism, that's what we should be trying to capture. Dynamic, non-equilibrium, monetary violence and creativity of capitalism. That's what we should be analysing. And the post-Keynesian world has gone in that direction. They've been inhibited by learning their mathematics from their economists. So they don't have enough of the technology of complex systems. It's only a really tiny handful of people working in complex systems analysis in post-Keynesian economics. But that is the most interesting area.
There may be lacks that they fundamentally have in fertility.
That's right.
So let me try to summarize what you said when you say something Graham. Okay, so there was the physiocrat who thought value came from the lab.
Yep. Then
there's Adam Smith who said, nah, value came from labor. That was classic school. And then neoclassical is value like that's the human preferences, like human happiness, how happy at the end. Mm-hmm. And then Kenzie, were like, yeah, we can't, never. The moment you try to put value to that token, you're already working past.
Yeah.
It's always chaos and stability. You're fishing in that certain waters, and that's what to embrace that, come up with tools that auto. And also, Joseph Schumpeter, what him, he can't him, Australia.
He's an Austrian.
Okay, that's the trick. He's from Austria, but he's not an Austrian communist.
There are elements of the Austrian school of thought which are worthwhile.
What is
Couldn't there be some bots that could be created that would be intelligent enough that they would consider this an ethical question?
You had three intellectually mainly the growth of the neoclassical school back in the 1870s. William Menger, who's from Austria, and Volras from France. And Volras tried to work out a set of equations to describe a multi-product economy where there's numerous producers and numerous consumers. Everybody can produce their own consumer. When you try to work out the vector of prices, it will be equilibrium in markets instantaneously. And that is equilibrium orientation. Jevons also wanted people of more the aggregate level. So this is supply curve and demand curve and Marshall. Menger was pretty much saying that, well, yes, there might be an equilibrium, but you're getting third from all the time. You'll be above the equilibrium. And what came out of the Austrian school was an acceptance of that sort of vision that the market should reach equilibrium. But then we're getting away from the equilibrium. And that's what gives you the vitality of capitalism, because an entrepreneur
Thank you for your clarification.
And try to close that gap, and that will give you innovation in time. And Schumpeter went beyond that and sought what money. He said that entrepreneur is something with a great idea in money. So to become a capitalist, you've got to get money, and therefore you've got to approach the finance sector to get the money, and the finance sector creates money, and also creates debt for the entrepreneur. And so you get financial engine coming up as well, and you'll get this away from equilibrium out of that. You won't necessarily get that towards the equilibrium. So Schumpeter has a vision of capitalism in which money plays a central role, in which you will be disturbed from equilibrium all the time. And that is really a much closer vision of actual capitalism than anything by even the Austrian Hayek, etc. They and certainly Ron Bartlett, I'm totally reading a cardboard cutout version of the wealth of nations. I find his work trivial. But Schumpeter was very the Austrians, but because he talked about the importance of money, looking away from the Austrian vision of hard money, idea of capitalism. Schumpeter said you needed the capacity of the financial system to create money to empower entrepreneurs. And that's a very important vision.
With Schumpeter, years from
yeah, that's the magic of capitalism. And like the Austrians, because they focus on the DDA, but they still have this belief that you'll reach equilibrium ultimately or head back. Whereas they don't have an explanation of capitalism that gets recycled rather than having a long rate of interest. Okay, so there's no loss accumulation of debt over time. So what Schumpeter gave is a vision of creativity of capitalism being driven by entrepreneurs who are funded by money creation by the finance sector. And that's fundamentally
so there's also kids these days are
modern monetary theory of accounting. When it's done bluntly, it's simply saying let's do the accounting. Because what money is a creature of double contribution. Banks were distributed back in the 1800s in Italy. We got a particular merchant who did it based on some Arabic economics as well. The thing is, if you want to track your financial flows, then you divide what you, all the financial claims on you divide it into claims you have on somebody else, your assets, claims somebody else has on you, your liabilities, and the gap between you two. The two is your equity. So you record every transaction once in one way. Okay, so for example, you and I do a financial transaction. You have a bank account, I have a bank account. Your bank account will go down, it goes up. Okay? That's the sum of the operation is zero. Okay. But on the other hand, if I go to the bank and put my money, then my account goes up, the money in my deposit account. The bank's assets go up. And this is the same sum of assets minus liabilities minus equity equals zero. Now, it's simply saying is an accountant, a creature of accounting, it's not a creature of commodity. So if you think about how Austrians think about money and how people think about money, it's quite enthusiastic or anyway. Think about money. They use money as an object. Okay? And you and I can both have a bulldog. If we're both a mine somewhere and dig a few holes and get a few speckles and all that. So there's no competition, no interaction between you and me.
That's amazing.
And I think money